very much for joining our meeting, the Institutions of Extraterrestrial Liberty. And as with yesterday and the day before, I'm just going to give a brief introduction before we start with our first speaker. Again, for those of you who have come for the last 2 days, apologies, it's pretty much the same introduction, but in case there are, and I think there are some new people who haven't been here yesterday, the day before, just to set the scene for you. First of all, just to say something about what this meeting is about. As you've probably noticed, there is an increasing activity in space, not just from government, but private industry as well. And in the coming years, decades, we expect human settlements to be established in space. Elon Musk's vision of cities on Mars is just one set of ideas, but there are many other people planning on building small to large settlements in space. Axiom Space, for example, planning a private space station in the next decade. So as more people move into space, questions emerge on how we build human societies in space and how we implement governance in a way that allows for different forms of liberty in all of its various manifestations to exist in space. And why would we be concerned about that in space? Well, of course, questions about freedom and liberty have followed humanity for the last 10,000 years on this planet. And so, of course, they will follow humanity out into the stars. But we might suppose that in space, these questions will become a particular challenge for a number of reasons. For example, unlike the Earth, the oxygen you need to breathe, which you require on a second-to-second or minute-to-minute timescale, may be produced in a manufacturing process controlled by someone else, offering a lever for despotism in a way that we never see or very rarely see on planet Earth, something that you need so completely on a second-to-second timescale. There's also restrictions on freedom of movement. Every known environment in space is lethal to the human organism. Of course, there may well be exoplanets out there with oxygen atmospheres where people can walk around, but we don't know of such worlds at the moment. And so every environment we know of is instantaneously lethal to humans. And that puts restrictions on freedom of movement that are not a denial of liberty, but they will create social environments and social conditions that are highly restrictive. And the question is, can we overcome those restrictions? And yesterday I quoted Alexander Hamilton, so I'll do the same again, just because this pretty much summarizes what the problem is. In the late 18th century, he asked this question in the Federalist Letters. He, of course, is one of the framers of the US Constitution and one of the founding fathers, and they had a particular interest in how to build a republic from scratch and do it in a way that allowed for different forms of liberty. He said, he asked rather whether societies of men are really capable or not of establishing good government from reflection and choice, or whether they are forever destined to depend for their political constitutions on accident and force. And when he says accident and force, by accident he means powerful families, monarchs, people who become heads of state for no real reason other than just historical accident. And of course, force, he means all the varieties of violent dictatorship that we're familiar with even on the earth today. And this has been pretty much how government has been managed for most of human history, for most of the planet. And he and his fellow framers wanted to move beyond that and consider constructing a government, a republic that allowed them to escape accident and force, that they did, I think, with great success. And what we might do is simply repeat what he said. And I don't know why I don't know this by heart now. I've repeated it 6 times in the last 3 days, but we might just modify what he said and repeat it and ask this question: whether extraterrestrial societies are really capable or not of establishing good government from reflection and choice, or whether they are forever destined to depend for their political constitutions on accident and force. The question is 18th century, but the core of it hasn't changed. It's a fundamental question about human governance. So that's what we've been considering for the last 2 days. That's what we're going to continue to consider today. We've had fantastic talks, and today is going to be no different. We are looking at different aspects of the way in which societies can be assembled in space, and particularly with respect to the forms of liberty that emerge in those societies. If you're interested in any of this, we're going to be publishing a book that's going to be coming out next year most, I think all, in fact, of our speakers have agreed to contribute chapters. It's going to be called The Institutions of Extraterrestrial Liberty. It's going to be published by Oxford University Press, as I say, sometime mid next year or thereabouts. So look out for that. We can let you know when it comes out. Just some logistics now on how this works. If you want to see the schedule of talks, they're on www.astrobiology.ac.uk/events/extraterrestrial-liberty. We'll put that in the chat. You've probably also got that link in the Eventbrite email you were sent to join. Yeah, so Kelly's put that in the chat if you just want to link to that. You need to see the schedule. Also in the Eventbrite email you got. Each talk is 30 minutes, nominally 20-minute talk, and then 10 minutes for question and answers. There's a 15-minute break between each talk. The reason why we did that is partly to stop chaos in trying to switch from one speaker to another, as online technology sometimes can be a bit unreliable, but also because people are coming and going because it's online. I wanted to make sure that every talk started exactly on time when it's on the schedule, which so far that's what's been happening. And that means you can come and go for talks that you're interested in, and you can be guaranteed that when you turn up on the minute, that will be the right time for the talk. As it happens, the question and answers have been pretty interesting and vibrant. So we've actually been continuing the question and answer session right up to the next talk in some cases, but nevertheless, the schedule has stuck. This is being recorded. We will put it online. I just need to do some editing to remove the blank parts and the spaces, but we'll let you know where that is. It will be on YouTube somewhere. Please feel free at all times during today to put your questions in the question and answer box at the bottom. Can I just reiterate to please try and restrict comments in the question and answers to questions to the speakers and not just general comments. If you write general comments in there, it gets really difficult to then pick out what the questions are, particularly if they're very long comments. So please use that to write succinct, focused questions directed at the speaker, and that will be really helpful. We'll try and answer all the questions. If we get a really sort of vibrant question and answer session, sometimes we run out of time, so apologies in advance if we don't get to your question, but so far we've managed to get to most of them. We had 2 keynote talks. Obviously, I'm not going to announce those now, but they will be on the recorded version. One of them was the Enlightenment in the 21st Century. We had Bob Zubrin yesterday talking about the case for spaces and liberty. If you want to hear those, and of course all the other talks that have been, look out for the recording. Finally, I just wanted to draw your attention to the sponsors of this meeting. We have been supported by a number of organizations. One of them is the Open Lunar Foundation, which is a non-profit organization based in the US, helping to create a powerful, peaceful, rather cooperative future, and probably a powerful future on the moon and all life. They work on policy and partnerships that support a sustainable lunar settlement driven by open values. We've also been supported by the Institute for Liberal Studies in Canada. This is a registered educational charity dedicated to encouraging discussion of classical liberal ideas in Canada, particularly discussion and debate around things like democracy, the rule of law, economic and personal freedoms. And their mission is to provide a non-partisan environment for discussion of these sorts of ideas. And I mentioned last 2 days, they also have a thing called Freedom Week, which was actually last week, but you can watch it next June. It's sort of an interesting terrestrial version of what we're doing here. So look out for that if you're interested in discussing particularly classical liberal ideas. We've been supported by the British Interplanetary Society, a membership society that promotes the exploration and use of space for the benefit of humanity by connecting people to create, educate and inspire and advance knowledge in all aspects of astronautics. It's the world's oldest space advocacy organization, founded in 1933. As I said, it's a membership organization. Do consider joining it. It's an outstanding group, and they do also a lot of their own technical design projects, from lunar stations right back in the 50s and 60s through to interstellar world ships. And a group, some of us on this meeting were involved in designing a station for the Martian geographic North Pole about 14 years ago now, astonishingly. So do have a look at that society. Last but not least, I want to thank the Edinburgh Futures Institute who have sorted out the Zoom and the Zoom license. All of this takes a lot of organization. I particularly want to thank Kelly McKerlane, who's been tirelessly being moderator for the last 2 days and will be for part of today and tomorrow, but also in particular the work she's put in before this meeting and advertising it, organizing, as I say, the logistics. You might think there aren't logistics in doing something online. There's actually a lot of organization in just making this happen and making it technically happen and organizing things in the university to allow for this meeting. So I'd like to thank her. And then finally, the UK Centre for Astrobiology, which is a sort of virtual centre here at Edinburgh, focused on discovering how habitable worlds form in the universe and how life emerges, proliferates, and leaves traces on these worlds. And it has had an interest in space governance. It ran in conjunction with the British Interplanetary Society 3 meetings in London on extraterrestrial liberty. I should say that out of those meetings, we also produced 3 other books on extraterrestrial liberty. So if you're interested in what you see in today and if you've been in the previous days, there's not only the OUP book next week, there's also these 3 other books that we published on the meaning of liberty beyond Earth, human governance in space, and descent, revolution, and liberty in space. They're Springer books. Unfortunately, they're very expensive. If you're interested in getting hold of them, ping me an email and I can happily send you the PDFs of the whole books and you can read those. So just to flag those up. And then finally, just to say that I just as an astrobiologist, I like to make the link here. Some people think, what are you doing discussing liberty and freedom when you're supposed to be a microbiologist? And so is astrobiology. But I'd also like to point out, of course, that political philosophy is just an examination. Political philosophy in space is just the examination of the effects of space on the human organism. So we can examine the effects of space on the physiology of humans, just like we might study the physiology and biochemistry of microbes in space. But of course, humans are not just biological entities, they form societies, and out of that comes laws and political philosophy and social sciences. Of course, these things are not relevant to microbes. And so this is a whole dimension of the effects of the space environment on the human organism that is tremendously exciting and interesting, because it takes astrobiology and an examination of life beyond Earth into these dimensions of social sciences and political philosophy. So thinking about liberty beyond Earth is entirely congruent with the science of astrobiology and space sciences and planetary sciences. It's just the social dimensions of those interesting questions. So I just like to point that out, just because I think it's an interesting parallel to draw, but also an important one for understanding the connection of traditional sciences with things like space governance, which people are less familiar with. Good, that takes me actually to 10:16, so I'll shut up immediately and move on to our first speaker. Very happy to have Ian Crawford here to speak. Ian is a professor of planetary sciences and astrobiology at Birkbeck, and he is a specialist in science and exploration of the moon in the search for life in the universe. He was actually an observational astronomer before he became a planetary scientist. Ian has an impressive breadth and application of his intellect to a whole range of questions, not just in astrobiology and planetary sciences, but also in space sciences, philosophy, governance. If you dig around in the literature, you'll find he was one of the sort of modern pioneers and contributors to ideas on world government and on global scale federalism on planet Earth. But he's also written many papers on these sorts of topics in space science. And today he's going to talk about interplanetary federalism and the application of these ideas at the solar system scale. So thank you very much, Ian, for joining us. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Charles. Let me see if I can share the screen.
That's good. I think you just need to go into full screen mode. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, you can see that?
That's working well.
Magic. Okay, well, thank you, Charles. Very, very kind introduction. So I'm just trying to find my laser pointer. Right. Okay. So good morning, everybody. Pleasure to be here. Thank you to Charles for organising this fantastic set of meetings. I very much enjoyed the talks that we've had so far. So I said I would talk about interplanetary federalism, maximising the chances for extraterrestrial peace, diversity, and liberty. Sorry, I'm just going to move my little pictures, which are. It's great to see everybody, but it means I can't quite see can't see my own screen. Right. And here we have the logo of Star Trek's United Federation of Planets, from which I think we can all take some inspiration. I should just say that this talk's already been published. It was published in this chapter in Charles's first Springer volume. So anyone's interested, you can I can send you this if you're interested. So I want to say something about the nature of federalism. So we had this excellent talk by Anthony Pagden on the first day on the Enlightenment and some of the legacies of Enlightenment thinking, and political institutions, and thinking about political institutions are one of those legacies that we've received from the Enlightenment. And so we can take the definition of federalism from one of those great Enlightenment thinkers. So this is from Montesquieu's The Spirit of the Laws, where he says of federalism, this is the form of government in agreement by which many political bodies consent to become citizens of a larger state. So in a sense, so the states can become citizens of a bigger state in that way. Therefore, it's a society of societies that make a new one, which can be enlarged by new associates that unite with it. So I've italicized that because in the context of world federalism and interplanetary federalism, this is the key. Federalism is a form of government which lends itself to being adding additions onto it to build it up to a larger and larger scale. So there are a couple of key aspects to the concepts of federalism. One is this principle of subsidiarity that, of course, wasn't a word that existed in Montesquieu's day, but has arisen since, especially in the context of the European Union. But it is at the essence of federal forms of government. So the principle of subsidiarity is that a central authority should perform only those tasks which cannot be performed effectively at a lower level. So federalist forms of government retain local government and state governments in the US. If we expanded it to a world stage, they would include national governments. If we included it to an interplanetary stage, they would include planetary governments. But above those levels, if there are issues that require coordination on a much larger scale, this would be the remit of the federal government, and only those larger issues. So that is the principle of subsidiarity. And it goes with what we might call the principle of federal representation, that the citizens of a federation are represented at each of these different levels. So like we can take it from James Madison writing the Federalist Papers in 1788 when he explained it to what would become the US audience. The federal and state governments are in fact but different agents and trustees of the people, constituted with different powers and designed for different purposes. But at each level, the citizens are represented. So this brings us on to the consideration of the US federal government, which several speakers have already talked about this week. And this is indeed the archetypal federal constitution that was thrashed out in Philadelphia over the summer of 1787. And here is a picture of delegates. And we'll all recognize the first page of the US Constitution. Of course, the Constitutional Convention of 1787 was brought together because the earlier Articles of Confederation Perpetual Union, which the 13 colonies agreed to shortly after the Declaration of Independence, was found to be not working sufficiently well. And there was a sense that the then 13 states needed to integrate their activities and coordinate themselves more effectively. And so this led to the Constitutional Convention in 1787 and the formation of the US Constitution. So here are the original 13 colonies, all on the eastern seaboard of the United States, with what to them was the vast empty interior of the continent to the west of them. Of course, this was not really empty and was already inhabited. But from their perspective, they were clinging to the eastern seaboard, and there was this vast continent to the west of them. And so it's interesting that even then, as the Constitution was being devised for these 13 then independent states, they already, many thinkers already had their eye on developing a political form of government that would be expandable across the continent of North America. And so here we've got James Wilson speaking at the ratifying convention, the Pennsylvanian ratifying convention in 1787, where he noted that the task entrusted to the Federal Convention, whose prospects were not only 13 independent and sovereign states. Notice this terminology. Each of these states, the former colonies, at this time viewed themselves as independent and sovereign. So this is important for what follows. The task entrusted to the Federal Convention, whose prospects were not only to 13 independent and sovereign states, but to innumerable states yet unformed, and to myriads of citizens who in future ages shall inhabit the vast uncultivated regions of the continent. So they were looking to form a form of government, and by November 1787, they'd already drafted the Constitution. They were trying to ratify it. That they realized would be extendable in the fullness of time throughout the North American, well, what is now the continental United States. So we shouldn't forget Canada to the north, but that too is a large federal entity. In the context of interplanetary federalism, we might just take this principle of expandability that Montesquieu had already noted. I mean, the US federal constitution has now been extended has been extended further than the western seaboard of the continental United States, of course. So out here in the off the picture in the middle of the Pacific Ocean is Hawaii, which was admitted as a state in the United States in 1959. And I think it's important to recognize that in the context of what we're talking about this week, the state of Hawaii, a group of islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean that's been integrated into the US federal government, this might just as well be a colony on Mars. As far as the institutions of the federal government are concerned, it doesn't matter that Hawaii is in the middle of the Pacific. It could be on the moon. It could be on Mars. It probably could not be on Alpha Centauri for reasons of communication difficulties, which we might touch on at the very end. So I'll just leave that thought hanging, and I'll pick it up later. So it's important to recognize, I think, what was achieved with the US Constitution when it was first devised. And one of the thinkers who recognized this and expressed it well was H.G. Wells when he wrote one of his world histories. This is from a short history of the world, 1922, where he noted that actually calling the United States a country, in the sense that we have European countries and nation states, is sort of missing the point. So he notes, we call the United States a country, just as we call France and Holland a country. But the two things are as different as an automobile and a one-horse shay. The United States in scale and possibility is halfway between a European state and a United States of all the world. And Wells was, of course, an advocate of world government of various kinds, and he recognized the relevance of the US federal constitution as a potential stepping stone, at least as an example or as an experiment, to see whether the principle of federalism can work on larger and larger scales. So there are other experiments, there are other federations, of course. I don't have time to talk about all the different forms of federal government in the world today, although I've just briefly alluded to Canada, Australia, many others. To my mind, the European Union is a pretty important experiment in this whole concept. I mean, the European Union is not yet a federal state. It may never evolve into a federal system along the US model. It's fraying around the edges, of course. All is not well with Brexit and certain troubles on the eastern side of the union. Well, perhaps we won't go there today. It's not obvious that the European Union will be a successful experiment, or that it will grow into anything resembling a federal system of government for Europe. But nevertheless, it is a really important example in this whole exercise of international governance. I think it's very important that the European experiment doesn't fail, just as I think it's very important that the US experiment doesn't fail. Because if these experiments in international governance federal government really do fail, then I think the prospects for the future of humanity are bleaker than they would be if we can make them work. So this brings us on to I should just say though that one of the reasons I think the European experiment is so important is that it's often pointed out, and I'll come to this again later if I have time, that federalism of the 13 colonies in the US was in some ways perhaps easier than federating independent states that are not only see themselves independent because the 13 states of the Union saw themselves as independent, but of course in Europe, these nation states have been literally independent and sovereign for centuries. And they've been, many national cultures have evolved along different lines. There's a long history of internecine warfare and conflict on the European continent. There are lots of different languages. So if federalism can be made to work on a diverse continent like Europe with a long history of political strife, this would be a great further example that international federal forms of government can be made to work. And that's why it would be a significant step beyond US federalism, which is why I think we should all hope that it works well, even though the UK has unfortunately decided to absent itself from it. So this brings us on to world federalism. So many of the thinkers of the Enlightenment were, as Anthony Pagden mentioned, explicitly aware that federal forms of government might be extended onto a global scale. James Madison, writing in Federalist 43, explicitly sort of says, wouldn't it be a good idea if the whole world could do this? As Anthony Pagden said a couple of days ago, Immanuel Kant, in many writings, advocated various ideas along these lines. I just got one quote from his essay To Perpetual Peace from 1795, where he writes, it can be shown that this idea of federalism, those are his italics, it can be shown that this idea of federalism should eventually include all the nations and thus lead to perpetual peace. Perpetual peace is going to be very important in a solar system context for reasons I shall come to. So if federalism can be taken to a world level, then applying the principle of subsidiarity means that we only want this world government to do those things that can only be done on a global scale. Of course, there are quite a lot of global problems that need addressing at a global scale. There's the ever-present threat of nuclear war, which tends to be a bit forgotten, strangely, these days, possibly because it's been eclipsed by the climate crisis, which is another very serious threat that affects the whole world. Loss of biodiversity, lack of development, poverty, hunger. In fact, the planet, despite that we can easily feed everyone, its political arrangements are such that we're not doing so. There are all of these problems that really are global problems and need to be addressed on a global level. This picture was taken by Apollo 11, of course, halfway to the moon. So this leads to the concept of world federalism. I'll just quote from the Statement of Purpose of the World Federalist Association's 1987. This is the essence of world federalism, to seek to invest legal and political authority in world institutions to deal with problems which can only be treated at a global level. And if there's a large literature on this, of course, I especially like Derek Heater's historical survey, World Citizenship and Government. But there's also a much more recent book by Joe Linen and Andreas Bummel called World Parliament, published by Democracy Without Borders in 2018, which gives an excellent, both an excellent history, but also an excellent rationale for the creation of a world government. Now, a world federal government. But here we see the Earth in space, photographed from Apollo 11, and the Earth is obviously a planet. So we're talking about world federal government. We're talking about a planetary government, and so and this would be desirable for many reasons, as I've just alluded to, in my view, quite apart from space exploration and the colonization development of the solar system. But the ideas are kind of related, as I shall try and argue. So I've thought for a long time that there is a synergy here between concepts of world federalism and space exploration, quite apart from the fact that I'm going to argue in a minute that the colonies that we might establish in the solar system would benefit from being members of a solar system federation. In addition to that, space exploration itself provides, I think, a pretty helpful perspective on our state of existence, living on this is from Apollo 8, of course, this Earthrise image, living on this planet floating around in the middle of nowhere, where we've got to entirely organize ourselves appropriately, or we're not going to stay in this universe for much longer. So the space exploration is one of those activities which gives us this perspective. Right? You've got to be out in space in order to really see the situation in which we find ourselves. And this, I think, stimulates thoughts on what are the appropriate ways. How should we be organizing ourselves, given that this is the situation in which we find ourselves in the universe. But before we can set up a world federal government, it is true, I think, as many skeptics have pointed out, that it's what the world is currently lacking is a sufficiently strong sense of community, a sufficiently strong sense of self-identity to really make it attractive to many people. The idea that we would benefit from a federal world government, even one strictly adhering to the principle of subsidiarity. We kind of lack this sense of global community. And that may be, and I tend to agree, probably is, a prerequisite for establishing global forms of governance that would require some limitations on the sovereignties of nation states. The Hans Morgenthau was a American realist political philosopher. Being a realist political philosopher, he didn't really think world government was very practical, but he did devote a chapter to it in his classic book, Politics Among Nations, in 1948, when in the 1940s and 1950s, world government was being taken quite seriously in the international relations community. But he made what I think, given that I've just drawn this analogy with the US federalism, he did make what I think is quite an important point. He argued that just as the community of American people antedated the American state, a world community must antedate a world state. So the citizens of the 13 colonies, then 13 independent states as they saw themselves, I mean, they were not all in favor of the US Constitution. Of course, getting that federal constitution passed and ratified was a bit of a struggle. But a majority of them did have at least a sense of common identity that made this common political system seem not completely politically impossible. And so you could argue that the world today lacks this sense of common identity. So it'd be quite important that if we strengthen a sense of global common identity, and one of the ways of doing that is to get a proper perspective, a cosmic perspective, in which we can see actually we are all on one small planet, that requires organization at a global level for some aspects for some of the problems that confront us. So space exploration and space colonization, what Deudney calls space expansionism, I'll come to Deudney in a bit, is one of these human, it's not the only human activity and it's not a panacea, but it is an activity that can help provide this perspective. And therefore there is a potential synergy, a sort of positive feedback loop, a mutualistic symbiosis between space exploration, which can provide this perspective, and global governance that might arise out of this perspective, which will help us organize the solar system more appropriately, in my view, once that starts to happen. So the point is that federalism is expandable. Here's a picture of the Earth from Mars taken by the Spirit rover. Easily, the principle of federalism is expandable onto solar system scales, because given our communication technologies that we now have, the whole solar system in any meaningful sense is smaller than the geographical area occupied by the original 13 colonies in North America, because it takes 5 hours to get a signal from Earth to Pluto. Takes at most 20 minutes to get a message from Earth to Mars. Of course, it took weeks for those delegates to get to Philadelphia on horse-drawn carriages from their various states in 1787. So given our communication technologies, there really isn't any fundamental reason why a federal form of government occupying subsidiarity on its different scales, including planetary scales, there's no reason why a federal form of government couldn't be made to work on solar system scales. And the principle is expandable, as I've already argued. So the theme of this week is largely about liberty. And I know that some people of libertarian persuasions tend to think that government must be a bad thing. And the reason we're going to go into space is we've got to escape government. But of course, there are governments, and federal governments can be guarantors or help to be. There's no such thing as a absolute guarantee, of course, but federal governments can help strengthen the prospects for liberty. So I'll skip the reasons for why liberty might be important. There's a quote from Mill here on experiments from living and whatnot, but in the interest of time, I think I'll just pass on that. So the US federal constitution, of course, guarantees a republican form of government to its member states. So we read that as a democratic form of government. And the first 10 amendments, the so-called Bill of Rights, provide various liberties, some more relevant than others. And the Fourth Amendment seems to be very important. The Second Amendment doesn't seem to be very useful in an interplanetary context, but nevertheless, the US Constitution provides the range of liberties. The European Union does the same since it acceded to the Lisbon Treaty and therefore the European Convention on Human Rights in 2009. So by providing some legal underpinning for the protection of basic freedoms, federal systems of government can make enforcement of such freedoms easier than is possible just through treaties or norms between sovereign nation states, where sovereign nation states, if they want to, because they're sovereign, can just override these norms or even treaties. Whereas if they're embedded in a federal form of government, it's not impossible for them to violate human rights, but it's made more difficult. And so this is an argument why federal forms of government might enhance liberty within the member communities. Probably more important, though, is the need to maintain peace in the solar system, just as there was important to maintain peace on the North American continent, and you didn't want New York having to develop armies to fight Pennsylvania with, or New Jersey or neighboring states. I mean, that would have been a nightmare, as the founding fathers realized. Similarly, interplanetary conflict would be a nightmare in the solar system as well. So Stephen Baxter and I wrote an article on this that was also in Charles's first Springer book. Daniel Deudney has developed it more recently in his Dark Skies book. But the point is, once we get out into the solar system, and certainly once it becomes possible to change the natural orbits of things like asteroids, which we may want to do for reasons of space resource utilization, then this becomes a very dangerous situation, because the kinetic energy of even a tiny asteroid is far, far in excess of any nuclear weapon that's buildable. And so when it becomes possible to throw asteroids around, this becomes a frighteningly dangerous situation. And some form of regulation, some form of interplanetary government will be required to mitigate this risk. So I'm very much aware of the time, but Deudney has argued that this is so, in his recent book, Dark Skies, it is so great a risk that we shouldn't be expanding into space at all. We should abstain from colonizing the solar system, because the risks of conflict between independent colonies on different planets and asteroids in the solar system is just too great. And it seems to me that Deudney raises, I know we've got Allan McKenna is going to talk about Deudney later on. Many of his points are very important points, and we need to take them very seriously, I think. But it seems to me that many of his arguments would be mitigated if we had a solar system form of governance that could maintain order within the solar system. But of all those forms of governance that we can think about, the most appropriate and probably the only one that would work on interplanetary scales would be some federal government. So this brings us to my conclusions. A federal form of government, including the Earth and solar system colonies, will help preserve interplanetary diversity while minimizing the risk of conflict and tyranny. That's my claim. I do want to stress that it's not a panacea. No form of government is a panacea. Probably people are going to ask me later, how do I know a world government won't degenerate into a world dictatorship? Well, I don't. There are no such guarantees. And this is something that exercised the founding fathers of US federalism. And they devised a constitution to try and minimize this risk. So I'll just quote Madison again. He realized that there was no guarantee that the US federal constitution wouldn't degenerate into a tyranny. He could only argue that it minimizes the risk of it doing so. So he wrote, Federalist 43, it is a sufficient recommendation of the federal constitution that it diminishes the risk of calamities for which no possible constitution can provide a cure. So all we can do is advocate forms of governance that minimize the risks and maximize the opportunities without claiming that they could ever be 100% successful. And so when it comes to interplanetary governance, I argue that a federal system implementing the principle of subsidiarity on interplanetary scales is probably the best we can do. And then finally, we've been talking about the solar system today. Stephen Baxter talked about world ships and interstellar colonization yesterday. I think we do have to realize that outside the solar system, the communication timescales then become so long that probably all forms of any sort of governance, federal or otherwise, are probably impossible. Probably, that's a big claim to make. So I think that if colonists really wish to escape any form of governance, then that would force an interstellar colonization mode, I think, because the solar system is just too small, large though it is. It's just too small for us to safely allow a lot of independent sovereignties competing with each other. And if they cooperate with each other, they need a mechanism, and a federal form of governance would enable that. Okay, I'm out of time, so I'll finish there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ian. That was great. Really, really interesting. We're at 30 minutes, but it's fine. We have a 15-minute buffer between talks, so we'll do some question and answers for 10 minutes. And as I say to everyone, if you've got any questions and answers, please do put them in the question and answer box. While we wait for some of those, I'll ask you a question. Just returning to something you brought up at the beginning and at the end of your talk, this question of spatial scales in the solar system. I wonder whether, given the limitations caused by physics and the speed of light, our inability to communicate in real time, do you think that has restrictions on the possible success of a federalist government, I suppose, on the Earth? In the 18th century, it wasn't necessary to communicate immediately between states, so they didn't need immediate communication to maintain a federation. So perhaps it's not even an important problem, but I just wonder whether you could say a little bit more about some of the complications in communication and physical movement throughout the solar system in holding together a federation and ensuring you don't have parts of that essentially secede from the federation and become rogue elements in the solar system, with all the dangers that you elaborate at the end of your talk.
Well, I think the solar system isn't, compared to our communication timescales, the solar system isn't very large. I know it sounds a strange thing to say, but if you can get messages to Mars in 20 minutes or less and communicated on some sort of global internet, I mean, we couldn't use Zoom between here and Mars as we're doing now. But in terms of a federal form of government where subsidiarity is working, so there'd be a Martian colony government dealing with Martian colony things. We just need an interplanetary government to stop these colonies throwing asteroids around, and also to provide a framework that prevents some of these colonies becoming totalitarian states, as you was worried about, right? I shouldn't lose sight of that. I think a federal oversight would help prevent rogue colonies lapsing into tyranny. So that's the libertarian argument for federalism. But I don't think the inner solar system. No, I don't. I think it takes 20 minutes to get a message to Mars. It might take a spaceship 8 months, but then that's our current chemical rockets. We could easily imagine spaceships that might get to Mars in weeks, probably. On the kind of next century time scales we're probably talking about. So the outer solar system, it's further away, but still it's only 5 hours to get a message to Pluto. So I can't see any reason why something with communication affect what Deudney rightly calls the effective distance, where you take into account the communications, the speed of communications. I can't see any reason that the solar system is too big to operate a federal form of government in. Of course, the stars are different. I mean, trying to operate such a thing on interstellar distances, it's probably out of the question.
Yeah, Galactic Federation, more difficult. Bob Zubrin brought up a point yesterday which was interesting. He actually was making a case that he thought that extraterrestrial tyrannies were impossible, and the reason for that is he thought that first of all they're so maladaptive in such extreme conditions they won't survive for very long, but also he expressed a view that, of course, there's a very strong reason for treating people well in a settlement, otherwise they'll go somewhere else or they won't do critical tasks that are necessary to survive. So you threaten yourself. So I just wondered what you thought, again, in the context of some of the comments you made about the potential dangers in the solar system, whether those extreme conditions might create situations where tyranny is actually difficult to implement, at get-go.
I don't know. I don't. I suppose Bob's probably not here because it's very early in the US. But I thought he was being overly optimistic. To be honest, I tend to. I think you're probably more right to worry, Charles, than not. An example of North Korea was a pretty good example that you brought up. I think. I mean, how do we know that we couldn't have a North Korea established on Mars? It seems a frighteningly plausible possibility to me, and therefore I think some external oversight where these colonies are within a federation, an international federation from the beginning, and they remain in it, but with their local rights and the principle of subsidiarity applying, and this provided the initial federation is libertarian in the sense that it enforces these liberties like the US Constitution does or the European Convention of Human Rights does, then you're probably in a better place. There would always be the risk of someone, rebellion or dictatorial coups or something happening in these colonies. My view is that you're at less risk of that happening.
Yes.
It's already embedded in a higher political structure which maintains basic rights and freedoms. So that this would be the I know that many libertarians don't like government at all, but this would be the libertarian argument for a federal form of government. Actually, I just say though that I thought Robert Zubrin's point was an interesting one, where he said, look, Europeans, people want to come to liberty. People vote with their feet. This is why so many tens of thousands, millions of immigrants immigrated to the US, because it was free. And he's right, of course, up to a point. But they weren't immigrating to a place without a government. They were immigrating to a place with a federal government. I think the US would have been much less attractive to immigrants if there hadn't been a federal government. All 13 states were constantly at war with themselves, drafting people, including immigrants, to fight in the trenches between Pennsylvania and New York or something. Then it would have been a much less attractive prospect, I think.
Yeah, good. There's a couple of interesting questions that have come in. So I think we'll try and do both of these. The first one is from Billy Kapoor, who's saying, where do people who dissent leave for? It seems you're arguing dissent cannot be permitted due to risk. I suppose that question is, if you've got a federal government that covers the whole solar system and people actually dissent from that federal structure, where do they go to? Of course, on the Earth, there are alternatives. They're not necessarily good alternatives, but they are there. But if the whole solar system is subsumed under a federal government, how do you incorporate effective dissent in that condition?
So the same way as you do within, say the United States, or you wouldn't have to necessarily slavishly follow their constitution. But at some point, you do have to balance, you do have to consider the risks and this is Deudney does this very well in his Dark Skies book, right? There really are risks in colonizing the solar system. I mean, not physical risks like radiation and all of that, and lack of oxygen. There are geopolitical risks, and they have to be managed. And Deudney is right here. So without some form of governance, you have anarchy, because that's what anarchy is. And anarchy doesn't work well in human history. So in order to avoid anarchy, some form of governance is going to be required to manage the risks, and the risks are real. So then, having decided that you need some form of governance, the question is, which is the most appropriate? Which form of governance will do what you want without doing too much, which is least likely to become totalitarian than others? And so I would argue that of the choices available to us, the federal form of government, employing the principle of subsidiarity, is the most appropriate. So, I mean, I just reiterate the point. All of these millions of people, hundreds of thousands of people who left Europe for liberty in the United States and freedom and not wanting to be oppressed and all of that, except for the very original colonists, right, in the 16th and 17th century, all those who left in the 19th century were leaving to, and more recently, were leaving to a place that already had a federal government. So it wasn't perceived as a great tyranny. Indeed, it was perceived as a guarantor of liberty. But then the only alternative, I mean, if you're on absolute total liberty, then this is an argument for anarchy, and there may be such a case, but it's dangerous, and it's certainly dangerous in an interplanetary context, right? If a group of people wanting absolute total liberty decide their total liberty is so important that it requires them to lob a 1 kilometer diameter asteroid at the Earth or at a Mars colony, then this becomes an existential threat. And Deudney is right about that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it's astonishing to think that an object a mere 10 kilometers in diameter would cause an end Cretaceous scale extinction. It really doesn't take much to destroy the whole of Earth-based civilization. That is a terrifying thought, and relatively easy to do once you're out in space. There's, I think, in the interest of time, one more question we'll take from Nina Kojima, who's asking a question that did come up in a slightly different form in the last 2 days, but it's an interesting one of, what happens if you have nations that have repressive political regimes? They move out into space or establish settlements on Mars. How do you develop a federal structure with those sorts of regimes in place, and how do you encourage them to join such a federation?
So this is an enormously difficult problem. There's no easy answer to that, but it is quite something that's going to have to be grasped with on the Earth as well. In order to deal with many of our common problems on the Earth, we need stronger forms of global governance, and I would argue a world federal government is the ultimate objective there, even leaving out space as an extra dimension. So these are problems we're going to have to manage to try and solve anyway on the Earth. I was going to say before we get out into space, but actually I think these things are going to develop on a similar time scale. I mean, we're presumably talking about 100 years, 200-year timescales for initial colonies in the inner solar system. We're going to need much stronger forms of global governance on the Earth within that kind of timescale as well, to manage climate change, to prevent nuclear proliferation, nuclear war, other existential threats, artificial intelligence, pandemics. We could imagine much worse pandemics than the one we're suffering through at the moment. All of these are global problems. They're going to need, in my view, stronger global governance, but we don't want a global tyranny. So we're going to have to evolve global forms of governance that provide allow us to organize ourselves on a global scale, while minimizing the risk of tyranny. And we're going to have to do that on our own planet, probably on the same time scale that we're starting to colonize others. So there is a potential to get this right, I think, because we can be working on these two things, space expansionism and global governance, likely to need to be working on them in the same time frame.
Yeah, that's interesting. And again, it touches on something that sort of came up yesterday, which is the fact that going into space can improve the way in which we govern the Earth. So by, as you said, getting this planetary scale perspective by moving into space. People say we should sort out governance on Earth before going into space, but the very act of going into space and establishing government there and having this this distant perspective on the Earth may improve our ability to get this common view that allows us to develop terrestrial scale federal government or global scale federal government. So space is the means to improving governance on the Earth, not a distraction.
So I absolutely see there are synergies there, potential positive mutualistic feedbacks, which could be really helpful. So I know you need to move on. I just want to quickly say there is an answer. The gentleman who asked the question, also the person who asked the question about where to go if you don't want any government at all. I mean, there is an answer to that, right? I mean, I think we need a government of the solar system to balance the risks and everything, manage the risks and everything. But there is an answer, and the answer is Stephen Baxter's Welsh. I mean, the answer is the stars. Any form of governance on interstellar scales probably is practically impossible. So the answer there would be to escape the solar system altogether, I think, if that was really important to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Ian. That was great. And a fantastic start to the day. So thank you for your talk.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for coming to our meeting. You've just joined Institutions of Extraterrestrial Liberty. And our next speaker is Saskia Vermeyelen from the University of Strathclyde. And Saskia has researched a wide variety of things, such as utopian literatures and space law. And she's got a lot of ongoing research that combines law, continental philosophy, and literary studies. The work she's published has been on subjects such as justice, indigenous peoples, exploring the usefulness of legal pluralism, and the recognition of customary law in diverse contexts. And it's that application of different forms of legal systems, legal pluralism, which is called here, that she's now thinking about applying this in the outer space context and governance in the outer space context. We're very pleased to have Saskia here. Her title today for her talk is Legal Pluralism for Outer Space Governance, Examining the Role of Speculative Jurisprudence. Thank you very much, Saskia.
Thank you very much, Charles, and good morning, everyone. And yeah, really delighted to be here. And I really enjoyed so far all the presentations. I will try to do justice to the high quality that has been presented already so far in both the presentations and the discussions. Before I start my presentation, I've got one really very important disclaimer. I'm going to show an artwork from the 1960s, which uses intentionally a language which we wouldn't be using in our current day, but I've decided not to change the language of the artwork because the artist has used it with a particular kind of intention. So just as a disclaimer. So Origins of the Seven Stars is a small frame text piece by the artist Carrie Young, exposing how outer space travel is entangled in a colonial archive. Young comments that the artwork intersperses a Native American myth from the Wyandot Nation with a US presidential directive from 2004, a legal text which intends to advance US interest via space exploration. Young works addresses, and I quote from a monolithical power of legal systems. The artist examines law as a conceptual and abstract space in which power, rights, and authority are played out through varying forms of performance and language. Young works, and I quote from an exhibition catalogue, call law's authority into question and create slippages in the law by playfully adopting as well as disrupting its forms and methods and by highlighting its gaps, ambiguities, and subjectivities. Young is exposing the appropriative language that is embedded in the former President Bush's ambition to return to the moon by explicitly juxtaposing it to the other ways of being and connecting it to the cosmos and space. As DeAndre Smiles testifies, entangling the logics of settler colonialism with space exploration is something that has been heavily criticized by Indigenous peoples, who are still fighting against the brutal subjugation that is still manifest in their daily lives. As an Indigenous scholar, Smiles points out painstakingly how President Donald J. Trump, in his 2020 State of the Union address, refers to America as a frontier nation and how he wants to extend that history into space and encourages embracing the next frontier, America's manifest destiny in the stars. As Smiles argues, by drawing onto these analogies of frontier thinking and taming the wilderness when conceptualizing the next chapter in space travel, Indigenous peoples feel that a colonial principle of terra nullius is haunting them into the stars. Some of it is very tangible, with the struggle Indigenous peoples face when telescopes and rockets are placed and launched on ancestral land. But Smiles also points out that Indigenous peoples have also their own perspective, knowledges and experiences of space travel that can be linked to relational ontologies, how to live respectfully and in harmony with nature. And while NASA may think they have landed the first man on the moon, the Inuits' reaction to the moon landing was, and I quote, "We didn't know this was the first time you white people had been to the moon. Our shamans have been going for years. They go all the time. We do go to visit the moon and moon people all the time. The issue is not whether we go to visit our relatives, but how we treat them in their homeland when we go." From this particular worldview, it is safe to argue that the point that the moon is an empty space and not inhabited would be a negation of Indigenous peoples onto epistemologies. So while the birth of space law is usually attributed to the successful launch of Sputnik, I use a different iconography in order to expose the darker side of space travel and space law. While NASA commissioned space art, of which these two examples are really quite fitting, Rauschenberg's lithograph series Stoned Moon Book and Andy Warhol's Moonwalk really fit within its ideology of the final frontier thinking in the 1960s, frontier thinking in the 1960s. But the ambiguity of space exploration was also already captured in Black American art, of which Faith Ringgold's 1969 oil painting, the Blacklight series Flag for the Moon, Die Nigger, is one of the best examples. Ringgold changes the iconic American flag that was planted on the surface of the moon by including black lettering in the white stars and changing the stripes so the flag becomes a dissonant symbol, juxtaposing the leap for mankind, using intentionally here mankind, with millions of Black Americans living in dire poverty, abused by racist oppression at home. Interstellar explorations have ever since the initial Apollo programs continued to preoccupy African and Afro-American artists who expose in their work how the space race, both old and new, are a continuation of terrestrial colonization and exclusion of African voices. Particularly interesting are artworks that seek to Africanize space travel by deconstructing the gendered and racialized concepts of the well-known trope of the 1960s astronaut through layering it with cultural artifacts of colonialism and including symbols of African art, history, and philosophy. These artworks resemble Godwin-Eshen's definition of Afrofuturism, which he conceptualized as assembling counter memories that contest the colonial archive. Future vision of space travel can be overlaid with African cultural symbols and materialism, so they become, in the words of Ashram, chronopolitical acts. They draw together histories and counter memories of the anti-colonial struggle and project those onto potential futures. African and diaspora artworks turn a critical lens onto the romantic notion of space travel and layer it with an explicit narrative of the darker registers of territorial conquest in the United States and the former British Empire. They reflect elements of retrofuturism, which is perceived as a subset of art practices that use archival materials to explore and reinterpret history and include strong dialectical critiques of notions of masculinity and nationalism. Using the African archive to tell another story about space travel has been the main mission of the Ghanaian-born film director and cineast Nutoma Bodomo and her short film Afronauts, which retells the story of the Zambian space program during the Cold War. Bodomo tells the history of space travel from the perspective of the peoples whose story are lost or silenced to an iconic mainstream history that documents facts. Bodomo refers to the Zambian school teacher Edward Makukuno Close's attempt to start a Zambian space program in the early 1960s. As Amarias Tiseria reflects, Bodomo's work does not just offer a speculative perspective of a better future, but uses science fiction tropes to unsettle perceived ideas about Africa, both in the past and present. Bodomo is part of a growing group of African artists who use science fiction narratives, but Africanize them in order to reinterpret the past and recreate a new future wherein Africa is fully present and leading it into the technologized world. Bodomo's film resembles what the literary Marxist critic Darko Suven has identified as the two main components of speculative fiction, novum and cognitive estrangements. Both ideas represent a commentary against current political context that are used by the artist as an ethical liberating force. The escape in the future offers a vantage point from which to understand current social political landscape and to move to a new form of reality. In other words, Bodomo's Afronauts offers a visual device for historical estrangements. Bodomo reflects in her film upon the real Zambian space program, which was the brainchild of the war veteran Mokloso, who founded the Zambian National Academy of Science, Space Research and Philosophy. He conscripted 12 astronauts, including the 17-year-old Matwa Mabwaba. He trains his space cadets on a deserted farm just outside Lusaka, with the ambition to send an evangelist mission to Mars. Bodomo casts the African-American albino model Deandra Forrest as Matha, who symbolizes an otherworldliness and draws attention to the patriarchal and nationalist limitations that curb post-colonial aspirations. Bodomo uses a retrospective gaze to question the closest sense of nationalism when he states in his original statement, and I quote, "If I had my way, Zambia would have been born with the blast of the Academy's rocket being launched into space." But in her film, Bodomo lets Nokloso to reflect upon the deeply flawed concept of the colonial construct and imposition of the nation state, when he advises Matha to declare upon her arrival that she is the mother of the exiles, and not to impose Christianity and the nation state. I used Bodomo's film and her critique of the nation state to open up the possibility of injecting the idea of legal pluralism in space law, and to offer a speculative and deep time alternative to space law that, as we have learned over the past 2 days, is still very intricately linked and connected to the nation state. So a lot of the presentations we've heard so far talk a lot about why in space law we have this really very important principle that sovereignty cannot be extended vertically into the outer space, but at the same time that there are still a lot of provisions where actually nation state have a lot of power and still have a lot of leeway to govern outer space. And I'm not going to go into different articles, but they've already been really nicely discussed by the speakers yesterday. But what I would like to draw out here, that as a legal anthropologist and legal theorist, that I am used working with Indigenous peoples with very different legal systems, and the tension that is being created between international, national, and very localized practices of law, and that actually what we legal pluralists and actually really expose in our work is that law actually has different kind of sources, and that law is not just something that comes out of a sovereign authority, but that law can be found in very different places. And in my own work, having worked for 15 years with hunter-gatherers in the Kalahari Desert in Southern Africa, I analyzed trance dances, conversations with spirits, relationships with spirits, ancestors, nature as a source of law. But legal pluralism is not just something that preoccupies legal anthropologists, but also the work of Günther Teubner, who's very much influenced by Niklas Luhmann and systems theory, really exposes that we can think differently about law. And I'm just going to read this quote by Teubner, that there is a new living law of the world that is nourished not from stores of tradition, but from the ongoing self-production of highly technical, highly specialized, often formally organized and rather narrowly defined global networks of an economic, cultural, academic, or technological nature. So for those who may not be familiar, what this kind of the stores of tradition that Deudney is kind of criticizing and wants to open up a space for a new kind of thinking around these traditional stores are the traditional doctrine that the rule of law is being seen as the key concept in Western liberal legalism. And again, we quite a lot of talks over the past 2 days have really talked in great depth and covered in great depth what that actually means, but just very quickly and succinctly summarizing that is that the notion of the law is solely created by the state, that the state is the most efficient way to create systematic structure and order, and that state law is the most proper form of social engineering. But legal pluralism blasts this debate wide open. And from Deudney's perspective and from a system theory perspective, and some of it sort of goes back to an older tradition that has some links with the sociology of law, and I'm thinking, for example, about the work of Ehrlich, but actually that the rule of law encompasses all the morals and values incorporated in norms created and adopted by people living in society. So really drawing out that law is a very living kind of thing, and that is not something that just lives in statutes or in a constitution, but it's something that is really formed and transformed in our daily practices of different communities coming together. So what legal pluralism does is really shining a light and allowing for decoupling the unity of law and state. And that the definition of law is not dependent on just a legal theory, but also is very much embedded in a legal practice. But what is also really very important, what legal pluralism does, is actually that there is also an equality in several forms of lawmaking. So what it actually really makes a very explicit point in the work of Deudney and also in my own work, which is more informed by legal anthropology, is that state law should not be seen as hierarchical, but that actually law emerges through different national political systems, through courts or nations, but also through these very different kind of social processes on different kind of skills. And it would be interesting then to do a thought experiment if that different kind of skill could also be an extraterrestrial skill. But what is really important is that we would be arguing as legal pluralists that there is no hierarchy and that it's a kind of concentric circles in a way. So to decide what is law, if you would start from the premise that actually there can't be an hierarchical ordering, and that the sovereign is not the authority of law, we still need to decide when a society actually decides this particular practice, this particular way of governing, that is actually the law. So how do we do that? This is actually by using a binary code of deciding what is legal and illegal, and that is actually being applied to determine the legal validity of social actions. And it's actually up to the system to decide what legal entails and how that system is arriving in that place to be able to make these decisions of what kind of actions and behavior are legal or illegal. It's by a repetition of constantly questioning and re-questioning the notion of social control and what is legally right or wrong. So it is very, very possible, if we look into that kind of deeper time perspective, that we actually, through the concept of legal pluralism, that we start to envisage an autonomy of a subsystems of law that would be developing in moon settlements, for a lack of better word, and that there is a production of capabilities that eventually, if we go deeper into time, would make the system independent of its environment, and that environment is then, of course, the national legal system, which would make the law no longer territorial, but functional, or maybe in an in-between period, a combination of both. But as I said, I approach legal pluralism not so much from a system system theory perspective, but more embedded from a combination of legal anthropology, and maybe surprisingly, I managed to make links between my study of hunter-gatherers' property relationships with continental philosophy by working with the body of work of Emmanuel Levinas, who philosophizes around sort of messianic ideas of a justice still to become, and situates that in a relationship of generosity. And I have developed a property theory which combines the thinking and practices, the thinking of Levinas with the practices of hunter-gatherers, and in my case, so the San in the Kalahari Desert, and who are living in a very harsh condition and manage to survive by developing property relations, not so much based on Western liberal notions of what makes or how we justify property in terms of excludability and relationships and protecting these kind of liberal relations, but actually embed property in relations of generosity and reciprocity, and having an obligation through kinship practices, some kinship practices not blood related, but artificially made, in order to survive in a very difficult kind of an environment, in a very harsh kind of climate, by being able to have access to other territories in order to survive when water would be very scarce in their own kind of territory. And there's all sorts of other social practices which really makes hunter-gatherers living in a very different way and conceptualizing property in a very different kind of way than how we conceptualize property. So yesterday, some of the speakers already mentioned that property is something that you know, and some people have mentioned the idea that individualized property may be potentially the only way how we could actually envisage companies, private investors, to start mining on asteroids and building these intentional communities on Moon, Mars, etc. But I would like to challenge that through the work that I've been doing with hunter-gatherers and through these different kind of understanding of property through the work of Levinas and others like Derrida and also Bloch, for example, is that there is another way of being in the world, and that in very harsh kind of conditions, an individualized property regime may actually be counterproductive, and a property regime that is based on reciprocity, obligations, and an ethics of caring, and a different concept of justice that is embedded in a sense of community, may actually be more appropriate to think through what kind of property regime we would have to develop in the deep future in outer space. And I just would like to end here with an artwork of Jackie Najarian, a Kenyan artist, whose work I really admire very much, because she really depicts in this picture how I theorize and develop this idea of legal pluralism in as a governing system in outer space, by really juxtaposing this kind of different elements of deep time, by going back into societal structures of societies, how they lived together in a very different societal structure before colonization, before the nation state. And one point that I would like to make here is that if we look into into our legal systems before the Westphalian state is that we see legal pluralism also very much embedded in some of our legal practices as well. So it's not something that is just something that is relevant in an African kind of context, but also in our European context, we see very old examples of legal pluralism as well. And on top of that, we see that in systems theory, also within a globalized context, a global world, that legal pluralism is also a very important aspect. But I really would like to draw the attention here that in terms of the kind of deep future that I see and how that triggers really important questions about property, that actually I would like to go back into a deep time and go back to all the traditions of indigenous peoples and other communities who may have a very different concept about property than the liberal theory of property. Okay, that's where I would like to end the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Saskia. That was excellent, really, really fascinating. I had a quick question, and then we'll go on to the questions. So I just wondered whether you'd come across any of Elinor Ostrom's work and her polycentric governance. I don't profess to be an expert in this, but I just happened to be reading one of her books a few months ago, looking at how people live in different ecosystems and forests and how they develop non-government management at that local scale. I guess you probably, just wonder, does that have any relevance here, or is that more of an economic argument and less of the sort of legalistic argument that you've been discussing?
No, and there is a whole stream of thinking in law and economics, absolutely building on some of Ostrom's work, and there are property theorists really drawing upon the work of Elinor Ostrom. So it definitely has some resonance, and her work has been used quite extensively in debates around resource governance in different cultural contexts. So it absolutely has definite resonance, absolutely.
And there's a couple of questions here from AJ Link and Juris Apsit. They're essentially asking the same thing, so I'll put them together, which is, how understood is this non-state-centered vision that you present, and perhaps more practically, how do you engage this view with those who believe the sort of settler colonial spirit of frontierism and individualism is necessary to successfully explore celestial bodies, which is a very strong strain in our thinking, and I won't deny that even in this workshop, and I'll take full responsibility for this, there's a strong strain of lots of us who think like that. How do you change the way we think, and how do you introduce this more into the way in which we consider future space exploration?
Well, first of all, sometimes wriggling on my chair, which I did a bit yesterday. It is a really very interesting question, and it is really very difficult. But it's a very difficult answer to give. I think there are different ideologies how we think about property. And if we are going to meet somewhere is going to be very difficult, because it could be seen as a very polarized debate. But I think for me, having worked for so many years with indigenous peoples who have lost their land, their traditions, their language, their sense of being who they are, and having been faced with communities who've been who have lost their land because of mining, etc. It just opens a perspective, and that we need to think, that we need to bring ethics into this as well. And I'm not sure if Jim has already joined us. Probably not, because it's very early in the States. But I sense that we need to keep going with the conversation and add an ethical element into this. And I think it would be quite, I really struggle with this idea that we need to use a Eurocentric worldview and ways of being to think about, some of the questions that are being raised if we would go into outer space. And I think and this is what the artwork how I started the presentation really shows in a very poignant way, is that we need to open up these spaces through other ways of being. Otherwise, even if we make the claim there is no people, it's no colonialism. As I think yesterday one of the speakers said as well, it's also we also need to think about the mentality and the kind of values of our mentality as well. And I think there we need to open up that space to other ways of being and other epistemologies and ontologies.
I suppose the simple answer to the question is that the onus is on people organising workshops like this, to make sure these views are heard and fully discussed. There's no easy way to widen the view other than to make sure that the view is out there and discussed in forums like this, whether it's conferences, workshops or books or however else the conversation is occurring. But I would have thought also it's important these conversations are heard in more formal, sort of higher level discussions like at the UN and committees that are trying to formulate space governance. Where is this view in the Artemis Accords, for example? So
exactly.
Discuss them here, but
and there are lots of mechanisms within the UN where these spaces are being opened to, for example, indigenous peoples around climate change, Convention on Biological Diversity, etc. But also NASA is now recognizing and starting a dialogue with indigenous peoples as well.
Yes.
So these spaces are being opened up. Yeah.
But Tony might pick up on some of that in his forthcoming talk, actually.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Being indigenous. And a couple of other questions we've got time for. Itamar asks an interesting question, which is, he says, Saskia, have you looked at historical examples of functioning nations utilizing multiple law systems for different sections of their population, where people were given the choice which law system they wanted to fall under? This is thought to have happened in Khazaria and known to have not been uncommon in various sultanates. And that's an interesting question, whether you construct different legal systems in the way you're suggesting on Mars and then give people a choice and deliberately create settlements with different legal systems to try out these sort of experiments in living, as Ian pointed out.
Great question, and thanks for the pointer. Where I've explored that is more in medieval law, where you have mixed juries and where indeed you could be trialed under a different legal system depending that there was a choice there, and obviously like with canon law, for example. So we see lots of examples actually in our current legal system where we have these multiple legal systems interacting with each other. So. And I think that's a really important point to make is that we do not have to go into indigenous people's ways of being to understand how we have different legal systems interacting with each other, but that it happens across all our societal practices. Absolutely. So yeah, thanks for that point. I will look further into that because I'm more familiar with the historical practice.
Yes, and Billy Kapoor just pointed out the statement that he says we had parallel systems for a long time in New Zealand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. These are fascinating possible parallels for the extraterrestrial.
And just if I may give a further comment, the comment on New Zealand sort of prompts this is that there is a whole movement emerging at the moment in New Zealand, for example, where rivers are giving rights and personhood, and very much being influenced by indigenous people's ways of being. So we see that constitutions in South America, for example, recognize rights of nature, and where we really see that indigenous worldviews are being recognized in constitutions and ecosystems giving legal rights. And yeah, where indigenous peoples have played a really, really important role in developing these ideas further.
And Simon Malpas has brought up also a very interesting question, which is the question of enforcement of laws. Where you have a sort of monolithic state with laws, it has a monopoly on the use of violence to back up those laws. So if you devolve to a sort of more plural system of law, let's say in the extraterrestrial environment, and you have these different legal systems, how do you enforce them? And maybe I would add to his question by saying, is there not also the possibility of confusion when it comes to enforcement about which legal system is being used, particularly if they're in parallel in the same spatial environment, let's say in the same settlement? So I wondered, what you thought about in response to Simon's question about enforcement of these sorts of plural legal systems.
Yeah, and that's some of the critique against legal pluralism. Some say you can have this idea of window shopping, that you start to pick and choose a jurisdiction or a legal system that suits best what you actually would like to achieve. And this is something that is very much at the heart of my research, how Indigenous customary law is sometimes not being recognized or not being interpreted in the right kind of manner in court cases, which makes it really very difficult for Indigenous people's land right claims when judges are not familiar with the intricacies of Indigenous people's legal systems. But at the same time, and I think this is where Deudney's work really becomes really very interesting, and systems theory, is that actually tension between different legal systems can actually be a very productive space to progress with our legal thinking. And I think we have an aversion on and thinking that law needs to be something that is very homogeneous, which I think is a very one-sided view of law, and comes from this idea of the sovereign state. So I actually find different legal systems and potentially the tension between them a space where we can actually be very productive in seeing how there can be influences from different systems, and that actually forces us to be creative and jurisgenerative, and that we actually progress our ideas and allow for a debate and allow for maybe a consensus to arrive by having discussions about these different legal systems. So we need to create a process where that can be done in a very respectful kind of way, and not necessarily see it as something that could create necessarily a kind of big violence.
Yes. Can I ask you one of my normal sort of obsession with tyranny concerns in space? Let's say you have these settlements on the moon or Mars. You've got a plural legal system, lots of different legal systems, and that's good in terms of experimenting with the possible ways in which legal systems might work and veering away from this sort of this Western monolithic view of a single state. But if I'm a tyrant or a criminal, for example, will I not gravitate to a settlement where the legal system is weakest in the area or in the activity in which I want to commit my crime? And therefore, with that sort of behavior going on, is there not a tendency for then states to converge in on monolithic legal systems that prevent crimes and strengthen areas of law where crimes get committed? And so there tends to be a uniformity of crime, uniformity of law that emerges from the practical necessities to block off routes for could be crimes, but it could also be tyrannous behavior in extraterrestrial environments. I guess what I'm asking is, does human behavior and the criminal aspects of behavior cause convergence in legal systems? So with the best will in the world, you start off with lots of different interesting plural legal systems, but ultimately you're forced to converge in because human behavior is similar across different settlements, and therefore you have the need for the same sorts of laws to deal with the same sorts of crimes.
I mean, I haven't worked on criminal law, but through study of some communities, there is a flexibility in these norms, but at the end of the day, you need to survive as well. And if you're living in a very difficult kind of environment, of which the sun are a really very good example, if you only have 1 month a year sustained rainfall, you need to have very, very intricate social relationships that will govern your relationship with each other. And any tyranny behavior would self-destroy that society. So I think if these societal norms that will be put in place, just based on my study of hunter-gatherers and the kind of societal structures they've got in place, they have all sorts of checks and balances in their social relationships with each other to prevent any ego to emerge. Mm-hmm. So to give an example, if in the past, when some went hunting, they would never use their own bow and arrow, but somebody else's. and it was actually the bow and arrow of the person, of the hunter, of another hunter that was being used. That family would get first the meat, and they had a whole kind of structure in place to make sure that everybody is equal. And there's lots of different kind of practices, and this is, I think, the importance with my approach of legal pluralism, is that it's practice-based, and these practices are there to prevent the social collapse and the destruction of your society. Now, there are many examples of societies that did do collapse. And that raises all sorts of questions. But my point would be that maybe through some sort of inadapt property regimes where you then start to develop the idea of an ego and amassing a lot of wealth, etc. But I think the notion of reciprocity and generosity are really very important in these instances.
And can I just follow that up with another question? Obviously, the sorts of groups that you examine, like the hunter-gatherers, these are societies that have survived. That's why they're still there. And they have these checks and balances that presumably have emerged over trial and error over a long period of time. And as you say, presumably there are groups where perhaps these things have not succeeded and they've collapsed, and we can't observe them simply because they're no longer there. So there's a sort of selection sample bias, if you like, in that we're looking at things that have succeeded. Now, when you go into the lunar and Martian environment, of course, you could still have this selection effect. I suppose if you were brutal about it, you put a bunch of people there, they try different things, some of them don't succeed, and they all depressurize. But assuming we don't want to do that and send lots of people to set up lots of different settlements, and we just see which ones succeed, and we spend several hundred years just weeding out the ones that are successful, how do we, from the get-go, minimize catastrophe by selecting the right ways of doing things when we don't have this luxury of the more brutal natural selection that may have been operating in groups on this planet? And so what would you select to begin with to set up a settlement to maximize that success? Would you try and take an existing group on the Earth, think about how that would work on the Moon, and then modify it? Or would you take a blank canvas and try and take the best of different groups that we observe on the Earth and construct something completely new? What's the approach?
Again, a really interesting question. I think Kim Stanley Robinson in his Masterology is actually kind of engaging a little bit with that kind of question. I think there needs to be a diversity, and from my positionality, and drawing upon the work that I'm doing, I think it's important that we take different ideologies and there's some really interesting artwork being done around what we sent with the kind of messages we sent with micro satellites into space. And I think so far there has been a very biased view on the kind of ideologies and values that we think should travel upwards. And that's not to say that we should replace one with the other. I think we need to have that diversity. And because if you put that then in a kind of systems thinking, and that how these systems are going to mutually influence each other, I think there may be some sort of best practice emerging because it is such an extreme kind of environment where there needs to be dialogue. You need to have these discussions, and by diversifying, I think, the ideologies and ideas, you may come to something that could be maybe sustained in a different way than what we've done so far. Because I don't think the model we currently have on Earth is what we could see as a best practice. I mean, we are surely, but slowly but surely self-destructing ourselves.
It does seem that a vibrant culture of discussion in the extraterrestrial settlement to modify rapidly in the early stages how things are done are going to be essential, because it seems like we just can't predict what can work. And we, as I say, we're not going to go for the sort of brutalist regime of just sending lots of settlements and seeing which ones succeed, because this is not really an acceptable way to find the best social outcomes. So you have to go there, I suppose, and then be prepared to rapidly modify your legal systems in this plural way, rather than going there with a fixed view of some monolithic legal system that you implement, and you try as hard as you can to make it work. Whatever you have to change it.
And just maybe one other comment here. What I mean, and it's again something that I haven't sort of really engaged with, but and I'm sure there's others who are doing that. But if we think about artificial intelligence and robots, which may be actually the sort of Martians that we could envisage, they need to be programmed initially as well with certain values as well. And this is where we do have an opportunity where we could use different kind of algorithms and different kind of ideologies.
Yes. And of course, we haven't really discussed the whole AI and how you build legal systems around
exactly.
AI on the moon and Mars.
But I see there actually a really huge opportunity where we can actually be really very thought provocative.
Thank you very much, Saskia. It's 11:44, so we should stop there. Thank you again for presenting. It's a fascinating talk. And again, because of the excellent question and answers, we'll move straight on to our next speaker, who is Tony Milligan. Can you hear me, Tony?
Yep.
Yes, I can hear you clearly as well.
Okay, good.
Do you have slides?
No, I'm going to talk through 6 points here.
Okay. I will close myself off then, and I'll just give you a brief introduction. So our next speaker is Tony Milligan. Tony also has very, very diverse interests. He's a philosopher who's currently a teaching fellow in ethics and philosophy of religion in the Department of Theology and Religious Studies at King's College London. Much of his research concerns Iris Murdoch, the philosophy of love, animal ethics, space policy, and civil disobedience. And in recent years, I suppose you've been doing this for a while now, actually. The last decade or so, Tony has been involved in wide-ranging discussions in space exploration and space ethics, having worked with people like Martin Elvis. His recent work, one of his recent works in space is Nobody Owns the Moon, The Ethics of Space Exploration. He's also co-authored a book with Jim Schwartz on the ethics of space exploration. And today he's going to talk about becoming Indigenous, transferring lessons from the Navajo engagement with NASA. So I'll hand over to you. Thank you very much, Tony.
Okay. If anybody wants slides, then email me, because there's more slides than you will ever want. I want to begin with a thought experiment, and it draws from a science fiction novel by Ivan Efremov, classic Russian science fiction author, and a text called Andromeda Nebula, 1957. In that, he invites us to imagine a future 2,000 years distant, in which a group of explorers travel down into a cave, and the cave has a cache of objects, artifacts, information from the past, from our time, or rather the time when Efremov was writing in the 1950s. And when they break into that cache, what they find is a great number of automobiles and some very interesting things, and bric-a-brac, and the equivalents of, say, a baseball jumper with the number 5 on it, and all sorts of strange things. And their response to discovering these is a mixture of excitement and disappointment. Excitement because some of the objects, some of the artifacts offer a window onto the past that they did not previously have. But some of them don't offer so much. They ask questions about, why are there so many cars? Why are there so many automobiles? Just remember, this is the 1950s. And I think the point that Efremov's trying to drive towards is one about stability of projects and our ability to anticipate what future generations might be interested in, and which of our projects they would be willing to continue. And that has a particular relevance in relation to space exploration. It's a space exploration and space settlement novel, because, of course, almost everything that happens in space will not be done by us. Most of it will be done by the people who come after us. It will be a matter of a multi-generational project. And the high risks of a multi-generational project is that if you're right at the start of it, then if you drive things in terms of temporary preoccupations, the intellectual fashions of the moment, the ideas that seem to us common sense, but which are, as it were, destined to die out, then very little of what we plan and intend will be continued. And to some extent, this touches upon the same problem that Stephen Baxter spoke about in relation to world ships. You can blast people off in a world ship, and you have big plans for what they're going to do, but of course they will have their own views on matters, and the likelihood of people on a world ship continuing the project that you devised for them is not high. So the thought here is one about how do we frame projects in a way which is not necessarily likely to have the continuity that we would ideally want, drawing up plans on tables and then expecting other people to carry them out, but rather framing projects in ways which are likely to have a productive legacy, and specifically a productive legacy in terms of belonging to a larger reality than the Earth, which does now seem to be the future that we are looking at. How do we frame plans for something beyond, as it were, an ecology, and that fits more into ways of thinking that are traditionally regarded as more cosmological? And there is a kind of obvious move that we can make here, and that is to say something of the following sort. We haven't needed a larger than terrestrial view of things for the last couple of hundred years. You go back to the 1600s and the 1700s, they probably still had that. You can certainly see it in Kepler, you can see it in Galileo, but it's not been something that we needed. However, there is a cultural reservoir, a stock of views of what it is to be a human that draws upon that idea of situating our lives within not simply a terrestrial reality, but within a larger reality than that. And that reservoir of views is indigenous cosmologies. And these are this massive cultural reservoir. But we are only going to recognise that if we don't make some of the familiar moves that are made in relation to indigenous cosmologies and ways in which indigenous people see the world, which is to reduce them to ecologies. And it's very tempting to do that because it provides a selling point. People say, well, why should we be interested in this stuff? Why should we regard the views of indigenous peoples as in any way equal to ours? And of course, the selling point is that, well, they know how to do various things with the earth. And that's a good selling point, but they have a larger than terrestrial view of things, something that's larger than the ecosystems. And that marries quite well, I think, with some of the current trends that we see in relation to NASA and in relation to Mars exploration. Some of you may have caught on to the fact that the Perseverance rover, one of the first things that they did as part of the project was to start using Navajo names for objects on Mars. The very first one being, of course, Mars, which is a Navajo borrow word. But there's 50 other Navajo terms, literally 50. They drew up a list which they want to apply to relevant objects. And this is both a matter of, as it were, a statement of intent not to reproduce the worst features of colonialism as we move elsewhere. It's also, in a sense, a symbolic rectification of historic injustices. But more than that, it's part of an ongoing cooperation, collaboration between NASA and the Navajo that dates back for decades now. Actually, if you want to go beyond that, then then the Navajo and the US military have a relationship that goes back to the Second World War and codes and all of that kind of thing. And it's a two-way relationship. So on the one hand, there is the attempt to tap into ways of seeing that come from the Navajo, and at the same time, there are examples of the integration of satellite data and what happens on the ground, which we can see with the Navajo, and we can also see that with various Indigenous groups in other parts of the world, because there are lots of things that you can see from the sky, but there are lots of things that you still can't see from the sky as well. So in the case of the Navajo, satellite data is drawn down by them and used to identify what's going on with water resources. And there have been teaching sessions on how to use the relevant NASA technology, and significantly the sessions are held on Navajo land. NASA's been doing this with a number of different Indigenous groups. Somebody should flag up in questions and answers if I'm speaking too quickly or too Scottish. Both are a risk in the present situation. So significantly, the teaching sessions are usually held on Indigenous lands, because there is a bad history there of taking people out of their environment, as it were, and into hostile places to teach them stuff that they can then take back. And it's not a wonderful story that's kind of going on there. And that, in at least the Navajo case, and largely in the case of Indigenous groups in North America, Canada, so on, is framed by the Indigenous groups themselves in terms of two-eyed seeing. And what that means is that there isn't so much an attempt to claim that Indigenous knowledge and what the Indigenous groups can bring to the integration with what's going on in space. There's not so much the claim that this is Indigenous science, though sometimes that formulation is used, but rather that there are two different eyes with which one sees. There is the Indigenous knowledge that sees through one eye, and that there's the science that sees through another, and that for a full picture of things, what one needs to do is to weave or braid between the two. But of course, the eyes are not exactly the same, so that two-eyed seeing model has proliferated over the last 2 decades, really, right across the whole area of North America. It's not present so much elsewhere. Now, this drawing upon indigeneity and Indigenous traditions is something that answers to a number of problems in relation to space settlement, one of which should maybe have been more obvious to us a while ago, and that is the problem of belligerent metaphors, and metaphors of conquest, of as it were, being at war with a place, of fighting against the landscape. And these are very familiar, a familiar set of ideas, but they're also problematic in terms of extraterrestrial liberty for reasons that have been discussed by a number of people, including Charles. And in fact, Charles might have been the first person to raise this point, which is that, you know, if you have a belligerent mentality and see yourself as being at war with a landscape and having to engage in a process of conquering something, then that justifies extraordinary measures which are not the routine norm within, say, something like a liberal democracy. Even in liberal democracies, we tend to qualify, even suspend certain entitlements, certain liberties, freedoms, under conditions of warfare as a matter of necessity. And so it's the notion of warfare pushes power, as it were, upwards rather than spreading it out more democratically. So ideally, even if we are in something of a challenged and extreme environment, if we are engaging in some form of space settlement, the ideal situation is transition to a situation not of belligerence, but a situation of belonging. So if I wanted to say something clever, then I would probably say that transitions to conditions of liberty are also transitions to conditions of belonging. How am I doing in time? I'm doing okay, but I might return to the belligerence point because it's so prevalent within all sorts of writing on issues of space. Now, if we are to think about the necessity to transition to something like conditions of belonging, rather than conditions of being at war with the landscape, with all of the compromising of liberties that entails, then if we remain also committed to drawing upon frontier analogies, and particularly analogies with the West in the United States, which is a very problematic set of analogies for us to draw upon, then perhaps we might be well advised to look to, as it were, the other side of the frontier, not the settlers, but the people who are in the process of shifting around and being displaced and encountering circumstances of adversity wherever they go. Okay, so my picture is this. Indigeneity is something that in a certain sense can inform the process and something that we ought in a certain sense to be striving towards. It is a particular version of belonging, and belonging is a political necessity if we genuinely want to have liberties under conditions of space settlement. But how are we to understand that as a genuine possibility, given that we will come from somewhere else, or at least the first humans to establish settlements will not be indigenous to the places where those settlements are established? Is what I'm saying a genuine possibility? Or is it just, as it were, stardust? Is it something that is not really graspable in any realistic terms? Well, here I want to say something about the concept of indigeneity itself. Now, there are what one might regard as Orientalist ways of thinking about indigeneity, and the concept of Orientalism is typically associated with attitudes of viewing people outside of the Western liberal world, as it were, as lacking dynamism, lacking change, development on their own. So we think then of indigeneity, if we think along those lines, and we think of people who have, as it were, always been there, who have since the year dot been part of the landscape and have no history of movement, no history of migration, shifts and changes of their own. But of course, this is a very poor model for the actual history of most Indigenous peoples. If we think about the US, think about the Lakota and the Black Hills. Now, the Lakota weren't around the Black Hills 1,000 years ago. The Lakota were part of a Lakota presence in the Black Hills has emerged out of a complex process of migration, which predated the arrival of European settlers, but then was massively altered and accelerated, changed by that process of arrival and with regular activities of migration in the pursuit of better fishing and hunting grounds, as it were, overlaid with a template of processes of expulsion. Or if we think about the Navajo, now the Navajo are not always being done where they are just now. The Navajo come from like North America, they come from the subarctic, and they've migrated down, and not all of that process has occurred as a result of colonization. So if we are in the business of thinking about indigeneity, we have to think about it as more of a process, as something that develops, emerges over the course of time, and is not, as it were, a fixed and given reality. And I think that's fairly consistent with the dominant legal framework for speaking about indigeneity. And here I will note one thing about that: when you have talk about rights of Indigenous peoples and attempts to codify those by the United Nations has a clear view on this, which is that you do not define indigeneity, because the moment you define it, the definition will be used in hostile and unhelpful ways by various powerful people who want to say, well, you don't match the 10 criteria, therefore, even though to everyone you look like you're Indigenous, you're going to say that you're not, and so we can come in and plunder your lands. So the thought then about indigeneity is that it's an exemplary form of a kind of belonging, but that kind of belonging is something that emerges, is built, and is constructed. One can even find texts such as a Robin Wall's Kimmerer's Braiding Sweetgrass, and she's from the Potawatomi, and she talks about this very process, about becoming Indigenous, and the recognition that it's about the way in which one arrives at a bond with place. And here I'll finish, I think, with, because I'm probably in danger of running over too much time. I'll finish with an analogy, an analogy which draws upon some of the themes that Sherry was speaking about with in relation to care, but I'll speak about love, because I'm a love guy. I write books about love and that sort of stuff. What is it that we do when we love someone? Are we responding to the immediately present features that they have? The way they wear their hat, the way that they sip their tea? Well, if that was the case, then we should all be worried. I should be worried about losing the love of my wife, Suzanne, because one day someone who wears their hat in a better way and who sips tea in a far more impressive manner will come along, and she should, of course, trade up. They will have all of the immediately present features that I have, but to a better degree. But what they will not have is the shared history that Suzanne and myself have. Love is about that process of responding to a shared history. It's about historic connection. And you can see the connection here, perhaps, to the notion of indigeneity and how we can learn from examples of building indigeneity in a new place, building indigeneity under conditions of adversity and hardship, building indigeneity, or building a sense of belonging, at least, under conditions that have not been of one's own choosing, but nonetheless coming to arrive at that through the development of a process of historic being in a place. Okay, some of that's too philosophical, but I'll stop here.
Thanks, Tony. That was really excellent. Thank you very much. That's a fascinating talk. And just to say, if anyone has questions again, please do put them in the question and answer box. And while we wait for some people to type some questions, let me ask one. You talked about the sense of an Indigenous connection emerging over time. You gave the example, for example, the Navajo moving from subarctic to what is now the US, continental United States, and that takes time. You talk about this historical connection that emerges over time. So I wondered how you think that will, how that can be transplanted onto the space frontier. Presumably, this sense of being indigenous to the moon or Mars will also take time and will involve shared histories between people living in settlements. Can we learn anything from groups of people on the Earth, people who have experienced this process over a long period of time, about how we should best make indigeneity work in extraterrestrial environments effectively, and ways we can head off ineffective ways of adapting to extraterrestrial environments? So rather than merely, looking at their experiences and finding them interesting, or maybe we learn something, is there a more systematic way that they can teach us how best to become indigenous on the moon or Mars or anywhere else?
I think it's the combination of adaptation of place and adaptation to place, that one shouldn't see these as it were, as exclusive processes, because whenever one looks at Indigenous people, their presence in the landscape dramatically alters the place. So someone like me, who's very keen on Mars protection and talks about integrity of Mars and all of these kinds of things, shouldn't be worried about the prospect of humans effecting transformations to place, because it's the only way in which you can survive. But some transformations work, and other transformations do not work. I'll draw an example here, and this is from southwest China, and of course in China they refer to Xiaoshu Minzu, the national minorities, rather than Indigenous people, because the Han have been there a long time. They don't want to say that other people are more Indigenous than they are. So you have these massive reforestation processes going on in China, and they really work well in the southeast, and the closer you get to Beijing, the more successful they are. And the further you get from Beijing, you look at the satellite data about what's going on with the forestry, and the further you get from Beijing, the more you move into the Xiaoshu Minzu territories of, say, the Nusu, the Yi. You'll find that they're not really succeeding at all in terms of reforestation processes. Why are they not succeeding? Well, they're not drawing down upon local knowledge about what plants work in the area, what trees will take. So yes, they have massive planting programs, but most of the trees end up dying off. I mean, it's really quite shocking. So their successes are tremendous, but they're all located away from areas where they're using the Indigenous knowledge. So I think that the process then is, how do you develop Indigenous knowledge? How do you develop knowledge that works, rather than as it were stamping down a template upon place? And of course, there are all sorts of things. You work on architecture. We would expect architecture on Mars to be strongly shaped by a sense of place, by the physical structures that people see, and that to be reflected in certain ways in which the architecture develops. But I think it's the crucial thing is about the development of what we think of as it were, of specifically local knowledge.
And I think that I just have a practical question. Then I see Nina's just put a question, so we'll come to that afterwards. I was just going to follow up from that and say, how, on a practical level, how do you properly involve Indigenous people? I mean, I think it would be unfair to say that the involvement tends to be tokenist. I think that would be rather pejorative, but there is a tendency, as you pointed out, to do this from a sense of reparations. I'm not saying NASA does it through tokenism. I think they genuinely have a very strong program there, but it's one thing to go and talk to the Navajo. But I've never seen, for example, NASA saying, we're going to do the Artemis program like this because we've got this idea from the Navajo, so we're changing our way of doing things. Maybe it's in there, it's just never been stated. But I suppose my question would be, it's not just about engaging with people that have these different views and different histories and understandings of their connections with the land and their view of the universe. It's one thing to get that knowledge, and it's interesting to have it. But how do we truly incorporate that in a meaningful way and involve these people who have these views in a meaningful way in developing space settlements and governance? I mean, I suppose one way would be to invite more people to meetings like this from Indigenous groups to speak. Why isn't there someone from the Navajo at this conference? I accept that failing. I accept responsibility. Maybe that's what we should be doing, and more actively engaging their views in the practicalities of settlement. So I wonder what your view was on how we make this meaningful. I think
you do it by showing that something works, and that's usually the pathway. So say I've got another article going on the go just now about from the sky to the ground, and that's about ways in which the Indigenous groups are integrated with satellite technology, and especially in the areas that I'm going to be doing field work over the next 5 years, which is Southwest China and up in the Arctic. It's part of a cosmological visionaries program based out of King's, and that's a kind of open door, because people can see that there's massive problems in terms of getting a sufficient resolution of information simply on the basis of satellite data. But you really need the people on the ground, and especially in the Arctic. These are extremely difficult to navigate and to use areas. The people on the ground who will go into the areas where you need that direct knowledge will tend to belong to Indigenous groups like the Aveni and the Evenki. So, for example, if you're doing satellite mapping, if you're doing mapping of permafrost, you can see the surface from the satellites, but you don't really get much of a sense of the thickness of it. You need the ground-based information. So I think it's that kind of collaboration that builds a sense that yes, we all want justice for these people, but that builds a sense that actually there's something practical, that ways that you can begin to incorporate. And I think that in a certain respect follows although you obviously can't stamp down the NASA-Navajo relationship everywhere, which would be a very colonialist attitude in any case. But what's been going on there, where they finally say, look, it's not simply that we've got names that we're using on Mars, but these are names that are mediated by people who are on the Mars team, who come from the Navajo themselves, and that's already there in place. So it comes out of that history of collaboration and seeing actually this really works. So I would say that the climate change work is the pathway to showing the practicality of inclusion, and from that practicality of inclusion, you can springboard to the more advanced projects. So
okay, excellent, interesting. There's a question here from Nina Najima, who's saying, in your book Nobody Owns the Moon, you're including Hannah Arendt's essay. How do you relate her thoughts to what you were just saying now? How would you agree with Arendt's observations and thoughts on the future of humanity in space?
Yeah, it's interesting because Arendt uses that belligerent that sort of belligerent metaphor. He says that the conquest of space and the stature of man. So it's a worrying thought that's in there, and of course Arendt has a kind of skeptical narrative.
Dehumanizing, doesn't she?
Sorry?
She sees it as dehumanizing. The process of moving into space.
Yeah, and that sort of worries her, and one can understand at the period when she's writing why that is a particular concern. It's not a concern for me. I mean, I don't see humans as being forever, but there's an element of continuity. I want humans to have a sequel. And that's whether we at some point say that this is something that's post-human, that doesn't worry me that doesn't worry me at all. So I would say broadly that Arendt's more cautious about the process than, or more sceptical about the process of space expansion than I am. She's torn between a couple of things. On the one hand, a worry that it will be dehumanizing, that the view from space will make humans look like rats running around in behavioristic mazes, and that's a kind of concern. But that isn't really the way in which satellites are tending to operate. But there's also a second narrative that's there in Arendt, which is that a familiar narrative from the 1950s and the 1960s. You can also find it in dialogues by Carl Schmitt, which bring in the subject of space. And Schmitt's very much politically the other thing. I'm not a great fan of Schmitt at all, but both of them have the narrative that maybe it won't really change us, and we'll just be taking the same old people that we are out into space. And I just don't buy into that. And I don't buy into it precisely because of the point that we're not the beings that colonialism taught us to believe that we were, which is these autonomous beings who can just go everywhere, and we stay the same and transform what's around us into some preferred image. I think that what we are, and that sense of belonging, is about a mutual relationship of change, which depends upon where we happen to be, our relationships to what's other. So the model of the concern that maybe space isn't going to change us at all, I think that's mistaken. I think it transforms who we are. Yeah. Sorry, that was a rambling response.
No, it's fascinating. I think it's a really, really interesting to listen to those points. Just in the interest of time, one last question. So Emma Purinen is asking, thank you for a fascinating talk. Have non-Indigenous societies applied these lessons becoming Indigenous on Earth at large scales? She says, I'm trying to get at a question about why people might be motivated to do so in space, if not on Earth. So yeah, this question of, I suppose, applicability of some of the lessons from these, yes. Yes, the process of becoming Indigenous, has this been done on a very large scale?
Yeah.
I don't know whether you can see that in the chat.
Becoming, yeah, got it. How would have non-Indigenous life? I don't know. You might find examples. You might find examples of that. What I do, what I have found is that Indigenous peoples have a much more open-ended and flexible concept of indigeneity than non-Indigenous peoples tend to use. And one of the things that we should be cautious about is, because indigeneity is about not just a value neutral description of things, but is also the attribution of various kinds of entitlements, like entitlement to tenure in place and so on. It's very important that we don't take our preferred examples of struggles by Indigenous peoples, generalise a set of principles out of that, and reshape our entire concept of what indigeneity is along that model, and then stamp it down in other places, accompanied perhaps with a discourse of decolonization or something of that kind of. I've seen that done. I've seen these extremely colonialist influenced, colonialist mentality defenses of Indigenous people with decolonization narratives that are built into them, and it all looks like the next stage of the 19th century. But yeah, I don't know. There's certainly lots of Indigenous bodies and there's lots of talk that goes on around them, but there's nothing on the scale of. I suppose there's attempts to populate areas such as the subarctic, and you get Russia that's always trying to maintain a large population presence there, but the bolstering population presence there tends to be seen, as it were, as a very double-edged sword in relation to the Indigenous communities, who are primarily the ones who populate these areas. So I think that this is if space settlement would be a process of becoming Indigenous on a scale that, and with a scale of ambition that is unique, unparalleled in history.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Tony. It's almost 25 past. We should probably stop that and let everyone go and get some lunch. So thank you very much for that fantastic talk, and lots of food for thought and very important points to think about as well. And we'll stop there. We'll come back at 1 o'clock when we're going to talk about in space, nobody can copyright their screams. So a little bit of a different view, maybe a more practical, immediate view on liberty, which is IP and copyright in space and how that works. So have a good lunch, and we'll be back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much again, Tony. That was fantastic, and see you all later. Good. I think we'll make a start if you're happy to do that.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. For those of you coming back after lunch, we'll make a start on the afternoon session. We've got 5 hours of talks, actually. I didn't really split the lunch break very well. I should have maybe had a few more talks early in the morning, but that's fine. I'll try and make sure there's a break in one of those 15 minutes in the afternoon, so you can get a tea, take a short break. But we're very pleased to begin this afternoon session with a talk by Burkhard Schafer, who's going to tell us about IP in space and copywriting IP in space. Burkhard has a fascinating background. He's a professor of computational legal theory at the University of Edinburgh, co-founder and co-director of the Joseph Bell Centre for Legal Reasoning and Forensic Statistics. And his main field of interest is in the interaction between law, science, and computer technology from doctrinal, comparative, and legal theoretical perspectives. And this research encompasses both the problems that technology and technological change poses to the law, technology law, and the use of technology in the justice system and the legal services industry, what's sometimes called legal informatics. So very much looking forward to hearing about this. This is a more immediate problem, I guess, in space than some of the things we've been talking about, which is copyright and IP that is not necessarily for future settlements, but applies right now in the way in which people are operating in space. So I'll hand over to you. Thank you very much, Burkhard, for talking to us today.
Thanks a lot for the invitation. And I will try to keep with the general spirit of forward-looking and being a bit more speculative rather than working you through the minutiae of copyright in satellite images at the current stage. But as you said, there are some things that are already causing legal issues, and we will see how that plays out, hopefully. So, in space, nobody can hear your scream. Or nobody can copyright your scream. That is, as we will see, pretty much wrong in all particulars. A scream, to the extent that it is copyrightable at all, because it is a particularly innovative or significant type of scream, would indeed be copyrightable. It's much more questionable if it can be infringed in outer space. But the sort of setting or framework for me starts a long time ago with what might have been one of the first space movies I've ever seen. Here's a crazy idea. Hear me out, said the mad professor, whom you can see speaking at the bottom. Fly us to the moon. And his more serious colleagues, and you can see how more senior and how more serious they are by their extensive or more extensive facial hair. They are not amused. They do not believe in the feasibility at all. until he finds a totally crazy professor. And again, you can see immediately this here visually signaled by not only having a beard, but also having other facial hair, who strongly encourages and embraces the idea of that journey to the moon and provides his expertise to make it happen. They do need also someone who is not entirely crazy, and that would be her. That is the woman in the moon, die Frau im Mond, after whom the film is actually named. She is doing all the math and pretty much all of the hard work that is necessary to get these people actually on the moon. Here you can see some of the stills from that first expedition. The question comes up, why did they want to go there? Why did they consider that to be an actually good idea? Was it a success? Well, as you can see from his happy face, he apparently found what he was looking for on the moon. And what would that have been? Well, yes, it was gold. The entire idea was that the moon is very, very rich on gold, and it is therefore a significant, meaningful commercial endeavor to go there and bring it down. Now, obviously, once you think this through, you can immediately see how rubbish an idea that is, assuming that you really could mine gold in large quantities. It would simply collapse the price, and anyway, transporting it and sending it back to Earth would have been prohibitively expensive. But that, I think, pretty much Fritz Lang in his film summarized the thinking that was with us in the first days of space exploration, and also finds its expression in quite a bit of the governing law concerning the exploitation, the commercial exploitation of outer space, which for a very long time circled around or centered around the physical exploration and exploitation of resources. Now, I think what is a much more likely scenario for a future space colony, or even a more long-term space exploration like in the International Space Station, is that the main asset, the main value that will be created by these space colonies will be non-tangible. It will be knowledge and innovation. Knowledge can be exported much faster, weighs less, and it can be obviously also much more valuable. But one important element of the value of knowledge, or the value of anything, is that there's a degree of scarcity. And some of the other talks that we have seen in this workshop, and we will see later today, obviously deal with the issue of scarcity. Now, what the law does here is, in a way, to artificially generate scarcity, to create a monopoly where there doesn't need to be one, to enable the creator, the author of work, to benefit financially from it. And one question that we can ask, and I think should ask, is if this traditional IP system that is based on creating scarcity when none is technically speaking needed is really appropriate for an environment where we are anyway facing precarious conditions and where scarcity is omnipresent. This actually became a real-life legal issue, which generated quite a bit of academic interest when Commander Hatfield was on the International Space Station singing Ground Control to Major Tom, making it into a recording and sending this recording back to Earth. They avoided quite a number of the potential legal problems that could raise simply by negotiating a license with the estate. A 1-year license for YouTube, and for 1 year you could hear him singing Ground Control to Major Tom. It was a major internet hit with millions of viewings, and they actually removed the video clip after 1 year, after the license had expired, and apparently negotiations with the estate had failed. If you go to YouTube, you will find hundreds of recordings of that song. Obviously, I've taken the still from one of these, which again I think shows some of the emptiness or the gaps that we have in our IP law. I don't know why the estate dragged its heels there, or what the problem was. It was very obviously pointless because the song has been replicated over and over and over again. From a legal perspective, again, partly a relatively unproblematic scenario. It was created in the International Space Station, and most states have extended their copyright regime to those parts of the space station that belong to them. So in the case of the song, if I remember correctly, primarily American and Japanese copyright law was applicable. And anyway, at the point this was then retransmitted to Earth, the next relevant geographical locator was simply the place where it re-entered and was then published and made available to the wider public. Much more complicated would have been already here situations where the song is purely used on the space station, potentially also in units that are not signatory to the Berne Convention, for instance. Couple of IP scenarios are already with us. It generally asks us which law governs the invention, the place where the invention took place, the place where the publication of the invention took place, and also which law governs any breach of the IP rights. So we have to keep these two separate. Singing on the moon and sending a transmission back to Earth is relatively unproblematic from an IP perspective, and if you scream during the recording, it becomes part of your copyright. But if another astronaut on the moon makes a copy of it without authorization, then they probably act outside any recognized territory and therefore have probably, arguably, not committed an infringement. The Outer Space Treaty from 1967 essentially says states retain jurisdiction and control over objects they send into outer space, and that also means that the applicable intellectual property law typically follows the vessel in this respect. In the US, the Patent Act from 2003 explicitly extends, in particular, patents to vessels that are under the control of the US. Germany is another country that made a similar provision. I think Germany and the US are, for the time being, still the only ones. But here again, we have a relatively unproblematic situation because we are still very Earth-centric, and we simply let the law follow the registration of the space vessel. Now, there's, however, a complication very quickly arising in that otherwise not so complicated picture, and that is that. Already now, and probably for the considerable future, the vast majority of activities in outer space will be performed by robots. That obviously is Valkyr. For an Edinburgh perspective, I had to use them. So we face here a situation where our potential or putative space colony is not a human endeavor, but one from robots who have been programmed to record, remix, generate information, and make use of it. That already, again, is not a totally far-fetched scenario. That is already creating legal issues. Just think of satellite images, data that is recorded from outer space. In law, we distinguish between the raw data, processed data, and data that is then eventually turned into something that is enhanced and more useful. Increasingly, we can automate the entire process, though. So we can envisage a near future where not just the decision to take a specific image or to collect a specific set of data is taken autonomously by a AI, but also the information is integrated into a database, cleaned up, processed in all sorts of ways without any human input. And at this point, we do have a problem because our intellectual property law traditionally focused on human authorship, human inventorship, and has struggled or is at least been considerably reluctant to admit a new type of author or new type creator into that family. So again, under current scenarios, not much of a problem in those cases that have been litigated. The argument was made that there was still sufficient human input into those data that were actually of the greatest commercial value. But we can easily imagine a future where this increasingly stops being the case. There's only only a handful of countries that have provided explicit provisions for AI authorship. The UK is one of them. So in the UK, the author of a work autonomously generated by a computer would be the person or persons who put in place the machine and the necessary conditions for that to happen. But we are an exception in that respect. In Europe, we have the additional complication that we recognize a sui generis right in databases. So not just the raw data, but also its compilation into a database if it fulfills certain criteria. These two are quite easily to automate, and there's, to the best of my knowledge, no rules yet analogously to the UK rule on computer-generated work that also deals with fully automated databases. Here's another example. That one's slightly more interesting, slightly more complicated. I don't know if you recognize this one. This is an antenna built by NASA, and it was actually designed by an AI with only very limited human input. Now we can debate whether the degree of input that humans actually still had in the design of this antenna would qualify for the purpose of patent law as a significant human input. I'm not going therefore for the purpose of this talk. I'm simply going to assume that it will be straightforward, or not straightforward, but it will be possible for machines to come up with innovative solutions to unforeseen problems which, had they been carried out by a human, very clearly would met the threshold for an invention that is patentable. Quite a number of these will happen precisely because we will be too far away from the robot to control or adjust in real time. They will face problems that are unforeseen. They will need a degree of autonomy to deal with them then and there, and they will possibly be able to come up with something like that. Now we have a lot of problems here immediately. Let's assume your robot on some external celestial body in order to survive builds this antenna. Now, in patent law, unlike in copyright law, we do not allow parallel invention. That is, if something has been patented, whether you knew it or not, you are in violation of that patent if you replicate it. So in theory, we would require this far, far away robot on a distant planet to check and do a patent search with the local patent office on Earth to see if that sort of thing is already there patented. And that is obviously not a feasible option. So we already, I think, come very quickly to the limits of our patent system in that respect. There are more complications if we think about the NASA antenna, because strictly speaking, it was not one computer or not one AI that actually generated it. It was an entire set of computers that reiteratively, with evolutionary algorithms, came up with that solution. And we can quickly imagine a situation where these various computers are in turn owned by different countries or people operating them from different countries. So the idea is a very intuitive idea that, especially with an anthropomorphic robot, might be all too tempting to say, well, we simply treat the nationality of the robot being akin, or of the inventor being the nationality of the robot, even in the very simple NASA example, very quickly breaks down. These things are typically collaborative efforts and extended over space. So question then arises again: if these are not invented on Earth, where territoriality helps us, or on a space station where the flag principle helps us, but directly on a celestial body, who could claim ownership on them? Which rules would apply for these collective works? some of these robots might be from a jurisdiction that recognizes robo-IP, others might be not. Synchronous and asynchronous identity, that's a problem we also face, both I think with the vessel principle, but also with the robots itself. I think we should think of robots or of AIs not as things, but as processes. They communicate constantly, they change constantly, they upgrade constantly. And if they are, again, looking into the future in our space colony, they might change themselves. They might replace parts, they might improve themselves, they might adjust themselves to changing circumstances. And that raises the question, if we have this type of change, a sort of Theseus ship problem. Does the flag principle really help us here? Is an entity that was registered on Earth as a specific type of object, still the same object, couple of years down the line, when it restructured itself, put in parts that might come from a different source, might make changes to itself that were not foreseeable, not recognizable by the people who originally registered it. So even the flag principle that helps us at the moment with the International Space Station, I think very quickly runs at its conceptual limits if we are talking about robots working autonomously at long distances, changing, connecting over time in ways that were not fully to be anticipated. Why do we want all this? Why is this even an issue? Why should we not just say, well, this is great, we want space free from commercial exploitation anyway, we want to go back to the old ideals, and we do not want to create unnecessarily scarcity where there isn't one. So maybe the best approach really is to say, given all these difficulties, we simply treat these as common good. But I think from a liberty perspective, that requires at least a bit of thought and reflection, because we might think about this ownership right also as a precondition for certain types of liberty. And as I said before in the earlier slides, and that was one of the reasons why they were there, the main value, the main source of income for some of these colonies is likely to be knowledge. And by simply preventing them from claiming at least a degree of control over this, we would also, I think, infringe in that potential for them to develop a liberty-based approach. Kant once said, even devils need the state, den Staat braucht selbst ein Volk von Teufeln. Maybe the state is also needed for a society of robots. The question of robo rights and whether we should treat them for various legal purposes as things like corporations, recognize them as entities on their own, has taken off quite considerably over the last couple of years, last 2 or 3 years. David Gunkel, Josh Geller in particular, arguing very forcefully that this too is a requirement of liberty, and that we can enhance liberty by giving more rights to more entities. Now, those of you who know me, you know that I'm deeply, deeply skeptical of that idea. And no, I haven't been kidnapped. Key safe word, avocado. No one holds a gun at my head. But the situation of a remote space colony populated by robots that create knowledge and information is for me one of the best use cases to explore this notion, whether it might be a good idea to treat them, at least for some legal purposes, as the equivalent of an author, as the equivalent of a human inventor, for instance. Interestingly enough, I think, even though I think this is the best use case, it is the one that is least amenable to the type of analysis that robo-rights advocates typically prefer, like Gunkel and Geller, who emphasize the relation between robo and human and the social interaction that they are subject to, whereas in my hypothetical, humans are precisely out of the picture. This is a society of robots and for robots. What is the right type of IP law for such a near future society? I think we have to be very careful here from a liberty perspective. There is a call for intellectual liberty, which potentially is infringed by intellectual property, a prohibition to think, a prohibition to use knowledge, a prohibition to get access. So there's a historical conflict here, I think, with intellectual liberty and IP protection. But for the reasons that I gave, I think we might have to reconsider that also from a libertarian perspective when it comes to state. What we probably will need, though, is a rejection of a strong intellectual property rights. And Jonathan Trees made this argument in general. What is meant with that is the problem that I mentioned before, that in patent law, at least, it doesn't matter that you were not aware of the patent, that you came up with the idea on your own, very unlike copyright law, where parallel innovation are both protected. He says there's a liberty argument that rejects strong intellectual property. And I think in space, we will face this problem even more. Patent law prohibits parallel discovery and either gives priority for the first to file or the first to invent. That works if we are all on the same planet in relatively close proximity to each other, but it becomes utterly meaningless and potentially harmful when we are talking about a society distributed over planets or celestial bodies with very, very long and very expensive communication distances, and potentially even when we really plan ahead and far beyond the present, we would need potentially a standardized time system to know what it actually means in such a world to be the first to have made such an invitation. So only slightly over time, I finish with the obligatory head tip. This talk comes to an end at stardate 41153.7 Captain's Log, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Burkhard. That was great, and really fascinating. Good. So again, if anyone has questions, please put them in the question and answer box. I didn't realize Kant had said even the devil needs a state. I hadn't thought about governance and liberty in hell. I guess it's a separate conference. Anyway, flippancy aside, while we wait for some questions to come in, let me ask you a question. I was wondering, from a practical point of view, how you think IP should be addressed, say on a settlement on the moon or Mars, or settlements on the moon and Mars that have been there for some time. Would you think that you would essentially set up a separate IP regime on the moon or Mars, or do you think it should always be connected across to the Earth, simply because the Earth will always have by far the greatest number of people for a very long time in the future? So maybe, finding out whether something is original, it makes sense to always be checking with the Earth rather than having a completely separate IP regime, just because most people will be there. So what do you think about, how the practical implementation of this would work in the very long term as settlements become established?
I've always been, by inclination, instinct, and to a certain extent, at least my research, a copyright and IP minimalist. I want to keep it as restrained as possible, and we would have to ask ourselves, what purpose does that IP regime on that colony fulfill? What do we try to achieve? And one traditional perspective would be, well, we still want to protect the rights of inventors on Earth, because they should reap benefits of what is carried out on that star. And that is this artificially created scarcity. And I would be really skeptical about this. Why on earth would we want to shoot ourselves into the foot like that? Extending this Earth perspective to outer space, adding a legal scarcity to the already dire physical scarcity. And also in practical terms, it's already difficult enough to do a proper patent search now. If you have to innovate quickly, if you have to innovate under very pressing conditions, I wouldn't see that at all feasible. Mm-hmm. And also not in line, I think, with the principle that no individual state should own these celestial bodies. So I would say that rationale would be for me the worst and not to be pursued. And I don't think it means any significant limitation for inventors, creatives on Earth, because they would still reap the benefits in the earlier stages of their invention. The rest can be dealt with through contract. A different question then becomes is the relation between people on that colony, how they can coordinate themselves. And there it might be a problem if we leave it as a totally law-free or protection-free room, for the same reason that it might be a problem if we were to do the same here. And that's why I started to think about potential exchange relations, licensing relations between these colonists. And for that, we would probably need a local regime, a possibility to register locally. So that would be, I think, my tendency for now.
Okay, fascinating. Yeah, and there's a question here from Marcel Muller. He's saying, in the case of robots producing knowledge, I believe robots cannot own themselves. So would the owner not be responsible?
Mm-hmm. Well, as I said, that is a very appealing idea initially, and it's the one in copyright law that I think the UK law is following. In patent law, we haven't really had that problem that prominently because innovation happens behind closed doors and we do not even know how much the humans who put their name on the patent application were really involved. We know that is a fiction anyway because they are typically done by massive teams and then someone signs off on it. That works, but it assumes something that is also assumed in quite a bit of the robo-right discussion, that we can understand robots or AIs as objects. If we say we own them, then there's this mental picture of this is a fixed thing, this object that we own. And I think this is totally inadequate. It's a misleading metaphor. If you think about how these things work, what is necessary for them to work, I think they are better understood as processes. They can change over time quite dramatically and in unforeseeable ways. They need to interact, they need to be connected. So this talk about the ownership under these conditions for me would become very, very precarious. And I'm not any longer sure that you could identify in a meaningful way the owner. So that's why I think we might want to consider getting rid of that mental picture and that metaphor and replace it by something better.
Yes. And Martin Elvis has put a comment in the chat. He's saying governments implement patent and copyright law to encourage production of new goods. The benefit of the creators is the carrot, but not the main purpose. So we surely can have very different rules in the very different circumstances in space.
Yeah, I mean that's what I would hope, and in a way was my hope, or I was so delighted to participate in the conference to sort of kickstart a discussion. What sort of regime would we want there? What would be really a good one, both on economic and ethical and legal terms? Now, obviously, IP lawyers, academics play with fictional societies all the time as a thought experiment, as something to ask ourselves, could we imagine different futures? That's always fine, but it always keeps us, if you like, creatively or intellectually confined on the Earth setting. Yeah. I think if we frame it in what sort of IP regime would we want on outer space, we can leave that behind and ask exactly the question that you've been asking. What would be the one that serves the purposes best under these very, very different conditions, especially if we think of the colony as well as distributed and not any longer at one specific place. That's why part of my answer to Charles was, well, what do we want from that regime? Whom do we want to protect, for instance? Mm-hmm. And depending on what your answer are, you will get very, very different answers for that.
Yeah. But are there analog societies on Earth where, you know, a country has sent a group of people to another environment? I mean, it could be early colonial examples, although those are not necessarily the nicest ones, but where a group of people have arrived somewhere else and then wanted to create an IP copyright regime. And I suppose this is a rather modern thing. So there are probably not many examples from earlier history on how this may have happened on the Earth in an analogous way.
That's the thing. On Earth, it's very difficult to find a place where the rules don't apply. The law of the open seas very often is used as an analogy. But I still think that is an analogy that breaks down very, very quickly. And again, one of the issues would be the costs of and the time lag in communication, which simply makes it unfeasible to check back if that has already been done.
Yes, yeah. And then there's a question by Fearasi saying robots are programmed automata to perform functional labor on quasi-instinctive responses to whatever type stimuli arise. Are the consciences and volitions of human colonists expected to prevail over the robotic actions? And I suppose that refers back to this question about how much you perceive robots to be owned by their creators, or how much self-awareness they have, or how much how much their automaton's doing that.
Absolutely. And I mean, we did a little bit of research on that, published a bit, and there's another paper coming up. One of the things that creative AI allowed us to do is to double check some of our intuitions, what we actually mean with innovation and with creativity, and how we perceive the human input. So I think it might depend a bit on the detail. I've used the antenna example, but I've been, I think, quite rightfully criticized for that by another author who said, look, you give too much credit to the AI here. There was still more significant human input than you give credit for. And I do take this point on board. It is difficult for us to disentangle this. On Earth, my answer always was to use the equivalent of appropriation art. What made a toilet a work of art? Well, a human pointing at it, a specific human, Duchamp, pointing at it and saying, oh, behold, there is art. And suddenly a toilet retail value £30 became a work of art value £300,000 or more. So it was a human act singling out a machine innovation that we could take as a creative moment. And that was always my answer to AI works on Earth. They become a work when a human decides that is what we want. And that's why I find the space scenario such an interesting edge case for me as well, because that now doesn't work any longer. This remains a purely robot to robot or AI to AI thing. They have to decide, is this antenna good enough to use it? It's not any longer a selection process where the human creeps in. So that's why I like the idea of keeping them so far away that this pollution of the thought experiment can't occur any longer. But outside that, I would totally agree with Fayez's point that the human element would typically dominate the machine intelligence.
And I suppose as well, on a place like the Moon or Mars, it's very difficult to predict what forms of art will be valued and what sort of new pieces of creativity will be valued. I mean, you give the example of the toilet. I mean, if you're on Mars, maybe a certain painting of the Martian desert just hits some chord in humans and it suddenly becomes extremely valuable, or it's considered to be very novel. It's very difficult to predict those cultural strains right through people's decisions when things become valuable. Even less so is it easy to make these predictions for extraterrestrial environments where the conditions under which people are living, the landscapes they'll be exposed to, will also be very different from the Earth. So we can never really know what they might find valuable and what might suddenly become valuable just because someone says it is who's living in a Martian settlement. Perhaps that speaks to your comment earlier about needing some sort of local regime of IP as well as the connection with the Earth. Good. I'm just looking at no other questions and answers. So we'll stop there, and we've got a sort of 5-minute break until the next talk. Thank you very much, Burkhard. That's really, really interesting. And, as I say, one of the aspects of liberty that's much more short-term has immediate and current effects on the way in which people operate in space. It's really interesting to think about these more pragmatic considerations at IP and not just sort of more ethereal ideas about liberty in settlements, because they'll manifest in things like IP. So it's important to think about those things. So that's very fascinating. Thanks a lot. Well, we'll continue with our next talk, everyone. I'm very pleased to welcome Allan McKenna. Allan is a PhD student under the supervision of Andreas Vermeyelen and Dot Reed at the University of Glasgow. He's writing on James Wilson's lectures on law So prior to joining the School of Law for his PhD, he taught for CIEE and ECES study abroad programs at Charles University in Prague. And he holds an MSc in Philosophy of Mental Disorders from King's College London and an MA in Philosophy, Social Sciences from the University of Glasgow. And now he's using that philosophical background to make a foray into thinking about space governance and space societies. And today he's going to talk about In Search of Global Security, Everett C. Dolman's Astropolitik, and Daniel Deudney's recent Dark Skies. So I'll hand over to you. Thanks a lot, Alan, for joining us.
Thanks, Charles. Okay, so when I heard this announced in 2018, it really caught my attention. And I asked myself, what is space dominance? Can it make the world a safer place? So this talk will address these questions in 4 parts. The first part examines a proposal for space dominance by Professor Everett C. Dolman, then Professor Daniel Deudney's opposition to military space expansion and his proposals for whole Earth security. The second part will compare and contrast their views and evaluate their arguments on space weaponization and world political order. The third part will situate their debate in relation to US space policy in the 21st century. It will conclude that both proposals are problematic, but suggest several alternatives, drawing upon ideas from the early years of the first space age. So the concept of space superiority seems to have originated with Wernher von Braun, a former Nazi V-2 rocket scientist impressed by the US military at the end of World War II. In 1952, he envisaged a space sentinel orbiting the Earth every 2 hours. It was conceived as a battle station capable of launching nuclear missiles from space. It would preserve world peace on the principle that the Earth would be placed under constant surveillance, so no state would be able to undertake effective war preparations. Wernher von Braun argued that building it was urgent. If we do not do it, somebody else will. That somebody else will probably be the Soviet Union. So it's notable that his ideas were expressed in the same year as the first successful test of a thermonuclear device, with a yield 500 times stronger than the bomb that destroyed Nagasaki. So in 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1 with an early version of the R-7 ICBM. This indicated that the Soviet Union was further ahead than the US in developing long-range missiles capable of delivering nuclear explosives. At the Democratic Caucus in January 1958, then Senator Lyndon B. Johnson stated, "Control of space means control of the world. Whoever gains that ultimate position gains total control over the Earth for purposes of tyranny or for the service of freedom." And Johnson was primarily referring to the control of weather systems, which scientists believe pose an even greater threat than nuclear weapons. But his words neatly capture the so-called high ground approach. So space is perceived as offering a superior warfighting advantage, which should always be prioritized. We see the same idea expressed by President Trump at the launch of the first Space Force budget in December 2019. And Dolman's Astropolitik is also predicated upon this idea of an ultimate position from which to conduct military operations against terrestrial states. So let's turn to consider it now. So Everett C. Dolman's Astropolitik is his proposal for achieving world government and accelerating humankind's expansion into space. Dolman proposes that the US weaponize space before other states seize the advantage. He coined the term astropolitik for its connotations of realpolitik and geopolitik. So he proposes this strategy. First, the US should withdraw from international treaties which constrain space activities. Second, establish a military space force and seize the high ground by positioning weapons in Earth space to prevent adversaries exploiting the domain. The US would thus become gatekeeper of outer space, allowing other states or non-state actors access for commercial or exploratory purposes. So I view this as a plan for global security because he suggests that military space forces would maintain free trade and enhance exploration while ensuring a global business climate free from the threat of large-scale war. He bases his ideas on geostrategic theory, which suggests that certain geographical features of the world are vital areas of power. Drawing upon naval strategist Alfred Vermeylen's concept of oceanic choke points, space is characterized as offering orbits, regions, and launch points of geostrategic significance. Main referred to oceanic well-worn paths, which show that controlling reasons led men to choose certain lines of travel called trade routes rather than others. In a similar vein, Dolman suggests space corridors of heavy traffic will develop due to gravity wells and the efficiency costs of rocket propulsion to Earth orbits. Mahan recommended the US establish naval bases in Hawaii and the Philippines to facilitate control of Pacific trade. And Dolman suggests that space bases will be used in a similar fashion, stockpiling fuel and life support supplies for exploration and commercial exploitation. So the state that gains control over these space choke points and way stations on trade routes can expect to gain a significant commercial, military and political advantage over competing states. Dolman claims that low Earth orbit is an important region for the projection of force, identifying this region with Eastern Europe in Halford Mackinder's model of the Heartland. He suggests that control of this region provides a short-term advantage on the terrestrial battlefield and long-term control of the outer reaches of space. So the state controlling this region can ensure for itself domination of space commerce and ultimately terrestrial politics. Now that we've covered the basic tenets of Astropolitik, let's turn to a proposal which stands in direct opposition. So Daniel Deudney's Dark Skies distinguishes between several varieties of space expansion. Habitat space expansionism promotes the colonization of space, habitat infrastructure, and orbital energy resources to solve Earth habitability problems. I won't consider this further here, but I suggest you explore his book if you're working on this area. Military space expansionism endorses orbital bombardment and warfighting, space control, and planetary hegemony. It promotes national security through the deployment of ballistic missiles, satellite force multipliers, anti-satellite weapons, and satellite battle stations to intercept missiles and attack targets on the ground. Deudney warns of the risks of all forms of space expansion, but he advocates an Earth-centered, pro-space agenda focused on nuclear security and environmental protection. He calls this the Whole Earth Security, or Clark-Sagan Programme. So what are the main elements of his proposal? He thinks that cooperative space ventures can have far-reaching security benefits by defusing conflict situations and providing safeguards against the degeneration of international relations. As examples, he points to projects such as the International Geophysical Year and the International Space Station. He suggests that a consortium of states should develop the capabilities to monitor, deflect, or destroy asteroids. Other proposed cooperative projects include Mars missions, lunar bases, and the removal of orbital debris. He also proposes a number of arms control measures, including zero ballistic missiles, first strike fears and render ballistic missile defense programs obsolete, restraints on the testing and deployment of ASATs, international organizations with treaty verification capacities, and restrictions on weapons innovation. Finally, he calls for the abolition of nuclear weapons and considers their complete containment and near elimination a feasible goal. So Dolman and Deudney diverge in many respects, but their theorizing shares several common starting points. I will discuss their differences and similarities in relation to world political order, space weaponization, international cooperation, and the Outer Space Treaty. First, both authors suppose the current world political order is interstate anarchy. Dolman thinks that states are essentially evolved in a Hobbesian war of all against all, but he proposes dominance of a single state as an exit from anarchy. Deudney contends that planetary rule under a single state would be catastrophic for humanity. He suggests that the Outer Space Treaty, arms control, protection of the environment, and cooperative space activities ought to complement the system of independent territorial states without replacing it. Dolman argues that the US form of liberal democracy can lead to a benign hegemony because it's the least likely of all potential candidates to misuse its power. But Deudney cautions that space expansionism embraces a salvationist ideology, which could lead to genocide or even humanicide. On space weaponization, Astropolitik recommends that the US deploy missile interceptors in space. Intercepting missiles in boost phase requires a row of satellite battle stations orbiting the Earth. Deudney refers to this plan as starkly utopian and warns it would incur opposition from rival states, which would physically disrupt it or deploy a rival infrastructure. He warns of technological misfires, accidents, and the emergence of a hierarchical world order with tendencies for totalitarian oppression, as new surveillance capabilities have the potential for invasions of privacy more extensive than ever previously encountered. Finally, both theorists hold that the OST was essentially a product of the Cold War. Dolman argues that although it endorsed a spirit of cooperation, it was designed to deny territory of military significance to adversaries. Deudney also suggests that Article 2, the non-appropriation clause, was due to the Cold War circumstances, in which neither the Soviet Union or the US were sure which would reach the moon first in 1967, so both sides consented to surrender any territorial claim rather than risk being second. However, Deudney holds great faith in the ability of states to cooperate effectively, and he believes this cooperation will create international peace. He suggests the Outer Space Treaty should be preserved and strengthened rather than rejected or substantially modified. Dolman, on the other hand, suggests that cooperation is essentially a facade due to the inherent rivalry between states in an anarchic system. Dolman argues that the OST has been an obstacle to progress, its limited exploration, ambition, and accomplishment. Instead, he suggests a free market economy approach to the ownership of celestial bodies. He claims that US space dominance can usher in a legal regime based on real cooperation, mutual gain, and common benefit. So turning to my own opinions, it's conceivable that US space dominance could improve international security by replacing anarchy with world law. In a 2009 article, Jonathan Havercroft and Raymond Duval argue that Astropolitik is the apotheosis of American exceptionalism, the ideology of an empire which threatens to turn sovereign entities into bare life. I'm inclined to side with Dolman in thinking that even a space-based US empire would lead to the spread of democratic values and practices. The US Constitution's mixed form of government was designed to prevent tyranny from taking root by a system of checks and balances. It's not perfect, but it was designed with error correction in mind. It may also be argued that American exceptionalism has positive features, that the world needs a global policeman to safeguard against breaches of the peace, defend values shared by democratic states, or liberate people who cannot defend themselves. I think we also need to be very careful about dismissing any plan that promises the cessation of war. The compensation for US space dominance might be the prevention of hundreds and thousands, if not many more deaths of innocent men, women, and children in war. However, Dolman's plan is not without problems, and it would incur new risks. Dolman envisages the US putting an end to other states launching missiles against each other by utilising a space-based missile defence system. It seems over-optimistic to believe that the US could reduce tensions in this way without taking sides and further inflaming regional conflicts. Deudney's warning that seeking space superiority will provoke rivalry is plausible. If the US seeks to achieve space dominance, other states are likely to pursue similar strategies. I'm not as pessimistic as Deudney because I think that US space dominance could produce a large degree of global security. On the other hand, the path to achieving it could lead to the brink of World War III, as competing powers increasingly reinforce their national security apparatus. In a world of nuclear weapons, seeking military dominance is an extremely perilous course of action. Now, I agree with Deudney that humans need to exercise extreme caution and I'm not as convinced as he is that I'm not convinced that it's as dangerous as he believes, nor do I fear the threat of a tyrannical world government. I simply think that space is one of the few areas of the human environment which we've not damaged as a result of our greed or ignorance, and we have a duty to ourselves and to future generations to treat outer space and Earth with great care. So while I find dark skies on the whole too pessimistic, I do think also that its arms control proposals appear over-optimistic. First, it's difficult to reconcile a ban on weapons innovation and testing with the development of asteroid deflection tools. Deudney warns this technology could result in the most powerful weapon of mass destruction ever devised. It seems impossible to guarantee this technology will not fall into the wrong hands or be employed in a time of crisis. Secondly, curiosity and inventiveness are a part of human nature, so it's reasonable to assume people will always be willing to turn their ingenuity to inventing new weapons. It could be argued that in future, precision weapons will eventually benefit civilians by replacing other types of weapon which cause indiscriminate harm. Third, as major powers embark on expensive programs of modernization, the abolition of nuclear weapons seems unlikely in the near future. US spending on modernization is estimated to be $1.7 trillion over the next 3 decades. On the basis of these considerations, I've yet to be convinced by Deudney's arms control proposals. However, this is not to reject immediate measures for greater restraint. For instance, a simple but potentially effective measure would be to convince nuclear states to agree to a code of responsible conduct, like the one proposed by former UK Assistant Chief of Defence Staff, Admiral John Gower. Now that we've considered objections to Dolman and Deudney's proposals, let's now place this debate in its historical context. So Space Policy Directive 4 states that Space Force will seek to ensure unfettered access to and freedom to operate in space. Dolman played an important role in shaping the ideas contained in its first doctrinal publication, Space Power. This invites the question, is the establishment of the Space Force a step forward in a grand astropolitic strategy? With the development of new weapons by potential adversaries, increased commercial use of space, and the security ramifications of great power competition have provided the rationale for the creation of the Space Force. Some theorists have argued that the Space Force is a harmless bureaucratic exercise simply for the purpose of simplifying procurement budgets. The existence of a distinct branch of the armed forces is expected to consolidate and streamline the complex organization of space security related activities. However, I think it's also important to consider the broader context in which the Space Force has emerged. In January 2001, a commission led by US Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld encouraged the government to pursue the option to deploy weapons in space. This influential report advised the merging of disparate space-related departments into one independent Space Force. Now, the Commission recommended that the US must be cautious of agreements intended for one purpose, added to a larger web of treaties or regulations may have the unintended consequences of restricting future activities in space. And this influential report paved the way for the 2006 US National Space Policy, which critics argue has marked a shift towards the weaponization and dominance of space. It seems to set a tone for negotiations on international treaties, which is very suggestive of Dolman's Astropolitik. It's worth noting that in their article, Havercroft and Duval suggest the Bush administration promoted imperialist astropolicies. Now, the legal regime negotiated in the 1960s places only minimal restrictions on the weaponization of space. The Outer Space Treaty refers to weapons of mass destruction, but no other classes of weapon. According to the US Department of Defense Law of War Manual, the OSD did not ban the use of fractional orbital or suborbital weapons of mass destruction. Their prohibition in orbit around the Earth refers only to full orbit. Proposals for multilateral treaties placing stricter controls on space weaponization and the use of force against space objects have been ventured, but states have failed to reach consensus on a legally binding instrument. The US opposed Russia and China's latest draft treaty from 2014 on the basis of insufficient verification methods and issues concerning the development and use of direct ascent ASATs. US legal representatives highlighted the problems of defining a space weapon and distinguishing routine servicing or other non-hostile orbital maneuvers from ASAT capabilities. So the US has instead supported voluntary and non-binding measures to increase transparency and confidence building. It may be argued, though, that an aversion to legally binding measures is a sign that the US continues to follow the negotiating stance outlined in the 2006 National Space Policy. Now, the 21st century is witnessing the unraveling of treaties which have upheld strategic stability between the major nuclear powers for decades. On the 13th of December 2001, President George W. Bush announced the US withdrawal from the ABM Treaty. This treaty constituted one of the most significant legal barriers to space weaponization of the 20th century. It placed prohibitions on the development, testing, and deployment of strategic ballistic missile defense, including space-based components of an ABM system. US withdrawal from the treaty was justified given the threat of terrorist attack, but insofar as parity is a pillar of mutual deterrence, this decision has eroded the arms control regime that was constructed by the major nuclear powers in the 1960s and 70s. Russian President Vladimir Putin stated in 2018 that both powers have been in an arms race since the demise of the treaty. Enhanced missile defense systems inhibit the capacity of Russia to deter the US with a credible second strike capability. Russia's answer to the perceived threat has been to build a gamut of next-generation weapons. While the US has increased investment in ballistic missile and space defense systems, Russia and China augment their nuclear arsenals and invest in new weapons development. In whole Earth security, Deudney urged controls established now can prevent the deployment of weapons in space and avoid the vastly more difficult task of regulating them once they're there. A ban on weapons in space would put a literal ceiling on the arms race. So we have to ask, are we too late already? And in any case, this goal seems unrealistic in the current climate of arms control. Instead, the burgeoning weaponization of space appears more likely. So in September 2016, President Trump stated, "Let there be an arms race. We will outmatch them at every pass and outlast them all." And in May 2020, Marshall Billingsley, US Undersecretary of State for Arms Control and International Security, stated, "We know how to win these races, and we know how to spend the adversary into oblivion." Now, it's in this context in which the Space Force has emerged. It's important to note that the US is not alone. China, Russia, Japan, France, the UK and India have also reorganized military structures in line with defensive space capabilities. Now, based on the reflections in this paper, it seems improbable that the US is undertaking a grand astropolitic strategy. According to SPD4, the purpose of the Space Force is protecting the nation's interests in space and the peaceful use of space for all responsible actors, consistent with applicable law, including international law. But if Deudney's prediction that space weaponization will meet with strong opposition is correct, then the US faces a dilemma. Measures intended to achieve greater levels of security, such as building an enhanced missile defense system or establishing a national space force, seem to foment international tensions, precipitate arms races, and consequently undermine national security. So is there a way beyond the impasse? So Astropolitik and Dark Skies propose original solutions to the problem of security in a world of nuclear weapons. This final section aims to revive discussion of alternative proposals from the early years of the space age. I will not suggest that all elements of these plans should be followed, but raise the question of whether they can be modified and renewed for the 21st century. It will conclude with a proposal to unite the best aspects of Astropolitik and Dark Skies. So in 1958, the Federation of American Scientists proposed inspections and prohibitions on nuclear weapons testing, coincident with the UN control of space research. The FAS called for a permanent UN agency by which all studies of long-range missiles, satellites, and space platforms would be open, and the results would be the common property of all mankind. This idea shared an affinity with Eisenhower's proposal for the creation of a space organization modeled on the proposed International Atomic Development Authority. So can you imagine how quickly science and technology could develop if it wasn't constrained by nationalistic fear? Could such an ambitious plan of knowledge sharing ever be realizable in this century? In 1962, Grenville Clark and Louis Sohn proposed a UN Outer Space Agency as part of their comprehensive plan for disarmament and global governance. The agency would have two purposes: to ensure that outer space is used for peaceful purposes only, and to promote the exploration and exploitation of outer space for the benefit of all. The OSA would possess its own rockets, satellites, and spacecraft, acting as a licensing organization for all states, organizations, and individuals wishing to own and operate space vehicles. It would ensure that manned flights into outer space were conducted only by the OSA or licensed organizations. It would perform research and development and supervise the use of rockets, satellites, and other spacecraft for peaceful purposes. The OSA would take all measures necessary to prevent the use of outer space for military purposes by any nation, and the authors suggest that safeguards are established to ensure the OSA shall not be dominated by any single nation or group of nations. So the OSA would prevent the realization of an astropolitic strategy. Is it time to revive the idea of a transnational space agency? Space systems play an essential role in arms control treaties and crisis monitoring. Conventional conflict on Earth could lead to space assets, but space conflict would be hazardous for any spacefaring state. The triggers for such conflict include escalatory crises due to accident, equipment malfunction, or terrorist attack, including cyber attack. In my view, the significance of these systems for global security suggests that they deserve enhanced protection. This could be provided by an international legal agreement, a dedicated UN space agency, and a UN peacekeeping space guard. The space guard could be a genuine UN nations effort, reflecting the widespread dependence on space assets in the global economy. In conjunction with arms control measures, a UN space guard would function as a safe and effective deterrent to irresponsible space activities. It could be tasked to protect early warning systems, commercial operations, and other space assets critical for daily life in the modern world. The activities of the space guard could range across the peacekeeping spectrum. Minimally, it could protect specific cooperative ventures, such as the International Space Station or the planned Lunar Gateway. A maximally involved space guard might draw inspiration from Dolman's Astropolitik by preempting the monopoly of key logistical points or assets by any national space military forces. So in conclusion, we critically reviewed the security proposals in Astropolitik and Dark Skies. Both authors present useful ideas for harnessing space activities to promote global security. Although the proposals are unrealistic in certain respects, they share important common features. They both seek a more peaceful, safer world. Dolman and Deudney offer thought-provoking but not completely convincing solutions to the problem of security in a world of nuclear weapons. Several alternatives were suggested, drawing upon their ideas and proposals from the early years of the space age. The idea of a transnational space guard may be viewed as a rapprochement. In conclusion, declarations of space as a warfighting domain should be a cause of concern for all. Achieving global security in a world of nuclear weapons will always be a technically and politically complex endeavour. Ultimately, questions of the peaceful use of space will remain inseparable from questions of the peaceful use of Earth. Moving forward, a comprehensive plan of action is urgently required to fully address these problems. So I will mention that this is based on a paper which has been accepted for publication. It should be forthcoming in the next issue of Astropolitik. So please do reference that. And if you want to keep the discussion going, please contact me as well. Okay.
Thank you very much, Allan. That was excellent.
Thank you.
Let me just
I'll just put my video on.
Good. Thank you. And as I say, if anyone's got any questions, to put them in question and answers. Looking out there while we wait for some other questions. I'll start off with a question. Where do you see non-state actors fitting into all of this? I mean, can companies like SpaceX, will they just accentuate some of these problems, or could they act to dilute some of these large power conflicts that you talked about?
Yeah, it's a very good question, because now the commercial interests are basically driving the new space age forward, as we've heard in talks at this conference. Well, I do think it's a bit of a thorny issue, because space is such a national security issue that, you know, I don't know what kind of agreements these companies have with their governments. Obviously, they want to protect their, you know, industrial knowledge from being copied by other states, or, you know, it's a very, very complex issue, and I'm not sure how to address that one. I think that it would be nice if the entrepreneurs who are driving this new space age forward would show an interest in making space a peaceful place, and really think about the effects of the technology that they're developing, how it might come to be used, and really collaborate to create the conditions for peaceful outer space.
Ian has also made the comment in the chat that the UN Space Agency proposal is a near-term solution. And I guess this sort of somewhat goes back to his comments this morning about, you know, the need for some sort of global scale agreements to head off some of these conflicts, and at least to provide a place for conflict resolution. Do you think we're too late for that, or do you think that's still possible?
I think that, to be honest, I think that we should have done it in the past, and it's kind of like, it's a great tragedy that it hasn't happened already. So these ideas were proposed in the early 1960s, late 1950s, and now in some respects they seem overambitious, slightly naive, but they would actually solve the problems that will be coming in the next few years. So for example, how are we going to ensure that these lunar bases are not military bases? I mean, how's that going to be verified? Mm-hmm. If we had an organization on the ground ensuring that everything that was sent there was going to be for peaceful purposes, then it would solve that problem. Right. So yeah.
I don't know. So Martin Elvis is asking, what would the UN Space Agency do? Is it intended as a rule-making body or as a mission-building body like NASA? I'm not so familiar with it. I don't know whether you have answers to that. I could, maybe Ian can unmute, and if he has any views on that as well. perhaps someone could elaborate on what this proposal is. Actually, it'd be interesting.
Well, yeah. So, in the initial proposal from Clark and Son was basically related to rulemaking, but I kind of think that maybe that moment has passed, and the best the UN can do now is to kind of offer itself as a kind of independent, kind of like third party for the existing space powers, to offer support and basically to defuse conflict situations from occurring.
I do wonder whether the views of Dolman and Deudney are two extremes. I mean, without being cynical, people like to put extremes because that makes more of an interesting point. So we tend to look into the future and we see these extremes occurring, but whether the reality will be, more like human history, just more messy. I mean, there'll be good points of space exploration. Maybe there will be power conflicts, but not necessarily a space environment that's completely dominated by that, because of private actors who, as on Earth, will want peaceful environments, because without peaceful environments, you can't do peaceful commerce. So there are very strong incentives to have peaceful environments in which trade and political interactions can occur without violence, and those encouragements occur on the Earth as well. So perhaps with companies like SpaceX, Blue Origin being in space, there are incentives for nation states not to turn the whole place into a battleground, because in the end, that's counterproductive for their own trading capacities, and particularly the capacities of companies that come out of their states to trade peacefully and to create wealth. So I wonder whether these are two extremes, and whether we can expect something in the middle road, which is, you could say, is sort of inevitable. We're not going to have a utopia. We needn't have a complete dystopia either. It's a question of trying to create a legal and regulatory framework where we can find that middle ground to the greatest benefit of everyone. Is that a more pragmatic view, or do you think we will end up with one of these extremes?
I think that it's a very tentative period of history, and the main reason I think that is because of the relation of space systems to nuclear weapons. And
right.
as I tried to argue in the paper, they do have an extremely critical role and could decide the outcome of wars. So that's why space is now a contested domain. And the danger is that the world will become more bipolar as a result of that, unless we find new ways to cooperate together.
Yes, but Billy Kapoor's got an interesting question here. Sort of following on from this sort of general area of discussion. What if we try to get as many countries operating commercially in space as possible? Would that deter anyone from the great expense of militarizing space and the cost of wiping out commerce? And that's an interesting potential solution, just to create a free trade zone or a vibrant commercial zone in space where it just becomes too costly to move to turn this place into purely a war fighting domain.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting idea. I have a kind of I anticipate that the increased commercial use of space is going to force these kind of like global organizations to build new structures and rulemaking. So for example, to do with the management of traffic in space, with so much going into space and as we heard yesterday about the risk of orbital debris, I think that we will need a kind of like international space traffic management system operating in the same way as we have currently for aircraft, and I can predict that happening in the near future, just as a result, just as kind of like force of necessity, in order to preserve and protect the commercial interests in space.
Yes. And Ricky Williamson, so carrying on with this sort of discussion about different types of models for space, is saying, could we take Antarctica as a model? And I guess it's a reference to the International Antarctic Treaty and the non-militarization and non-commercialization of that environment? It may perhaps be too late for that, but what do you think about models like Antarctica as ways of managing space? Of course, as I say, Antarctica is non-commercial, and perhaps that doesn't actually reflect what we want to do in space. But anyway, what do you think of those sorts of treaties?
I mean, these treaties definitely laid the foundation for the Outer Space Treaty as we understand it. At the same time, I think that these areas on Earth are also contested domains, and there's definitely worries about military build-up in these areas. And I think that these problems aren't going to go away unless we think of a more lasting solution than we have already.
Yeah. And Nina Kojima is just pointing out here that she's a PhD student also at Glasgow, saying hello, greetings. Do you think it will be affordable to have nuclear weapons in space? Can countries afford this? I guess they probably can if they want to. I should think the US could probably afford to do that if it wanted to. I suppose the question is whether it just becomes prohibitively expensive to start militarizing space.
Yeah, I think that, again, the environmental concern is something that we should be aware of. For example, detonating nuclear weapons in space. I'm not sure if I understood the question correctly, but we need to think about the environmental consequences of these actions. But yeah, nuclear power is basically going to drive the mission to Mars and beyond. So.
Mm-hmm. And then Selena's asking a general question, which I suppose fits into what you're talking about. Saying, firstly, what do you think laws should be for the environmental protection of space? Would they be formed in a way to mainly protect the environment or the humans on the colony? I suppose that's a slightly different discussion, but it does fit into this general view of what sort of laws do you implement for the behavior of people in space, and perhaps how do environmental protection concerns fit into these concerns, for example, about the militarization of space?
Yeah, I think that we need, if we're settling space, then we also need to think about the interaction between the home planet and the if you call it colony or the settlement. This is a question that I kind of have for you, but isn't there a risk that people will be bringing back, for example, unusual kind of microorganisms which could affect the environment on Earth? I mean, is that something that...
I think people are concerned about it, and they certainly take steps to prevent that possibility. For example, Mars sample return, those samples are going to be brought back to a BSL-4 category, which is the highest biological safety category of microbiology lab that you can have. But it's done merely, probably rather through prudence rather than scientific, it being a genuine scientific concern. I think the likelihood of picking up a microbe from elsewhere and having it represent a threat to the Earth's biosphere is extremely small, just because diseases tend to be co-evolved with their hosts. Although one could imagine a scenario where a hungry microbe was dropped into a polar region, for example, and began to grow, but it would be difficult to believe that would cause a global scale problem. So most of the responses to that problem in terms of BSL-4 category treatment of samples returned from Mars are done more out of prudence, because of course no one wants to be responsible for destroying the biosphere, rather than a genuine concern that might be a problem. So I think that bringing samples back from other planets and threatening the Earth is probably not very high on the list of realistic priorities versus people putting weapons in space, for example.
And another kind of question I had from yesterday was about deuterium on Mars that could be brought back to Earth, because these substances can be used in nuclear weapons. So I think that you have to think about how these resources are going to be controlled when they come back to Earth.
Yes, I noticed Bob brought that up yesterday, deuterium, although I think tritium is the one used in nuclear applications, right, in things like fusion. It's not my area, but I don't think deuterium is used. But anyway, you know, the possibility of resources being used for in space and a mind in space being used for warfaring capabilities might be a concern. Just carrying on from that, can I ask you a question? In the very long term, you know, Ian brought this up as well, the concern about diverting asteroids to Earth and the possibility that actually quite a small rock could cause some quite large-scale devastation. 10-kilometer diameter asteroid is what was thought to be responsible for the end Cretaceous extinction, but you actually don't need that. A 1-kilometer diameter asteroid or something even smaller directed at some city would cause some considerable devastation. What does one do in the very long term if you have a very large number of people spread out across the solar system, lots of people in the asteroid belt, where capturing a very small rock and diverting it to the Earth might actually be a relatively easy thing to do and difficult to detect, sort of space rock terrorism, if you like. You know, what does one do about those situations? I guess there's no easy answer to that, no obvious answer, but is that yet another concern that these threats from space will magnify as the number of people in space fill that three-dimensional void, and it becomes more and more difficult to police as people move further out? The threats get greater because they become more difficult to police, and it becomes more difficult to detect a small-scale actor doing something potentially highly destructive, like sending a very small rock towards the Earth.
I think that a more immediate concern would be terrorist attacks from Earth to space objects, like an attack on the International Space Station.
Uh-huh.
I think that's the first problem that we have to address before we think about people attacking Earth with asteroids.
Yes. Okay, and then just finally, I think there's a comment here. Actually, we should probably start. I'm getting into this conversation and I realize it's 2:28. so I think we will stop there. But that's a really fascinating discussion. Thanks a lot, Allan, both for raising those two books, but also the general question of warfare and some of the dangers that you know, Ian touched on, and you've elaborated with respect to particularly war in space, another aspect of liberty, difficult to predict, but a very important area to think about. So thank you very much for your talk. It's excellent. Thank you.
Thanks, Charles.
Anyway, should we make a start?
Yes, that sounds fine.
So we're very pleased to welcome Simon Malpas. Simon is a senior lecturer in English literature in the School of Literatures, Languages and Cultures. Before joining the English Literature Department here in Edinburgh, I should say, he taught English at Manchester Metropolitan University, and he took his first degree in drama and theatre arts at Birmingham before moving to Cardiff to complete an MA in critical and cultural theory and a PhD on time and aesthetics in English romantic poetry, German idealist philosophy, and contemporary critical theory. So his research interests are very broad. They cover romanticism, continental philosophy, literary theory, postmodernism, the relationship between science and literature, particularly in science fiction, from the scientific revolution of the 17th century to the present, and the literature, culture, and politics of the Restoration period. And I know that through his involvement with social dimensions of outer space and his general interests in space, quite separately from that, he's also moved into thinking about links between science, science fiction, and the culture of space environments and space governance. So today he's going to talk about where liberty is death, sovereignty, surveillance, and the scope for resistance in hostile environments. So thank you very much for speaking, Simon. Over to you.
Thank you, Charles. That's a wonderfully positive, helpful introduction. I'm not going to cover all of the ideas, even in my title, I don't think. The title itself was a result of a massively overambitious, over-enthusiastic moment in the abstract writing process, where I sort of felt like a kid in a sweet shop, just wanting to try everything. And therefore I will cover some of this in some detail and hopefully make some sense. I'm working on two computers, so if I keep looking off to the side, that's entirely me. What I want to do is think about what I think people like Stephen Baxter and Saskia Vermeyelen have talked about or referred to as science fiction's capacity to explore the impacts of science and technology on people. the sort of the human side of this, the link between identity, liberty, and extraterrestriality. What might it be like to be a citizen of an extraterrestrial state? What might such a citizen look like? And how might science fiction more broadly contribute to our exploration of this, our understanding of this? Why have a literary critic at an extraterrestrial liberty conference? Hopefully I'll prove there's a positive answer to that. I'll start with a piece of fiction. One of the most influential and talked about pieces of literary extraterrestrial colonization science fiction of the past few decades has been Kim Stanley Robinson's Mars trilogy. It's been mentioned a couple of times at the conference already. It's basically Red Mars, Green Mars, and Blue Mars, 3 novels that were published in the 1990s. This trilogy charts the settlement, terraforming, and establishment of a permanent colony on Mars. Having arrived, and the passage I want to look at just very briefly occurs that when having arrived in orbit, and as they're about to touch down, the first 100 settlers gather to discuss the impending birth of their new colony. A Russian scientist called Arkady Bogdanov, presents his crewmates with the following challenge. He says this, "We have come to Mars for good. We are going to make not only our homes and our food, but also our water and the very air we breathe, all on a planet that has none of these things. We can do this because we have the technology to manipulate matter right down to the molecular level. This is an extraordinary ability. Think of it. And yet some of us here can accept transforming the entire physical reality of this planet without doing a single thing to change ourselves or the way we live. To be 21st century scientists on Mars, in fact, but at the same time living within 19th century social systems based on 17th century ideologies. It's absurd, it's crazy, he seized his head in his hands, tugged his hair, roared, it's unscientific. We must terraform not only Mars, but ourselves." The provocation here is one that all 3 of the novels in the trilogy return to continually, and it arises from a discrepancy between the cutting-edge future science and technology that's on display in the texts and the much older social, ethical, and ideological systems of government that the novels are exploring, and which actually the novels depict as struggling to keep up with and or adapt to the challenges of the new settlement and the new science that they are trying to engage with. And the challenge that this statement presents, I think, is this: having come to Mars for good, to settle, to live, rather than just to explore or to visit, having put in space, extraterrestrially, a permanent settlement, and it's the permanence, I think, that is crucial here. The technological transformation of the planet, Arkady claims, must also entail the transformation of the self and the community in which that self exists. Extraterrestrial liberty, and hence identity, cannot simply be the exploitation of established, outmoded terrestrial systems. It must itself adapt, change, become something else. Now, I suppose what fascinates me about all of this, and what's fascinated me throughout the numerous things that people have been talking about over the last couple of days, is I still wonder about what does the term extraterrestrial liberty actually mean? Does it actually make sense as a conjunction? And this passage seems to me to speak to a series of questions we've been exploring for the past few days. Is it meaningful? Is meaningful liberty conceivable in an environment where the very act of stepping outside, either the built space or the decreed rules, might prove immediately fatal? Where one's every action, from the fundamental unconscious process of drawing breath to the most intimate and private toilet habits, must be monitored, assessed, and accounted for in the planning of one's environment and therefore one's safety. Where all of one's interactions with others require careful surveillance and regulation in order that the fragile community of which one is a member, carved out as it is within the inhospitable terrain of an extra or non-terrestrial system, can continue to function in the face of stresses and anxieties likely to be orders of magnitude more extreme than those one faces on Earth. Red Mars in particular seems to me to chart the disintegration of that community. as it comes under increased pressure, as the first 100 settlers fall out, as they're joined by others, and as other interests enter the scene, national interests from back on Earth, corporate interests, competition challenges, the questions that we've been looking at of exploiting the new resources, the new sciences that are made possible by Martian settlement. And I think a really good question that was asked on Tuesday is, and I copied this down from the comments, so I've simply transcribed it. The question is, isn't liberty just another element to trade off settlement, which must be weighted against other values like survival? And at the time, I thought it was a question that troubled me, because I wanted to say no. I want to say that the opposition between liberty and survival seems to me ultimately to be a false opposition. And I want to begin to try and think a little bit about why I might be committed to a claim like that. Boiled down to its most fundamental terms, liberty, I think, is essential to identity, to personhood, and therefore to any community. The survival of a community is inconceivable without that community being, at least in some element, liberal. And this brings me back, I think, to the quotation again, and the invocation made of 17th century ideologies. As Charles said at the beginning, it's a particular research interest of mine. Because one of the figures that I think has underlain a lot of what we've been talking about, but has been mentioned a few times, but it might bear some more exploring, is the 17th century philosopher Thomas Hobbes, whose account of the state, whose account of sovereignty, and for Hobbes, sovereignty is the monarch, sovereignty is the state. I'm not so convinced it necessarily needs to be, but his account of sovereign power is an account of that provides a reason for the necessity of state, of sovereignty, on the basis of the state as productive of liberty, rather than the sort of the negative liberty idea that people have talked about, which is, liberty is that moment where you're free from constraint by state power. So I'm very briefly going to talk a little bit about Hobbes. Hobbes' most famous text, it's not his only text by any means, but his most famous text is a book called Leviathan, published in 1651, in the immediate aftermath of the English Civil War, just after the execution of Charles I. Hobbes was a member of Charles's court. Actually, at the time he published the book, he was the tutor to Charles's son, going to become Charles II, and therefore had first-hand experience of the consequences of civil war and the sort of devastation, the horrific sort of devastation that emerged as part of it. And Hobbes, I'm not going to talk about Hobbes's account of the state in any great detail at all. I'm going to talk about Hobbes's account of the reason for the necessity of a state. And Hobbes, it's chapter 13 really of Leviathan, which I think is one of those fundamentally fascinating texts. And he talks about it on the basis of equality. He says, nature hath made men equal in the faculties of body and mind, as that though there be found one man sometimes manifestly stronger in body or of quicker mind than another, yet when all is reckoned together, the difference between man and man is not so considerable, but that one man can claim upon himself any benefit to which another may not pretend, as well as he. For as to the strength of the body, the weakest has strength enough to kill the strongest, either by secret machination or by confederacy with others that are in the same danger with himself. In other words, for Hobbes, equality basically emerges from human equality emerges from the fact that each of us is equally capable through machination or confederacy of killing every other person. it's not the most liberal account of equality, but it's in some ways in his work it becomes a relatively compelling one. And as Charles said a number of times in his introductions, and quotations of other things, Hobbes is writing in the 17th century. The term man is human, even in the passage I'm going to quote in a moment, where it's very clearly male. He goes on to explore the consequences of this. We are exposed to one another. We have the capacity for violence. That capacity is inherent to us. And that capacity is not something that simply underlies as a regulative principle, but it is something that comes to the fore in our very interactions with each other. He says, in the nature of man, this is the continuation in chapter 13. The nature of man, we find three principal causes of quarrel. First, competition. Secondly, diffidence. Thirdly, glory. The first maketh man invade for gain. The second for safety. The third for reputation. The first use violence to make themselves masters of other men's persons, wives, children, and cattle. Oddly constructed list at that point. The second to defend them. The third for trifles as a word, a smile, a different opinion, and any other sign of undervalue. Not only are we essentially violent, and as violence is the sort of the guarantee, the basis of our interaction, our equality, but we are continually in a state where we're precipitated into conflict by what he calls the nature of man, the causes of quarrel. Competition, we want more than we have. Diffidence or defensiveness, we want to retain what we have. And thirdly, that he calls glory. That sense of what Hegel will later call the struggle for recognition, the desire for recognition from the other, so the wrong word, the wrong sort of, a smile that is mocking us, a different opinion, any sign of undervalue, that we're not valued by our peers, becomes this impetus that precipitates us into violence. And on that basis, Hobbes makes the argument, it's a very, very famous argument, and I'll very briefly run through it, where he says, hereby it is manifest that during a time when men live without a common power to keep them all in awe, in what he calls a state of nature, they are in that condition that is called war, and such a war as is of every man against every man. Whatsoever therefore is consequent to a time of war, where every man is enemy to every man, the same is consequent to that time wherein men live without other security than their own strength, their own invention shall furnish them withal. In such condition there is no place for industry, because the fruit thereof is uncertain, and consequently no culture of the earth, no navigation, nor use of commodities that may be imported by sea, no commodious building, no instruments of moving and removing such things as require much force, no knowledge of the face of the earth, no account of time, no arts, no letters, no society, and which is worst of all, continual fear and danger of violent death, and the life of man solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. The argument here is that it's the opposite of that sort of Rousseauian romanticism. Man is born free but lives his life in chains at the beginning of the social contract. I can't remember the quote from Emile, but the opening of Emile, that we're born good, and education corrupts us into sort of to badness. Rather, inherent to human being is violence, is quarrel, and we are sort of all on a knife edge of being precipitated into that quarrel. The stresses, the strains of individuality are such that we need to be constrained, coerced, organized. Now, as I say, I'm not going to talk in any or much detail about this. Very briefly, there is an account there of a very brief structure of the state. The frontispiece to Leviathan it's my image of a world ship in some ways. It is this figure of the state, the Leviathan, that is made up of all the small, you probably can't see it in enough detail, the small individual people that make up the body of the state, with the sovereign power as the head. You have on the one hand the sword, which is the coercion, the law, the repression of those people, to keep them in line, and the crozier, on the other hand, the form of identification, the cross, the religion, the what we're going to call later in the 19th century ideologies that hold things together, that give a sense of cohesion. And these construct individuals. This order, this state structure produces, constructs, makes identities, individuals, through our identification with the state we're a part of, through the sovereign, with the sovereign power, through our fear, in a sense, of the power of the sovereign power if we transgress. These things organize and structure our liberty. What Hobbes is getting at here is that liberty isn't simply freedom from. The liberty of the subject, he says, lieth therefore only in those things which, in regulating their actions, the sovereign has pretermitted, the sovereign has permitted. We have liberty not outside of sovereignty, but on the basis sovereignty makes liberty possible. Sovereignty, allows that. There's a wonderful science fiction writer, a wonderful writer generally, called Octavia Butler, who in her Xenogenesis trilogy, in a series of books now under the name Lilith's Brood, presents humanity as having a fundamental talent, the talent for cancer, and a fundamental flaw, which is the combination of intelligence and hierarchical tendencies. It's a very, very Hobbesian sort of reading. I'm not going to talk about that today. It's a wonderful set of books and really, really fascinating. So because of the innate nature of human beings, Hobbes argues, liberty is best understood not as being in opposition to the state of sovereignty and coercion. As we often talk about, it is not negative liberty. Freedom is not just simply freedom from, but rather as dependent on the restraints inherent in sovereign states. Now, people have talked about this in much, much more detail, much more sophisticated ways than I'm doing, but I wanted to sort of pin that down because I think this becomes in itself quite fascinating. The other reason I think, if going back to Hobbes, is, particularly if we're interested in science fiction, is that at the same time Hobbes is writing, there are a series of 17th century fictions about the exploration of space. Space becomes somewhere that can be explored, somewhere that can be looked at. And that might range from scientists like Johannes Kepler, his somnium, this sort of dream of a trip, demon-powered trip to the moon, or people like John Wilkins, sort of scientist, philosopher, religious thinkers, the discovery of the world and the moon, and discuss concerning a new planet. Just glorious literary lunatics like Cyrano de Bergerac, with the government and the world of the moon, and his having been to the moon, he then goes one better and goes on a trip to the sun. Or writers such as Margaret Cavendish in her The Blazing World. We find another world, abducted into another world. Or Aphra Behn, The Emperor of the Moon, a really, really interesting play about that. Each of these, I think, is in some sense either anticipating or reacting to the sort of political structure and atmosphere that Hobbes is presenting in 17th century. That this is one type of science fiction. This is science fiction as escape. In each of these, in various different ways, the protagonist is an individual. The protagonist escapes from the order, the sovereign world, and that sort of thing, to find a new world, a different world, a world that can be explored. This is science fiction as boldly going as seeking out new worlds and new civilizations, but it's equally science fiction as escape, as escapism, as escape from repression, as escape from violence. Godwin in Man on the Moon, for example, it is someone who is hunted and who leashes together some geese and flies off, first of all, to a deserted island and then finally to the moon. This draws on the sort of traveller's tale, this draws on the narratives of exploration. But it also, I think, certainly in more recent science fiction, begins to think a lot more about identity. Now, I don't have time to talk about this in any detail, but I wanted to pick as an example one contemporary science fiction writer, Peter Watts, who in a series of books has explored the ways in which, and people have been talking about this, sort of hostile environments require the remaking, the reconstruction of, I suspect, human identity. Starfish, the first in his Rifters trilogy, is a wonderful book. The Earth is destroying itself through global warming, through climate change, through its use of fossil fuels, and therefore the source of power to power the sort of the what's left of the United States becomes the sort of undersea volcanoes and the sort of the various rifts in the Pacific, and the novel explores how people are remade, have to be physically remade in order to experience life in those sorts of hostile environments. And they cope with the chronic stresses. The people are chosen, you know, not in terms of the sort of the standard astronaut model as the sort of the psychologically together heroic figure, but actually because of their damage, because they are traumatized, because they are, as the write-up says, they, you know, the chronic stresses of living in a hostile environment are things that they have lived with all of their life, pre-adapted to dangerous environments, because of the traumas of their childhood. This is the idea, I suppose, of you know, I mean, it's not extraterrestrial, it's the bottom of the sea, but it's the same. You know, the voyage to the hostile environment requires the sort of human being who is not the standard hero, as it were. It's 2006 novel Blindsight. Again, I've talked about this very, very briefly. You can read the blurb there. You know, who do you send to meet the aliens? Actually, you send a group of people who would be considered to be, in the very broadest sense, disabled. The narrator Siri Keaton has had half of his brain cut out. In a sort of surgical procedure sort of early on, and that gives him qualities that allow him to work with these others, with these people. Now, again, I'm very conscious of time here, so I'm not going to talk about this in half as much detail as I'd hoped to. Why would people be interested in this? These are fictions. These I suspect are not going to happen. You know, can turning traumatized people into deep sea creatures and/or cutting half their brains out and making them accomplices to vampires possibly tell us about actual extraterrestrial liberty? Is it going to happen? Is this how we colonize Mars? No. You know, the sort of social realism of Kim Robinson is not what is at stake in these texts. But that, I think, brings me back to this question I was asking about science fiction and the point of science fiction. What is it for? What do we get from it? Now, and this is my last minute, I think. Samuel Delany, a wonderful African-American writer, in a speech in 1978 to the Harlem Museum, about the value of science fiction. He talks about this as growing up, you know, growing up African-American in New York, and the problem he had with identification, with senses of role model, with senses of just where he fitted in the world. He said he found in science fiction, he found actually in the most odd bit of science fiction, Robert Heinlein's Starship Troopers. He said, I got halfway through that novel and suddenly realized, you know, that the protagonist wasn't white. And the fact that hadn't had to be mentioned every single time he spoke, you know, was a revelation to me. This was a future that was different. But he I think formulates in really interesting ways what science fiction might do, how it might contribute. So science fiction, he says, is a tool to help you think. And like anything that really helps you think, by definition, it doesn't do the thinking for you. It doesn't tell us what tomorrow will be. It's a tool to help you think about the present, a present that is always changing, a present in which change itself assures there is always a range of options for actions. It doesn't tell you what is going to happen tomorrow. It presents alternative possible images of futures and presents them in a way that allows you to question them as you read along an interesting, moving, and exciting story. Without an image of tomorrow, one is trapped by blind history, economics, and politics beyond our control. One is tied up in a web, in a net, with no way to struggle free. Only by having clear and vital images of the many alternatives, good and bad, or where one can go, will we have any control over the way we may actually get there. In reality, tomorrow will bring too quickly. Now, I've rushed through all of that far too quickly. I had far more to say than I had time to say it. What I'm interested in is the thinking of liberty. Seems to me requires imagination, requires the capacity to think other than where we currently are. We can't step outside sovereignty. I mean, this is my claim. I think other people have come up with much more arguments than I would possibly can. We can't step outside sovereignty, but we can test, we can hypothesize, we can explore the limits, the possibilities within the repression that is necessary for human community. And science fiction, literature, art, etc., gives us a space in which to do that. And therefore, I think is incredibly helpful for thinking about the possibilities of extraterrestrial liberty. And I will stop there, having gone on far too long. Thank you, and sorry for...
No, thank you, Simon. That was great. Thank you. That was a fantastic, wide-ranging view of Hobbes through to science fiction. I have a question about Hobbes in a moment, but let me let's answer some of the questions, because there are a few here. So Michael Mealing is asking a slightly contrarian view. He's saying in a discussion with the Expanse authors about whether or not the books will show a predictive science fiction, they stated emphatically no, because a TV show about mining robots would be, quote, boring. So should we be using backward-looking allegorical science fiction as guidance for a future that is very different physics, economics, and sociology? And I guess his main point here is that especially when most science fiction authors aggressively ignore economics and sociology in order to service their own personal political views. And maybe we might add also, just because they have these utopian views of dropping out economics and sociology, like in Star Trek. Well, not sociology in Star Trek, but economics and money sort of has disappeared from that future. So is it valuable, given that it has these these lacunae in the way which it's developed?
I think it is, and I think that's and it's a great question. It's a really important question, because yes, I mean, the Federation, the Star Trek Federation, is a very, very odd place, with the sense of the problem of economics is not simply not a part of that. But I think it's Delaney's quotation. I think is really important here. Is really interesting here, because what Delaney is saying is not science fiction's predictive capabilities that are important. What is important is the possibility of opening up the present to potential tomorrows. It's not saying this will happen. That's mysticism, effectively. The science fiction, the literature of the science fiction that tells you what the future will be, is just as deterministic as any other account that this is going to be the thing. The science fiction, I think, and this is why I wanted to refer to Peter Watts, and I only did so very briefly and not very helpfully at the end, that is imaginatively exploring the ways in which changes that might not be immediately apparent or might not immediately make sense can still be thinkable, can still be explorable, is I think quite interesting. Science fiction is thought experiment. Mm-hmm. It's the sort of the magic if, the what if, this were the case. I think a lot of science fiction doesn't talk about economics. Some of it does, and some of it does really, really interestingly. There's a wonderful book by Edinburgh writer called Charles Stross called Neptune's Brood, which is obsessed with the economics of settling outside of the solar system, and he makes some really, really interesting claims. You have to reinvent money. Lending money simply doesn't work. To colonize another solar system is so expensive that a whole new economic structure has to be created. He does it with robots, so he gets around the problem of life expectancy by turning everyone to robots. But it's a thought experiment about the economics of that. War between solar systems becomes absolutely economically unviable. For reasons that he can explore in quite a lot of detail in that sort of text. So it's not science fiction, it's realism, I think. Although, I mean, realist science fiction can be really, really fascinating, but it's the projection of possible, the exploration of possible projected futures.
Yes.
And
so I'll follow on from that with actually the question I had, which sort of ties into that, which is, the possibilities for what we can be and create in space. You quoted the beginning of Rousseau's The Social Contract. Man is born free, but everywhere is in chains. And I forget which philosopher it was now who responded to Rousseau with sheep are carnivores, but everywhere they're eating grass. And what that, I forget who it was now, I need to look it up. But of course, what they were saying was, it's nonsense, we're not born free, everywhere we're in chains. The reason why we're in chains is because that's actually what we are. And there's no escaping that. So I suppose my question would be, can we build all these science fiction futures? Or is this a little bit like the beginning of Rousseau's Social Contract? Are we simply imagining something we want to be, but ultimately within us are extremely sort of well-defined behavioral characteristics that will never change, unless, of course, we build a post-human future and we change the human brain, then I accept we might build something different. But ignoring that for a moment, just assuming we move out into space as we are we that malleable? Can we build these science fiction futures? Or if we do not change ourselves by, physically change ourselves by genetics, is our future fairly preordained, regardless of what we'd like to think in science fiction?
A huge question. Okay, I think I'd respond to that. I mean, I'm not defending Rousseau by any means. I mean, I think I agree entirely with your critic. It's a wonderful quote. If you find it, please let me know. It's brilliant. I think sort of the naive humanism of Rousseau's claim is I think itself necessarily problematic. I'm not a Hobbesian in that sense, but I think I find Hobbes much more plausible in his account of humanity, that there are these structural conditions of conflict between us that require some form of sort of social cohesion, social order. So it's not simply, and this is what I was saying, Rousseau is almost the anti-Hobbes in this respect. Yeah. It's not simply the imposition, sovereignty is not simply the imposition of chains. Sovereignty is what makes liberty possible. So yes, not Hobbes as a sort of negative liberty person in that sense. Hobbes, in a sense, is pre-dialectically almost sort of Hegelian, I think, in that sense. And I think that's where I come back to this notion of human nature. I'm sort of skeptical about it. To what extent human nature is natural, to what extent it is historical. I think we are and have continually been changing throughout human existence. That in any sense that going back to the 17th century now, or going back, I would have anything fundamentally in common, with those people that I was interacting with, I think is a very difficult claim to make. That what we call human nature, I think, is shaped as much by our environment, as much by the in Hobbes in terms of, sort of sovereignty under which we are living, as it is by our genes or our etc. etc. So I mean, I think the interest in the thought experiments of something like science fiction is that they are possibly untestable, but they might be they might open us up to thinking about the possibility of humanity differently.
Yes. I wonder whether the extreme conditions of space are so extreme that there's an excuse for that Hobbesian sovereign that's necessary to prevent the state of nature declining into this nasty, brutish and short life. So there's an easy excuse for a leviathan of a state in the extraterrestrial environment, and it can be justified, as you say, on the basis that it's about protecting your liberty, because without the sovereign, the leviathan sovereign, then things collapse and there's no reason to have liberty at all because you're dead. But of course, that can very easily be turned around into an autocracy. The so-called protection of liberty becomes a Leviathan state that is anything but a place of human liberty. So I wonder whether the extraterrestrial state makes possible the Hobbesian Leviathan state in its worst possible manifestation.
I think it absolutely does. I mean, I think, and that's the danger. That is the threat. I mean, this is Isaiah Berlin's critique of positive liberty. I think in the two concepts of liberty, positive liberty is great. Apart from the sort of programs that get sort of tied up with positive liberty that are about sort of transforming the human being into such a thing that can actually experience liberty, and liberty is what I, philosopher, say it should be. So I, and this is I think this is the dilemma which we face. And again, I think this is something that fiction is capable. Fiction, film, art generally is capable of exploring in ways that sort of allow us to do it without actually sending a bunch of colonies to Mars and seeing which of them survive. If you see what I mean, under these different systems, it's much easier to do it in a novel, or much less painful to do it in a novel, I think, than it is to do it.
Right. Yes. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's an amazing amount. I mean, Stephen Baxter has summarized this in a chapter on liberty in science fiction, but it is extraordinary, the number of different types of societies that have been imagined by science fiction writers and different scenarios of liberty. We talk about these things, but actually a lot of it has been worked through in the science fiction literature in numerous different ways. Everything from libertarian societies like Heinlein's visions to the more autocratic visions of human society. I'm just going to pick up on a question here. We've got a bit of time, so that's fine. A few more minutes. Billy Kapoor, this is a little bit of a different question, but maybe you have a view on this. Other authors that have taken on the Gaian perspective that Earth is a built environment, the atmosphere and oceans are artificial and sustained by life, that rather than Earth's atmosphere supporting life, life supports the atmosphere, so extending life to Mars is not, in fact, such a fundamental change. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, there's. I mean, I think there's some really, really interesting science fiction that does exactly that. There's a series of novels by Hawaiian author called Linda Nagata. The first of which is called The Nanotech Succession. The first of which is a novel called The Boar Maker, and they're really, really fascinating because they explore. Again, the question they're asking is given that there is a functioning nanotechnology, which of course the big if, whether that such a thing is possible, that can fundamentally rewrite the code that makes us up. What are the rules and regulations, the systems and structures that need to protect that? And there, the notion of Gaia has become almost a sort of a world religion. So what they call themselves, the Commonwealth, I think, is an absolutely tyrannical police force that is stopping, the letting loose of, nanobots that could fundamentally rewrite everything. When you have a technology that is that fundamental, and again, this is the question of the balance. When you have a technology that is that fundamentally transformative, what sort of social political system do you need in place to protect against it? What sort of ideological system? And that becomes the sort of the exploration of it's not quite answering the question, but there's that sort of Gaia sense of environment and world. Let me ask you a slightly wacky question. It's on my mind as well. So there's an interesting connection between science fiction and science. Given the way in which science fiction writers have imagined human societies, might it be a good idea to deliberately construct lots of different settlements on the moon or Mars and recreate what is in science fiction books? So you could have a Kim Stanley Robertson Red Mars settlement and Heinlein Moon is a Harsh Mistress settlement. You would actually follow the science fiction book as a means of testing a social order and then see what happens. And people could voluntarily elect to go into these worlds, particularly keen fans of the particular books could go and live the reality, and then you would see what works. Or is that a completely nutty idea?
It's a form of literary criticism that has not yet been tried. Banks, I get Banks's culture universe, because that just sounds cool.
Of course, there needs to be ones that are physically possible, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, again, I think it sounds wonderful and provocative idea. I think, as I say, I think this is not. I hesitate to say getting science fiction right, because there's not a right or wrong about this. But I think in that sense, it's I want to almost say, that's not what science fiction is or should be doing. The science fiction that presents this is the future, this is how we settle Mars. I mean, in some ways, I think the Mars series is less interesting in some ways than some of the more weird and wacky stuff. It's taking something that is, it's the thought experiment is not, this as a whole will predict the future. This is what the future will have. This is precisely the technology. That's, I suppose, what scientific hypothesis does. The fictional thing is the sort of saying, well, if this science, imagining the consequences of this scientific hypothesis, what might that feel like? What might it be like? It's the Ralph Nagel Mortal Questions essay. What is it like to be a bat? Consciousness is the projection of oneself. The experience of what is it like. Fiction, literature, art, I think, is about consciousness. Yes. It is not saying the world is X. It's saying this. Given this X, our experience might be. Yeah. And I think that's where its value lies. Science fiction as a predictive sort of form of technology, or even a predictive form of society, is, I think, notoriously not very good. I mean, there are some glorious moments where it gets it right. Very often, it's horribly wrong. As a predictor, but that doesn't mean it's valueless or uninteresting, because actually the thought experiment is something that may still have value.
Yes. Excellent. That's fantastic. I have to say I hadn't really thought about science fiction in those terms, so that's very enlightening. I'm noticing it's 3:15, so we should definitely stop now and move on to the next talk. Thank you very much, Simon. That was great. So again, thank you everyone for coming along. Institutions of Extraterrestrial Liberty, and we're very happy to have Thomas Moynihan from Oxford talking next. He's a researcher and writer currently working with the Future of Humanities Institute at the University of Oxford. He focuses on intellectual history and existential risk, aiming to supply a historically reflective dimension to the emerging field of future studies. His most recent book is X-Risk: How Humanity Discovered Its Own Extinction. I can really recommend. Excellent book. And today he's going to talk about sort of linking that with thoughts about the extraterrestrial condition, human vocation as jailbreak, from the heteronomy of gravity, scarcity, and extinction, an unfinished history. Thank you very much, Thomas, for coming to speak.
Thank you, Charles, and thanks for organising this brilliant series of talks. And they've all been absolutely fascinating so far, so I hope I can add something. Without further ado, today I want to talk about some of the more speculative, bold and hopeful visions of what humanity's descendants might achieve. I'm also going to be focusing mainly on liberation from natural impositions rather than social ones. To that end, I want to attempt to recount some of the story of how throughout history people have awoken to the idea that the lion's share of liberty yet to be attained lies off-world. So first, what is liberty? To give a working definition for this talk, liberation is the increase in autonomy, or the ability to maintain and expand options and fulfill preferences, whereas heteronomy is the decrease in liberty alongside loss of options and capacity to fulfill preferences. Remaining Earth-locked brings severe heteronomies for the human species compared to what could be achieved beyond Earth. The following is the history of how people woke up to these heteronomies and suggested ways to escape and unfetter themselves of them. So today I'm going to try and weave together a few themes that have grown together across the history of thinking about humanity's long-term future. These are liberation from scarcity, whether of resource, as the Earth only intercepts a fraction of the sun's total energy output, or of time, as Earth has a finite future window of habitability. And ultimately, these add up to liberation from extinction. Extinction indeed is the ultimate heteronomy, the loss of all options for our collective future. As we shall see, since the late 1800s, multiple visionaries have arrived at the idea that space equals survival. This is why leaving Earth would be the ultimate jailbreak. Put positively, I'm going to explore how the upper bounds of what humanity can achieve and how long it might last to fulfill this potential have exploded exponentially throughout the past few centuries, and how this growth has moved in lockstep with ambitions to unbind life from Earth. But pursuing liberation first requires recognizing that one's situation is one of bondage, penury, or privation. However, for the majority of Western history, people could not see that leaving the planet and expanding the foothold of intelligence and life would be liberating, precisely because they did not apprehend the scarcity of intelligence and life within the wider cosmos. Nor did they recognize that, from the perspective of being utilized for the sustenance of life and mind, the resources of the cosmos are, at present, probably titanically underutilized. So, why? From the ancient Greeks to the medieval Christians, there was a common intuition that the universe is optimally designed for life, and thus is maximally and invariantly populated, without exception, throughout time. From Aristotelian to Epicurean cosmology, there was not a recognition that vast regions in both time and space could be or had been abiotic or unpopulated. When the Copernican revolution rolled around and the scientific revolution revved up, this actually didn't change too much. Natural philosophers commonly assumed that the Copernican universe was fully habitable and inhabited. If other planets revolved around other stars, they also harbor life and intelligence. Our planet is untypical, after all. They insisted that it would seem a massive waste of real estate otherwise. Though this seems strange to us now, it was very common for people to profess that the universe was not only maximally inhabited, but also that this situation of fullness is invariable. This was because it was also commonly believed that the cosmos is not only as populous as it can be, but that it tends towards being this way teleologically. So many assumed that whenever some quantum of life, no matter how big or small, is destroyed here and now, this destruction enables an equal and compensatory amount of life to be generated at some future place or time, such that in the fullness of time, any local destruction is actually circulation rather than genuine loss. To give some brief examples, it is this type of thinking that allowed the moral philosopher Anthony Ashley Cooper to confidently claim in 1669 that the destruction of an entire populated planetary system through collision with another is always for the greater moral good, since the collision vitalizes the system that swallows up the other. Or to take another example, look to the French naturalist Benoit de Maillet, who in the 1720s wrote that planets die and their life is annihilated, but that this is in fact always good, since such destruction fuels the recreation of new worlds and their repopulation with the same species. He suggested that each species exists fundamentally as indestructible seeds that fill the void of space. Once expelled from a dying planet, they will drift until inexorably finding a new world to vivify. For him and many contemporaries, life and the species that constitutes it are something ontologically basic. They do not emerge at a precise time and place based on contingent and unrepeatable events, but are just part of the cosmic fabric, always have been, always will be. In this situation, where the cosmos is not just maximally, but also invariantly full of life, independently of human actions, there was little reason to make ethical arguments for humanity spreading beyond Earth. This would produce little consequential benefit, since the cosmos was already presumed full of life and ethical value. Of course, there is a rich tradition of speculative visions of interplanetary visits and even conflicts, but little notion of humanity leaving Earth and permanently settling other planets for reasons of survival. Indeed, many people simply assumed that humans, or at least things identical to us, exist on almost all the other planets. There was, as yet, no penury, no planetary specificity, and thus existential fragility that could serve as bondage to be liberated from. The idea of a scarcity of future time, based on secular physical process rather than divine decree or orchestration, began to consolidate in the latter 1700s. Around this time, the first scientific estimates of the future window of planetary habitability emerge. For example, in the 1770s, Georges Buffon performed some rudimentary thermal experiments and estimated that there were 93,291 years left until Earth loses all its internal heat and becomes uninhabitable. But Buffon also believed in life on all other planets throughout the cosmos. He also believed in organic molecules or seeds that suffuse the universe and are indestructible, in his words. Individual species, therefore, may be locally suppressed, but the total amount of organic matter remains universally constant. Again, life is here ontologically basic and thus permanent. Individual planets freeze and become uninhabited, as the Earth one day will, but there will always be habitable planets and thus life. But, in opposition to elder views of its maximal suffusion with life and value, a germinal sense of nature's wider arbitrariness, wastefulness, and inhospitability was beginning to spread. To that end, certain utopian thinkers during the 18th century began thinking of ways of artificially reorganizing the Earth so as to make it more just, egalitarian, and hospitable. In an 1843 satire of such grand designs, the American essayist Henry David Thoreau decided to beat the utopians at their own game. He wrote, "Or perchance coming generations will not abide the dissolution of the globe, but availing themselves of future inventions in aerial locomotion and the navigation of space, the entire race may migrate from Earth to settle some vacant and more clement planet." Though intended in jest and in scorn, this is perhaps, as far as I'm aware, one of the first places someone suggested interplanetary settlement as a means for human survival. Arriving in the mid-1800s, the science of thermodynamics drastically heightened this sense of the scarcity of future terrestrial time. Hermann von Helmholtz and Lord Kelvin provided a theory of stellar evolution based on gravitational collapse that professed to be able to put numbers on solar lifespan, past and future. The theory was that the sun was contracting and cooling. Kelvin spoke of a past when the Earth was tenantless, and of a future when it can no longer be a habitation for man or any living creature. In 1845, he estimated only 300,000 years of future life. Forecasts varied between physicists, but by the closing decades of the 1800s, the community converged upon the very low tens of millions. The solar system's future was not all too long. Expressing this general mood in 1893, Irish astronomer Robert Ball pronounced that our sun has already dissipated about 4/5 of the energy with which it may have originally been endowed. The millions of years that our descendants have left could likely be counted on the fingers of one hand, he ventured. In addition, thermodynamics forced appreciation that the sun is highly wasteful. That is, most of its finite fund of energy is being pumped into space without compensation. Prior generations would have responded with assurance that for every sun that dies, another is necessarily born, such that global equilibrium is conserved. But this metaphysical panacea was becoming less convincing due to building awareness of the sheer ratio of energy being squandered. As one scientist put it, the amount of solar energy intercepted by the planets is infinitely slight, not a billionth. Whither all the rest? From this, it seems obvious to infer that remaining Earth-locked means acquiescing to an arbitrary finitude of not just future time, but also of available energy. It is within this context that images begin to take hold of future humanity moving inward within the solar system to warmer planets. Take, for example, H.G. Wells's words at the end of War of the Worlds, where he suggests that when the slow cooling of the sun makes this Earth uninhabitable, humans may migrate to Venus. However, such intrasolar diaspora only prolongs the inevitable. Though there may be millions of years left, sunlight is still finite. Indeed, in the context of a dying sun, to which our fate is locked, sunlight becomes a finite resource, at least in the long run, such that letting it go to waste is no longer entirely morally neutral, particularly when it was also realized that capturing this otherwise wasted energy could bring more equality and happiness and wealth to humanity. Nikola Tesla realized this first in 1900, when he announced that the great problem of science is increasing the amount of the sun's energy harnessed by humanity. Citing Kelvin's ungenerous estimates for the sun's future lifespan, Tesla argued that civilization must maximize its solar throughput in the meantime. We better make the most of it whilst we can. But this too would also necessitate going off-world. A few years before Tesla, in 1895, the Russian rocket pioneer Konstantin Tsiolkovsky had offered a boldly speculative answer to Tesla's great problem. He mused that our descendants might remold the matter of the planet so as to make some kind of vast sun-girdling ring or sphere that might be able to intercept the majority of the sun's rays. Nonetheless, even Tsiolkovsky's grand visions were still just a delayal of the inevitable within the solar system. Looking beyond, both Tesla and Wells had suggested that seeds of life could be shot beyond, into sidereal space, in a last-ditch attempt to preserve biology. Indeed, around this time, previous assuredness that the whole universe was maximally rife with life had started to founder. Thus, the reasons motivating their proposals of directed seeding had begun to coalesce. The hope might have been that these seeds would find a home and perhaps eventually re-evolve into something like humanity. Surprisingly enough, the intuition that reruns of evolution would reliably end up in something humanoid remained prevalent at this point in time. However, as the 1900s dawned, biologists began, for the first time, explicitly cautioning that reruns of evolution on other planets are possibly very unlikely to recreate anything recognizably intelligent, let alone humanoid. As this realization dawned, it may have seemed that the fate of humanoid intelligence was indeed locked to the sun, and there was no longer any secure guarantee that there was intelligence beyond. All in all, as the 1800s drew to a close, there was seemingly not the power source to take humanity itself to other stars, nor was there any known power source to prolong the sun beyond a few 10 million years. The outlook was somewhat bleak. Then, just as the 1900s dawned, came the discovery of radium, radioactivity, and the power locked within the atom. This revolutionized everything. The sheer amount of energy locked up within the atom was truly astonishing. Accordingly, Frederick Soddy, one of the fathers of nuclear physics, had, in his 1912 classic, The Interpretation of Radium, felt warranted to suggest that once a civilization unlocks atomic power, it may explore the outer realms of space, emigrating to more favorable worlds. The year earlier, in 1911, Tsiolkovsky had cottoned onto the revolutionary potential of radium. He wrote that, if it were possible to sufficiently accelerate the decomposition of radium, then its use could give such a speed to a jet device that reaching the nearest star would be reduced to 10 to 40 years. A pinch of radium would be more than enough for a ton rocket to sever all ties with the solar system. As opposed to slipshod and haphazard seeding, crude interstellar migration had seemingly come within the remit of scientific plausibility. Tsiolkovsky announced explicitly that this would liberate us from both scarcity of resource and the iniquity of extinction. It would decouple the future lifespan of civilization from that of the sun. Humanity could migrate from sun to sun, which rebukes the gloomy views of scientists such as Kelvin, Tsiolkovsky added. 6 years later, the father of US rocketry, Robert Goddard, arrived at the same conclusion. Can intelligence outlive the sun that birthed it, he asked. His optimistic answer was yes, if it is possible to unlock and control intra-atomic energy, he said. But at this point, from the perspective of 1918, all bets were off as to whether the atom could be unlocked, and if so, how long it might take to master. However, The discovery of atomic energy also drastically expanded timescales within which unlocking could be attempted. As one science writer remarked in 1906, the discovery of this new form of energy has extended indefinitely the backward and forward sweep of the cosmical timetable. Geologists pointed to the Earth's internal wealth of radiogenic heat. Physicists started speculating upon subatomic processes sustaining the sun. Either way, it seemed that the Earth could remain habitable for much longer than previously expected. Radium had come to the rescue, as various journalists put it. Amongst certain scientists during the 1920s and 1930s, this instilled a strong sense of responsibility towards this dramatically extended future. In a sense, increased estimates for the future habitability liberated them from parochialism regarding their position in time, just as cosmopolitanism has liberated people from chauvinistic attachments to blood or soil in space. The US geologist Thomas Chamberlain delivered a speech in 1908 that is worth quoting at length. Giving thought to the resources that affect our future appeals to me with peculiar force, for my studies of the past decade have led to the belief that the era of the Earth's future habitability is vastly greater than we have been wont to think. We have grown up in the belief that the Earth sprung from chaos at the opening of our era and is plunging onto catastrophe or to a final winter in the near future. Quite at variance with this, I have come to believe that it offers a fair prospect of fitness for habitation for ages yet to come. If this be true, it is eminently fitting that our race should give a due measure of thought to the ulterior effects of its actions. The probabilities of the future are at least so great as to render imperative the serious consideration of our obligations to it. Not long after, the physicist Sir James Jeans provided an estimate of 1 trillion years for future terrestrial habitability. As inhabitants of the Earth, we are living at the very beginning of time, Jeans announced. He was of course rather optimistic with this estimate. Later, mid-century, this was revised down to 10 and then 5 billion years, when a greater understanding of the nuclear processes within the stars was garnered. And since the 1970s and 1980s, it has been revised down further to around 1 billion years of future terrestrial habitability due to growing understanding of processes and sensitivities within the Earth's own atmosphere. But this doesn't matter. Jeans's 1921 estimate is important because it encouraged people to start realizing that civilization's future prospect may be orders of magnitude longer than the whole human past. Or at least there was nothing in science to suggest this impossible. But possible does not mean inevitable. As Chamberlain stressed, extended congeniality of conditions does not ensure actual realization. Jeans also noted that the entirety of this future could be tragically truncated. He stressed in 1929 the responsibility this places upon us, because we are drawing plans and laying foundations for a longer future than we can well imagine. But should humanity ever unlock that atom in the multiple billions of years left on Earth, then perhaps it may spread beyond this solar system, in which case the upper bound on the human-descended future grows again, and so too does our responsibility accordingly. In 1935, Bertrand Russell relayed that the progress of scientific knowledge had made it at very least doubtful as to whether there is life anywhere else. This therefore means that it might die out with our planet. Citing Jeans, he claimed that we have 1 trillion years left in which to invent a way to travel to another star with habitable planets, so as to safeguard the future of life and mind in what might be just the whole galaxy. He wrote, "It is perhaps a slender hope, but let us make the best of it." Of course, a few years later, the atom was unlocked, and ironically, the hope that atomic power had once promised for a much lengthened future was, after the Trinity test of June 1945, muddied by the fear that it was putting the entirety of this future in danger. So, how much might really be on the line? In other words, just how big could the future really be, should our descendants become post-planetary? The first quantitative estimate on its upper bound was supplied by JBS Haldane, a friend of both Jeans and Russell. Already in 1926, in an astonishing text on the far future, he had put a rudimentary number upon the upper bounds of longevity for a civilization that becomes truly spacefaring. He imagined a civilization hopping from star to star and thus surviving for the future lifespan of the whole galaxy. Using the physics of the time, he put this at a whopping 80 trillion years. At the time, this was based on little real science, But it serendipitously matches up with today's estimates, which predict that the stellariferous era will end in approximately 100 trillion years. Nonetheless, what's philosophically interesting here is that Haldane was not forecasting eternal life. He was hinting to upper bounds that are enormous but finite. Indeed, it was always infinities and eternities that prior thinkers for generations had fallen back on when insisting that life is invariant within the universe. They had argued that whatever is lost will inevitably return elsewhere and elsewhen, because within eternity all possibilities inevitably recur infinitely. Assuming this to be true, there cannot strictly be any meaningful sense to there being more or less future generations. Moreover, everything good we might yet accomplish has already been accomplished limitless times in the past, such that any of our achievements cannot inflict meaningful change on the whole. However, this age-old eternalistic view suffered a fatal blow in the 1930s, when evidence began building that the universe was expanding and thus seemingly had a definite beginning. For various reasons, expansion also seemed to imply an upper limit on what might be achieved in the future, whether via heat death or galactic recession and causal isolation. Eddington had spelt this out as early as 1933. And this is important because, in opposition to the amorphous eternity where everything returns, a genuinely irreversible cosmic history implies that intelligence might be able to effect a meaningfully consequential and beneficial change on the total amount of ethical value that will have ever been realized in the effectable universe. Suddenly, the value of ensuring more or less generations comes sharply into focus, particularly that is when you realize that ensuring the existence of the lion's share of these potential lives is gated upon intelligence leaving behind the sun that birthed it. Note that the same applies to any value that anyone could value, whether it be cultural diversity or aesthetic beauty. So, to sum up the story of this talk, the historical emergence of ethical arguments for space settlement arose from the slow recognition that the wider universe is likely not maximally full of life and intelligence. In fact, as time has gone on, evidence has instead mounted that it may be in an extremely suboptimal state. Suboptimal because there is plenty of room and energy for a staggering amount more, but that is currently going underused. Moreover, the universe has also gained a beginning, which put a backward stop on the amount of time within which prior intelligences might have already existed and achieved everything achievable. This makes it at least philosophically plausible that we are living in an epoch before intelligence becomes a wide-scale factor at meaningful scales. It also meant that if, for whatever reason, there is also some forward limit on what is achievable, no matter how large, then we similarly apprehend that it is also at least philosophically plausible that our descendants can consequentially affect the total amount of ethical value that will have been realized. One might thus think of intelligence as some kind of nucleation of a crystal from a solution, a primary seed, tiny and fragile at first, but charged with the potential to tip the entire system into a dramatically new state. Perhaps it could be the spark plug or catalyst that triggers the shift from an abiotic to a biotic universe. Having recognized our massive potential, I believe it becomes incumbent upon us to liberate ourselves from all that might arbitrarily truncate it. This may include overstepping sentimental attachments to our birthplace and biology. After all, humans have never been very good at acquiescing to nature's precedent. Ever since our migratory ancestors invented clothing, hominins have been liberating themselves of nature's arbitrary impositions. Since the Enlightenment, this has become an explicit, self-conscious code of conduct. That is to say, liberation has been recognized as overstepping all arbitrary seats of power. That is, situations that haven't been supported with moral argumentation. Regardless of whether we are talking here about nature's predatory precedent or the tyranny of prejudice and tradition. Indeed, given that our planetary birthplace is the result of a chain of pure accidents, surely attachment to it is just as unfounded as attachment to one's race or nation. Ultimately, we have come to find ourselves in a universe that seemingly could house vastly more life, but also which at the present moment simply does not. In my eyes, there can be no good reason, no moral case for this state of affairs. It is nothing but a brute fact and a waste of opportunity. As with other arbitrary precedents of nature, from infant mortality to gravity, I hope our descendants liberate this universe of its abiotic default. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. That was really excellent talk, and very sweeping, and some very expansive ideas there. So yeah, any questions? And we've got one from Billy Kapoor, who's asking, do we have any good reason not to expect that our entire cosmology might change in 20 years? And how might that affect this vision of sort of open expansion and liberation?
Yeah, so I think we should expect that to be the case. The way that, from studying the history of science, this is like very high level, broad, but the way that science seems to work is often consilience rather than absolute revolution of paradigms. So things are added and can cohere in different ways. But nonetheless, revolutions do happen. Our whole picture could be completely wrong. But nonetheless, talking from history, looking across Western history and also across cultures as well, it seems to be there's something default about the mode of thinking eternalistically. So it's far more common that, at least in my opinion, it's far more common that across times and places, humans tend to think that the universe is eternal, and also that nothing can be truly lost from it because it will return at some other time or place. So it's, at least in my view, historically very novel that we're now entertaining cosmologies that do have singular, irreversible, non-repeatable histories and events. That seems to be kind of not the default mode of thinking. And that kind of makes me lend a bit more credence in it, just in terms of, often things that are non-intuitive and people haven't thought throughout the whole past tend to be the kind of more, at least practically useful ideas, but basically with all these things, we have to keep, this is actually, there's a paper by Chamberlain, the scientist I mentioned, about keeping multiple hypotheses open, not just in science, but also practical affairs. So I think we need to keep all of these open. But if there's just a very small chance that the universe is meaningfully irreversible, and this kind of picture that Eddington first presented and continues to be broadly the case, as far as I'm aware, accepted amongst the community. If there's a very small possibility that that's the case, and if we die, this whole future potentiality could be closed off forever, irreversibly, locked in as this kind of universe wherein nothing good could happen, in that kind of grand future sense. And this doesn't just have to be humanity; it could be other intelligences. If there's a very small probability we live in that kind of universe, just this sheer severity of that outcome and the sheer positivity of that grand future, when we weigh up the expected values, we should still take it seriously. So it might well be the case that we live in Hoyle's universe where life and intelligence is infinite and eternal. But now that we have this other option on the table, which makes the consequences of our actions far more seriously, we should at least keep it in play based on the expected value.
Yes. Okay. By the way, I should say some of those quotes were great. I didn't realize Tesla had thought about the exploration of space until I've seen those quotes. Excellent. So some of those quotes made me, I've got a question for you. So this view about this sort of awakening, as you put it, of, learning about the capacities to move beyond the Earth, and some of the visions of Tsiolkovsky and Tesla and others, one could argue that they're very much a sort of 18th, 19th and 20th century sort of Victorian image that with enough technology you can overcome anything, a very sort of positivist view of our future that has been the experience of the last 200 years, that when we confront a social problem, think hard enough about it, develop technology, and we can overcome it. So there's a slightly limitless view of our ingenuity and intellectual capacity. But in the context of some of the talks that there have been in this conference, we move out into space and we liberate ourselves in some of the ways that you've discussed, particularly extinction, which I think, the concept of a multi-planet species, very strong reason for leaving the Earth. But do we then confront huge limitations in our liberties in being in space. For example, some of the things we've talked about, the emergence of tyrannies in space. So I suppose my question to you is, will we hit a glass ceiling with this Victorian positivism about our capacity to expand and limitlessly push ourselves out, both on the Earth and eventually into space, and find ourselves hitting a wall, which could be tyrannies in space, it could be other things that have been recognized, like Deudney's vision of dark skies. And suddenly we're going to realize, well, it isn't limitless. And in fact, our ability to adapt and change will hit natural limitations, both technological. I mean, the speed of light is an example of something that will put presumably a glass ceiling on our ability to colonize the galaxy at a certain rate. And is that a secondary and nasty awakening that is yet to come?
Yeah, that's a great question. So lots of things to address. Just as a really broad point is the ability to affect like vast consequential change for the better also includes the ability to affect horrible of kind of at least presumably equitable scope. And this is kind of enlightenment insight, and you can find some enlightenment thinkers talking about it, but there really wasn't a stress on it. It was this kind of romantic idea that there's a Faustian bargain with intelligence. It kind of went that far. In the late 19th century, you get some people talking about how technology has these kind of massive unintended consequences. Engels talks about dust bowls and stuff like that. But again, as far as I'm aware, it doesn't really go that far. What's interesting is that with this episode, with the unlocking of at least the discovery of kind of the energy in the atom, you first get to see people starting to be worried. There were already way before the bomb, there are already people saying, if we unlock the atom, there could be this physics experiment disaster which will destroy the whole universe. We don't know. We need to know. So you see this starting to ramp up around that time. But it is this kind of darker insight that you point to. I feel kind of spills out into broader culture after the bomb. You get this sense that yes, there is this potentially humongous long-term future, and there's also kind of scope for different and more intense and more larger values, right? Because humanity could go and experience new things, etc. So you get this idea of this huge future, but it's all put in jeopardy by what's currently going on. So yeah, the Victorian idea that all we need is technology and that will kind of fix all of our problems. I think that's already been kind of dismantled by Cold War culture, and I think in the past at least decade, maybe two, the building conversation around kind of AI, synthetic biology. I think that conversation is growing. So yeah, the interesting thing is that some of these people. So I did want to point to particularly Jeans and Chamberlain, and a lot of these people in this kind of small community of scientists in the 1920s who were saying, "Hey, there's this long future. We need to protect it and safeguard all these, kind of trillions of future generations." A lot of them did say that this is variable. This could be, just this whole vast amount of value in the future could be destroyed. Mm-hmm. But none of them stress that it could be destroyed by us. Some of them flirt with the idea. They talk about if we unlock the atom, something might go wrong. But they're all talking about these kind of freak cosmic incidents that they put extremely low probabilities on. So from like 1900 to 1940, the most plausible kill mechanism that could like destroy the whole of humanity was considered a collision with another star. And the probabilities of that happening, Bach put numbers on it in like 1930, are just extremely low. So there was this idea that this whole future could be destroyed, but no one was really worried about it until we realized that we are the kind of major threat to ourselves, and presumably will continue to be until something drastic changes.
Yeah, and just following on from that, I don't know whether it's just my misperception, but I find it extraordinary that people who grasped the scale of the universe and the potentiality of moving out beyond the Earth actually didn't really address the idea that this small little silicate ball of rock that we're on with a very thin atmosphere could be dramatically changed. I think you gave a quote, was it by Chamberlain, who started to talk about our responsibilities because of this long future. So there seems to be inklings of almost an environmental awareness, if you like, about our technological possibility of making things worse. But there's no explicit discussion really about if we continue building all these machines and developing this technology, we might end up inadvertently destroying our own environment? Or is there? I mean, is this just my perception, or are there people talking about that earlier than we tend to think?
Yeah, so the environmentalist movement is normally dated as beginning with, well, kind of Rachel Carson, but then there are some proto they're kind of neo-Malthusian. But there are some proto ones like Our Plundered Planet by he's the son of the famous paleontologist, I forget. But anyway, there's Our Plundered Planet and another one. But these were kind of 40s books that talk about, maybe someone in the chat will know. But yeah, there's these 40s books that talk about, you know, degradation of the environment due to human action. But these earlier geologists and physicists that I'm mentioning, Chamberlain, his colleague K.F. Mather, they actually were all saying in the 10s, 20s that coal is clearly finite, and if we're gonna have this like billions and trillions of years future on Earth, then we need to be careful with coal and figure out some other way, you know, move to some other energetic regime before we use it all up. Otherwise, we're in a sticky situation. So there was awareness of it, you know, this kind of proto-environmental awareness.
Yeah, I suppose you say Malthus is an obvious person who talked about sort of planetary scale effects of population.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Malthus is he actually said that life is so exponentially, you know, explosive that it could fill. Yes. He put some crazy number. He says it could fill like hundreds of worlds within, you know, like a millennia or something.
I suppose that's the microbial insight, right? Or at least it comes from that that view of things. I'm just having a look here. We're 5 to 4. Should we just stop in a moment? Perhaps just one last comment or question. Michael Mealing is saying, is the surface of a planet the proper place to develop a technological civilization? Apparently a quote by Gerard O'Neill. Maybe we could just finish off on that, and actually maybe I could tie that into a broader question and say, you know, what is your vision for the future? Do you think all this is going to work out? I often tell people that, you know, I'd like to come back in 1,000 years, if only just to see whether we make it or not. But what's your personal vision? Do you think that this limitless future will come about, or do you think it will be truncated at some point?
Yeah, I would. Again, multiple hypotheses. I think that like we live in a very contingent universe. I think either of those could happen. In terms of probabilities, I defer to, you know, people that are far better at this stuff than I am. So yeah, I mean, you know, Sir Martin Rees, 50-50, the likelihood of, we all know that one, of humanity exiting the century. Toby Ord's put 1/6 on the next century being kind of, you know, the end of history rather than its beginning. But yeah, I seriously think that everything's in the balance right now. And the kind of thesis of Sagan and, you know, revivified recently by Ord, that we may be, well, a lot of good evidence is pointing to the fact that we might live in this uniquely significant period. People call it the hinge of history at the moment. But the idea goes back to Sagan. Actually, Fedorov, Tsiolkovsky's kind of, you know, his basically tutor, also said similar things, that we're living in this kind of adolescent stage where this whole future's in front of us, but we're still kind of, you know, haven't really figured everything out. So yeah, anything can happen, but I think we are at this, you know, probably at this highly influential point where things can get locked in, and, you know, extinction is the ultimate lock-in, but there are other bad lock-ins as well. So yeah, I think, you know, everyone's thought they live in the most important point of history. So that's something to keep in mind in the background. But there's actual kind of evidence, because we can, you know, we are developing the means to actually, you know, lock in that irreversibly awful outcome right now.
Yes, well, at least from the human point of view, from the Earth point of view, that is a choice that we have. Maybe certain solar system events we don't have control over, but certainly what we do to the planet is something we do have a choice to forestall, ending ourselves that way. Anyway, thank you very much. We'll stop there for a brief break of 4 minutes. That was fantastic, Thomas. Very sweeping view of the future. It reminds me also of Olaf Stapleton's book, Last of the First Men, which is another, if anyone listening has not read that book, that's well worth reading. It's a vision. Yeah, right there. It's an absolute classic, exploring the evolutionary future of humanity over very, very long timescales. But that's also a very sweeping vision of our future. Thanks a lot again. And that was excellent. And we'll take a brief break, everyone. and start again at 4. Right, so everyone, we'll move on with the next talk, 4 o'clock talk. Very happy to have Stefania Palladini and Ignazio Castellucci here to talk about sovereign states, private actors, and national space laws. Stefania is a reader in economics and global security at Birmingham City University. She obtained her PhD in international relations and security studies from City University of Hong Kong and spent 7 years in East Asia as a trade commissioner. So really interesting intersection of skills and interests here. Amongst her recent activities is an EU-Chinese project looking at agent-based modeling for environmental security and innovation. And she's got an ongoing research project on the EU space industry. Her latest book, published in 2019 by Macmillan, is The New Frontiers of Space, Economic Implications, Security Issues, and Evolving Scenarios. An interesting crossover here between space ethics, security, and economic factors. So as I say, today they're going to talk about sovereign state, private actors, and national space laws and how that landscape is changing. So over to you. Thank you for coming to speak.
Thank you, Charles, so much for organizing this amazing convention. I've been enjoying this over the past 2 days and today. Well, after Thomas' fantastic talk, we are going back to Earth to something much more specific. So this is a study and a research we are doing with Ignazio about private actors, essentially companies, and I think it fits with the topics of today on institutional extraterrestrial liberty, because the liberty we are looking at is in sense of commercial freedom and economic freedom. Now, myself, as Charles had said, I am not a lawyer. I am a scholar of security coming from a background of government as a government economist, and Ignazio here on the other end is the legal professional. He has very long experience in comparative law, and so he is the perfect counterpart for me to explore this subject. Now, why we began studying this? The point is that if we look, as we have been doing for the last years, about what is the space law today, what is the legal framework of space, we see that it's something that has changed in a dramatic way since the beginning of the space age. And the space age is not that far away. It's just 57 when we started with Sputnik, but yet the legal framework that still exists today is pretty much the same that was at the time. When in the 60s, we will talk a little bit about what is today, but nothing has changed so much as the actors that are acting in the space in this framework, but the law haven't changed. So the problem is that the framework that was created were, first of all, there were just the domain of the national states, so no private company. And also there were just a few countries that were space active, and not at all what is today. So the things have changed dramatically, and we need to do something, we think, otherwise there is potential for a lot of unraveling, and I will give you a specific example of what I'm talking about. Now, what is the existing framework? If we look, and then we will look also at the national space law. That is something that has been the novelty of the past decades, especially. But the existing framework is done by international treaties, and they are mainly the 4 treaties of the 60s and 70s: the Outer Space Treaty of the 67, the Rescue Agreement, the Liability Convention, and the Registration Convention. There is also the Moon Agreement, but this is something a little bit more delicate, because either is defined as a failed agreement, and also now with the Artemis Accord as becoming again on the discussion, the ongoing discussion. But I will leave it at that for a moment. Now, it's true that it's the Outer Space Treaty is still very important, and is even today it's the reference to every kind of legal discussion we have in space. I have put here a quote from Simonetta Di Pippo, that is the director of United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, saying that the year 67 represented a milestone in space history for the entry in force of the fundamental instrument for international space law, that is the treaty. So it's still very much what is representing the cardinal principle for the space activity, as space as a province of mankind, free for everybody use, no state can claim sovereignty in outer space. However, this provision that is, again, what is we can consider our constitution in space, it's also a problem, cause, how can I say, a certain kind of, not to say problem, but issues now, because there are, and this is due to the especially the presence of commercial actors, creating now some issues in terms of applicability of this norm. And this is especially when we are discussing things like states are responsible for all their national activities in outer space, no matter if it's the government carry them out directly or not. So meaning the companies that are from that state, and they are directly liable for damage. And this is where, in a way, some of the problem starts. I am sure that you are familiar with the case of Iridium 33 and Cosmo 2251 collision. This is very famous because it was the first, well, not in absolutely the first, there was an accident of a French satellite, small satellite, but it was something different. This was the first and macro case of an accident in lower orbit. And in 2009, there was this privately owned Iridium satellite, an active satellite, it was a functioning one, which crashed with a Russian junk. There was the Cosmos 2251, but it was not active, it was a satellite that was really a space junk. So now the problem is that it was the only case, the real case where we needed a law to address this, and we couldn't because the liability convention was unable to address it. And why was unable to address it? Because if you look at the article of the convention, and now we don't have time to go to the single article, but actually it's just preview two cases. One is, okay, there is the absolute responsibility. It's okay, this has been caused by this, or is the so-called fault liability, means that a state is liable only if the damage is due to its fault, or the fault, so fault that you can attribute. Now, the problem was that even in this case, it was impossible to determine whose fault was, because who should have avoided it? The Russian claimed that the satellite was a junk, so there was nothing they could do to avoid the collision. This was true because they lost control of it long before. Iridium didn't attempt a corrective maneuver, but he didn't because he didn't expect this to happen afterwards. It has never happened before, and even though there was this stellar track Socrates that you can, as a system that you can use to track possible collision, if you look at the records of the time, you see that in the 10 possible forecasted accident, there was not even this one. So it was, if you look at the two cases, it was impossible for one of the parts saying that it was responsible for the others. And in this case, it was impossible to use the convention for what was created. And even proving the responsibility, there was other issues because the convention doesn't includes the possibility that a private company raise the complaint. It has to be a country. So the company has to ask the country where it is registered to raise the issues. So it's, as you see, and I don't even go to discuss what is the ownership of the debris produced, because this is one of the effects. The collision produced a lot of debris that now are one of the main issues that we have in terms of non-traditional security in outer space, in lower orbit. So as you see, this was a clear example, if we needed one, of why the legal framework that exists now is no longer adequate. And now this brings us to what can be done about why it's so difficult to address this normative void in space. What we need, what are the issues, what are the difficulties to address this?
Yes. Thanks, Stefania. I will take the microphone now. Let me thank everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me. And well, I will start mentioning the very personal fact that I was born in 1967, the year of the Outer Space Treaty. And for people my age, there is nothing more distant from Captain Kirk of the Enterprise than a lawyer. Clearly, the space then was something different from what is today. Stefania put it out very clearly. A lot of things have changed, but the legal environment hasn't. And there was a perception then in the space, as we know from the 60s, the 70s, that there wasn't that much the need of the law, except for those very few, very general framework treaties defining some basic principles, and that's it. Now everything's changing, and the space is a crowded place, and not only states, national states are actors in the space. So clearly there is a feeling that the law is not appropriate for this new environment. There is something that doesn't work. There is something insufficient. There's something wrong. Probably David Bowie would put it as space law oddity. And now we have questions like who should pay damages to Major Tom's wife, for instance. The point is exactly this one. We have no tools to analyze legally and much less to regulate the space with this new context of many activities, governmental and private, of different natures, could be commercial or non-commercial. So clearly we need a new vision, a new legal frame to govern this complexity. And I want to start considering that space is different from place in legal terms. Lawyers associate places with jurisdictions. Jurisdictions have legal systems. Spaces don't. And in the lack of sources of law applicable to empty spaces, international law has been developed in the modern era, after the Middle Ages, as developments from the basic principles of maritime law, which was the only known big space without places then. So the classic international law developed, let's say, since Grotius in the 17th century, developed initially from the political powers interaction on the high seas. Not only that, but to a significant extent, that's where international law has been developed. Maritime law, international law. And in the 20th century, this maritime and international law has been expanded to regulate the airspace, mimicking maritime law and international law, including national legal systems with national air laws mimicking national maritime laws. There is clearly this idea that the maritime model can be reproduced in every space with no places, so to speak. And after air law, the same thing happened to regulate other spaces with no places that had become interesting for humankind. So Antarctica, for instance, or the moon and other celestial corps and the outer space. The digital space could be another one of those placeless spaces that need to be regulated, where there is no sovereignty active and able to enforce a national legal system. So clearly you need set of rules which are developed in a different way. And international law and maritime law of the old times is one of the models to look at. Clearly the global context of the 21st century is not, it's very different from the Middle Ages or the early modern times. So daring activities in empty spaces with no places are no longer in the monopoly of political actors. In the 16th century, it was the sovereigns of Europe sending their sailors, their ships, whether military or commercial, around the globe through the high seas. And they were the only actors able to pay and to support and to govern such a big undertakings, such big undertakings. Now we have a wealth of actors playing the game in the space, in the high seas, and in every placeless space, including the digital one. So we have private actors that, technically speaking, are not subject to international law. That's the point. International law, as we know it, applies to states, to sovereign states. Other actors of life, economic activities, are normally subject to national legal systems whenever they operate within a jurisdiction. What happens in the real life of the 21st century is that there is a large global space, which is, it could be linked to some territorial place and local legal system, but is basically a much bigger and much higher, so to speak, order of human interaction and economic activities, which is above the level of national legal systems. And that system produces its own rules. Just, we can mention the few IT giants like Facebook, Google, Amazon, and others, and they produce their own internal rules and protocols, which become their own legal systems. And those systems govern huge amounts of money, much, much bigger than most national states' budgets. And they interact with national legal systems. And they interact like peers with national legal systems. There is no concept of superiority and inferiority between the law of the state and the law of a corporation. You all remember what happened in early January this year with the show on Capitol Hill, when that famous picture has been disseminated through the global media of Twitter shutting the Twitter account of Donald Trump, according to Twitter rules, for violation of Twitter rules. What does it mean? Do we have a Twitter legal system? Does it exist? Whatever. In fact, the Twitter normative system effectively prevented the President of the United States from doing something he wanted to do. So irrespective of issues of sovereignty, of who is in charge, of who has command, that legal system of a private origin interacted, prevailed over the public system of one very powerful nation state. So we have now a very complex legal environment with many normative systems.
Yeah. And
the international one, the national ones, the many normative systems of all major corporations, international financial institutions, NGOs, international organizations, and IT giants. All these legal systems interact and produce rules which can be different according to the different circumstances, because on a case-by-case basis, the persons participating in that particular economic intercourse determine which rules apply. So there is a new complexity that international lawyers are not trained to manage, basically. This is something much more in the realm of what comparative lawyers study, analyzing how different legal systems interact, cooperate with one another, or are mutually indifferent, or fight one another. So there are dynamics of negotiation, cooperation, and war in legal terms that need to be analyzed. These dynamics do not belong traditionally to the field of research of international lawyers in legal terms, not in terms of military war, nor to the legal scholarship related to national legal systems. Who knows? Well, those kind of things are comparative lawyers, legal historians, especially those dealing with the law of the Middle Ages, where the environment was pretty much similar to this one, or lawyers studying, legal anthropologists studying legal pluralism, which is those legal environments, very complex, which were very common in post-colonial societies in developing states, with many different layers of different laws of different origin interacting together. Let's take, for example, Indonesia, and you would have the local customary law, Islamic law, Dutch colonial law, post-colonial law, global law interacting in the same place at the same time. So these are the new dynamics that become relevant to understand the global society. And this pretty much applies, in my opinion, at least, to space law today, and much more it will be in the next future.
And yes, and so we one exercise that we have tried to do is to try to think what the legal landscape could look like in 10 years' time. So it's we don't have time here to go into details. What we are trying to do is mapping the national space laws that now they are trying to address this complexity that Ignazio talked about. And the point is, one thing that and this is, we are going to write this in details, but one thing that you immediately notice when you look at the new national space law that has been published in the last 10 years or so, is that each one actually try to give a framework to what are the activity of the states, and they are not absolutely comparable one to another. Because if, for example, you look at the United States, that is now the reference for space law, it looks at the resources. So the article Title 51 that everybody knows, because a lot has been written on this, that looks at the resources. And it's important to notice that it doesn't claim ownership on the celestial body, just on the resources that are extracted for that. And this law, of course, attracted a lot of normative activity from other countries, and notably Luxembourg, and where in 2017, just 2 years later than the US, they prepared this law sur l'exploration et l'utilisation des ressources that mirrors the US law, going even further, considering also procedure to the authorization. Now, it's important to notice that the law maybe is not applicable right now, because yesterday, as during the discussion about Mars, say, well, do we have the technology to do that? This is beyond the point. The point is to have a framework to allow companies to function, because this is the normative void we have discussed. It's exactly that. Now, I am seeing that we are running out of time, so we can't go into details about China. This is something that we have done a lot of work, Ignazio and I, on China, because we both have lived in China and studied China, and Ignazio also published a book on Chinese law. The interesting thing is that China is among all the countries that is so prominent in space activities, doesn't have a specific space law for many reasons. And of course, it's not the only states that does space activities without a space law. France didn't do it until 2008. Japan, the first basic law is 2008. But China is very much special also because of the changes that are been going on in China in this private space sector. In 2014, China's opened up the space sector for private companies. Now, as I said, I don't think we have time to look on that, but this is clearly one of the area that we will have to look very carefully due to the impact of China in the space sector right now. I don't know, Ignacio, if you want to add something about China on China system.
Yes, just a comment because we don't have much time, but clearly the Chinese think, due to their tradition, Confucian imperial thought, and also to their socialist thought, which is very much in line with the Chinese tradition in this respect. The Chinese think that everything which is really important is too important to be left to lawyers. So clearly there is no law whenever there is something important. Important issues are regulated, are governed politically. The law is only used by the Chinese to regulate what is already stabilized, to provide operational protocols, standard procedures, so to speak, whereas important things which are fluid, which are developing, are normally not regulated, precisely because their society, their tradition is that whoever is in charge, whoever is the sovereign at that moment, needs to be free to do whatever is appropriate in any given moment to pursue the political interest of the community. So that's why China doesn't have a law. They have a lot of white papers, so political documents or technical documents. And clearly, given the socialist nature of that country, most of the important activities are governmentally managed. Space issues are normally classified because of their national security implication. So clearly there is going to be some change in the next 10 to 20 years because China is also opening to the internal markets to develop some parts at least of the space activities. But I think it's going to be like legal developments in China will be similar to those we have seen in the 90s or under Hu Jintao, with very socialist style legislation used to regulate the stabilized parts of the business, leaving the state with a lot of latitude to intervene freely to protect what is considered the public interest, the national interest. That's my opinion. I want to leave it there because we don't have much time.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, because for example, the documents, it's called document 60, opens space activities to the private sector, actually is NDRC documents. So it's really administrative document, it's not a legislative at all. So to conclude, because we are running out of time, say we know what we can say is the classical international law is no longer sufficient. We are seeing something changing dramatically, and honestly, I don't know in 10 years' time where we will be. I will really hope that Charles does something in this of this type in the next years, because this is something really to be monitored and watched, because eventually economic freedom is important for any future endeavor of us as a species. So I think it's something to really to watch for.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, both of you, for a really fascinating talk. That was really excellent. By the way, Ignacio, I think the idea of Star Trek with Captain Kirk as a lawyer is not such a bad idea. You could travel around challenging Klingon law. It could be quite actually educational. Anyway, sorry, on less flippant matters, if you have questions, please put them in the question and answer box or in the chat, and we'll pick those up. And while we wait for a few questions, I'll start off with one for you. I guess my question would be, so what do you think is the solution to this? Do you think that it should continue in rather a pragmatic way, a sort of customary law way, where nations simply interact with each other and try and resolve these problems over specific problems as they come up? Or do you think, following on from that diagram you showed with national laws and countries interacting, there should be a more structured international way of creating laws instead of the sort of customary way, more explicit laws in particular areas? So I guess my question is, what's your solution to the problems you've raised about the next 10 years?
Well, I don't really have a solution, but my opinion, in short, is the former option you mentioned will be the applicable one. It happened in the Middle Ages in Europe already. We had there a global legal system, which was Roman law, local municipal systems, and business people traveling across Europe, not caring much about local legal systems and doing their things, developing their own normative system through customs and arbitration. And at some point, something interesting started developing, which we are seeing now with the national laws mentioned by Stefania. It happened that the most discerning sovereigns in Europe started to consider having an interest in attracting those activities under their aegis and jurisdiction. So the sovereigns started producing law not to command, but to encourage and attract, reproducing the lex mercatoria, the customary law of the merchants, into their national legal system to encourage the merchants globally to localize their activities within their jurisdiction, to exercise control and to receive, obviously, an economic advantage from it.
And
this is possibly going to happen.
If I can add something to that, we have evidence that this is happening, and also I remember something mentioned yesterday about the need of some sort of international body to look after that. If we look at Luxembourg, the hub they have created to attract space investment, it's interesting to see that there are a Chinese company going there. There is Space T, that is one of quite active space private company, Chinese, that actually set up their headquarters in Luxembourg to benefit for the condition and the law that allows that. And this is also interesting because we would have expected, given now the narrative between China and the US, that the Chinese would have opposed the United States law of 2015 about the resources, but they didn't. And actually invested in Luxembourg that went even further in that sense. So I really think we are looking at something fascinating going on in the sense.
I mean, before we go, there's a couple of questions which I'll move on to in the question and answer session. I just want to finish off this line of thinking with another question. You know, obviously the role of law, right, is to create predictability. That's why one of the reasons why people like laws is to ensure that what happens results in predictable outcomes. But if you go down this customary law route in an environment that's very unknown in space, particularly when you start building settlements on the Moon and Mars, do you not encourage an arbitrariness which sort of leads to potentially a sort of legal anarchy where people cannot see predictability in the laws because you've got so many legal systems that have been established in different places? And in some sense, it goes back to Saskia's discussion, such that people abandon any attempt to create predictable laws and just start doing their own thing to the detriment of other actors in space. Is that a potential problem that could occur in the next 10 years if we don't get some sort of agreed legal system in place?
10 years is very little time to develop a legal system, but there is at least another thing as bad as unpredictable law, and it's bad law. So sovereign law can be predictable, but can be non-appropriate for the reality that needs to be regulated. So in customary law, it comes from its bottom up. So the process is a conversation between the two different models to produce rules which in the event tend to be appropriate for the needs of the relevant community, but you do not develop law overnight. And all the business law we use worldwide now in the 21st century has been developed in a number of centuries since the Middle Ages through this complex process of interaction between many different sources, very different sources. I don't see there is a way to develop a legal system in 10 years just to write it down and sign and that's for all, because it probably won't work, and possibly many would not agree anyway to signing such a legal code for space.
So to follow on from that, there's a question in question and answer from an anonymous attendee. They're asking about China's involvement and how that you foresee the Chinese government working on accepting a global legal framework in space. And I would just add to the question by pointing out that, of course, it's one thing to have customary law in one part of the planet and a legal system, say in China, where law is used to, as you put it, regulate the stable parts of activity, but outside of that, the state essentially directs what happens. And that's okay to have those two separate sections because they're operating on two parts of the planet, so they can happily do their things separately. But once you put them together in a three-dimensional space, like with satellites, they inevitably clash. So I suppose the question from the anonymous attendee is what is to be done about two legal systems that may not necessarily, well, they certainly aren't wrong in the eyes of the people who operate those legal systems. So how do you come to any agreement in making those work in space?
But okay, if I can add something on that, because this is in a way what we are seeing now with Artemis Accord, and it's not just China that doesn't like them for many good reasons. It's also other country that you would expect signing the Artemis Accord, like France, for example. They didn't sign it. Is it because they have signed the Moon Treaty and they prefer a Moon Treaty version? I mean, it's the point is that space is something that it's as Ignazio said, it's as a different dimension, and it's not necessarily to people to accept the rules of others.
If I may add, legal complexity can be better than legal solidity if the complex laws are more appropriate for the different parts of the society regulated. Having many legal systems, if you know how to navigate, if you're a good James Kirk, can be better than having one legal system for all, which doesn't fit all. And about China and international law, China has a very complex relation with international law. We are seeing it with the South China Sea issues now. And the issues there are reproducible at a space level. International law, as we know it, has been developed in the West. So China, on one side, wants to participate in the global game as one of the major powers. On the other side, she wants to adopt international law and change it to make it less Western and more similar to what China thinks the law should be. So I have no doubt that an exactly similar approach will be used by China in the developments of space law.
And there's an interesting question from Ricky Wilhelmsen that actually sort of follows on from this, which is a simple question: is where are there analogies that we can draw upon on the Earth where, for example, two nation states have perhaps moved into some land that is not inhabited, and two different types of legal systems have found themselves implemented in one place, where there might be some precedent for how that clash of legal systems was dealt with? Do we have any good analogies, or is this an entirely new problem for us in space?
No, we have a lot of literature on that. Is all the literature on legal pluralism deals with those instances where you have several legal systems effectively working in the same place, in the same space. I could mention just one article, which is entirely enjoyable by non-lawyers as well, which is the one from Sally Falk Moore. It's a seminal article on legal pluralism. I don't remember the title exactly, but it's a 1973 article. You can Google it and find it. And the title includes something like the semi-autonomous legal fields.
Okay.
Intending describing the interaction between different legal systems in the same time and place. So it happens all the time. It happens all the time. Mm-hmm. Even in Britain, in Italy, everywhere. We don't realize that we operate constantly within a number of different normative systems. Donald Trump just had to learn it the hard way in January when Twitter cut his account according to Twitter rules. And I guess Facebook's Supreme Court also did the same probably 2 weeks ago.
Thank you. And if you manage to find, if you've got the title of that, Ignacio, if you could put it in the chat, I don't know whether after this talk.
Will do in a few seconds.
That would be great. I think that'd be interesting.
Honestly, I must say, when I think about the future of commercial law in space and law in space, my nightmare is always the science fiction book of Ian MacDonald, Luna, New Moon. When you see the five families that they use from a legal perspective, absolutely fascinating. But they use law from all over the places in a very, very special, really brutal way. And so for me, this is what we don't want in space to happen.
Yes. I mean, it just seems there needs to be a lot of pragmatism and forbearance from states to make this work. But what's new? Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, I've got it there. Thank you very much. Excellent. I think several people will be interested in that. It's 4:42. We're going to stop and just have a 3-minute break, and for the next speaker to get set up. So thank you a lot again for that talk. That was a wonderful summary of some of the challenges. We've heard a number of things about space law over the last 3 days from different angles. That was a very nice insight into some of the challenges that are faced in bringing different types of legal systems together. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Sorry, my video doesn't cooperate a lot this afternoon, but
we heard you clearly.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So good afternoon, everyone, and very happy to have Jessica Kate Shingler here, she's a researcher in outer space policy and governance at the Open Lunar Foundation, with a particular focus on policy and coordination questions for near-term lunar activity. So she's also involved in a whole series of other activities, researching decentralized self-governing communities and autonomous networks. These projects have led her to a broad interest in the foundational ingredients of international law and new approaches to sovereignty, jurisdiction, and institutional design. So her background is actually in computer science, and she worked on the founding team of the NASA Nebula Cloud Computing Project, developed flight software for Astra's rockets 1 and 2, and worked with the open government data of the Sunlight Foundation. And she's also an affiliate researcher at the Berkman Klein Center at Harvard and CNRS researcher in outer space governance and institutional design. So a very wide-ranging set of interests covering everything from legal systems to communities, autonomous networks, and space exploration and settlement. So today she's going to talk to us about eventually consistent institutions. So thanks a lot for coming along, Jessica, and I'll hand over to you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, thanks for the bio. I was actually how I was going to start this talk anyway, just to give some context for why I'm interested in this topic. As Charles said, I research policies for outer space that are mostly focused on the moon, and where we're thinking about how to set up fledgling institutions for lunar activity and for the Earth-Moon system. I also spend a lot of time in intentional and autonomous communities, which frequently engage in bottom-up and experimental institution design. So I wanted to explore how institutions will scale as we proceed into the far reaches of the solar system, galaxy, and beyond. And this is sort of an indulgence in my part. It's a little bit beyond the normal lunar activities that I tend to spend my time on. But in particular, I was interested in as the speed of light considerations become large, how will we sync our laws or agreements? Now, space is often touted as a place for experimentation. So it's important to ask, should we do this, or do we even want to synchronize or harmonize laws across arbitrary reaches of far space? Looking to the history of colonization, Indigenous legal systems are an important form of autonomy. And as always, there are big questions about who gets a say in what is considered universal. On the other hand, we talk about wanting to take the best of humanity with us. So there are some reasons why you might want harmonization that include basic rights, trade or commerce, and general confidence in operating under the rule of law. So I think it's fair to assume that we may, in general, want to see some institutions that extend over arbitrarily large distances. And for the times that we do, the question I was interested in is this even possible? So I'm forgetting to use my slides here. This is my lovely diagram of this circumstance taking place, where we have very long time frames again, possibly seconds, minutes, or even years. And if somebody is sort of querying the legal system, how and under what circumstances do they get answers to those queries? So the frame that I chose to use for this question is something called the CAP theorem. Now, the CAP theorem is a theorem from computer science that talks about distributed data storage. So how does that relate to social institutions? Well, while institutions can be an ambiguous term, most scholars agree that institutions involve some set of rules and actors acting together in a coherent manner of some kind. Those rules have to be stored somewhere. They have to be available for querying. You could think of them as the laws and regulations of the system. And when we ask of our society, what is our agreement on X or Y? What counts as discrimination? Does this contract exist? Is this piece of property for sale? That counts as a kind of distributed system, a distributed data store. The CAP theorem says that when you have a large-scale distributed system, it's impossible to simultaneously provide all of the following: consistency, availability, and tolerance to partitioning. So I'm going to go into that a little bit more. But in general, you have to pick two of these. So in the case of our arbitrarily distributed human society, partitioning is basically implied. Partitioning means that responses to queries may either be dropped or delayed. So again, in the case of my previous diagram here, we're looking at delayed answers to queries to our system. So the CAP theorem says that when we have a partitioned system, we either have to give up consistency or availability. So what does that mean? Sorry. Consistency. Consistency means, do you get the most recent answer and the same answer, no matter when or where you make your request? For example, if I ask what basic rights exist in my society twice, I should get the same answer both times, and I should get the same answer no matter where in the galaxy I ask the question from. And the basic thesis here is that we want some consistency. So if we want that, we have to give up availability. And availability says that if we ask about laws or rules, we may not get a response immediately. It might be that the system is sometimes offline while synchronization is taking place. The expression eventually consistent means that we sacrifice a bit of availability during the propagation of updates throughout the system. Now, inconsistent political systems are something that we're actually reasonably familiar with. Today, that looks like different jurisdictions where the rules are simply different. There's a certain way of handling, that's a certain way of handling partitioning. Rather than sacrifice availability, we sacrifice consistency. And there's plenty that's interesting there, but I haven't seen the other side explored very much. What happens when our institutions are unavailable? So what if, for those institutions that we want to be universal, what if they were eventually consistent? What would the implications be for governance, legal systems, and consequently, autonomy and liberty? So first, I wanted to just start off by saying, well, what examples do we have from history of situations where the rules might take a long time to propagate? Of course, in some senses, that's one of the reasons for the territorial bases of authority. But looking back to colonialism, when England updated its rules, how did that information make it to the colonies? And what happened in the ambiguous period in between? I think that is an interesting analogy. And just, some of the literature that I was reading on this, sort of circumstantial or anecdotal comments pointed to the fact that just figuring out the state of the law was itself only a partially successful endeavor. So while it's obviously complicated, I think our historic examples are ones in which most of the time we've sacrificed consistency. So let's look at some of the implications of the other choice, of availability. So I want to introduce 3 different areas for us to explore. The first is just the rules and the laws themselves. They're basically the container for actions or decisions, or the container within which the actions or decisions take place. The second is records of decisions, property, contracts, accounting. And the third is infrastructure, or the sort of substrate on which communication happens. So I'm going to caveat this by saying this is a philosophical exploration. Now I'm looking at conceptual implications specifically for liberty and autonomy, and I'm using this notion of distributed institutions as a sort of device to explore this idea. I'm not attempting to introduce a fully specified system design. So first, starting with the rules. When the propagation time for rules is high, there's going to be a slowdown in the system overall. So how will that play out in practice? We can start with the naive assumption that all rules have this quality to them. And other impracticalities aside, when people feel the rules are unfair or that their liberty is curtailed, how can they pursue justice? There will be these kind of interstitial timeframes. For example, times within which you're held for a crime, but not prosecuted, while synchronization of the rules happens. Or certain rights are not upheld because locally those rules weren't even available. These could be considered spaces with a lack of liberty, or where the carrying out of justice, such as it is defined, could be slowed down. Alternatively, at the margins of such a system, they might be defined as maximum liberty, places and timeframes for which the system is provably unknowable, and therefore you can do whatever you want. Even at the level of seconds rather than years, in aggregate, the implications of this could be quite massive. And it also begs the question, where are the rules coming from? Because the time for propagation is affected by that question. In particular, we can look at centralization versus decentralization. As a kind of straw person, imagine a council, kind of like the UN, that is not partitioned. So they would have high availability, and the decision, that decision propagates out into the sort of far reaches of society, which suggests a sort of classical physical seat of power at a central location. But alternatively, you could have a procedure or protocol for updating the rule set or the laws of society that might originate from anywhere. So it could also be decentralized. And in that case, we need to know, or we need to have a sort of threshold to be reached for what defines consent. And there are real implications to this. If you had a centralized structure, you could basically cut your propagation time in half by physically locating this council right in the middle. Whereas if you can initiate your changes in in laws from anywhere, then your maximum propagation time effectively doubles. And that again has implications for liberty. Centralized authority might reduce liberty in one sense, by outsourcing authority or autonomy to update the rules to someplace that's far away. But it increases liberty in other ways by increasing the speed of synchronization and therefore the availability of the laws. For a decentralized approach, the actual protocols we use to achieve consensus also matter. For example, if you use sort of universal consensus where every actor in the system has to agree, then in general, the decision-making protocol will have to travel around your entire society many times, not just once. That's quite different from something like a simple majority or a randomly selected sort of jury system, or perhaps even gossip protocols. So all of these change how the rules propagate and the timeframes within which the rules are available. Now, clearly it's impractical to do this for all the rules. That would grind society to a halt completely. So a natural consequence could be the emergence of nested hierarchies, a practical response where certain rules are delegated to local domains and others are allowed to be universal. So as long as local rules are set within the guardrails of a parent set of rules that are the ones updated by this universal process, and since the ones delegated locally versus globally have to be the same everywhere, it suggests a sort of topology for laws that maintain a nested hierarchy structure, much like we have today. This is yet another constraint on autonomy to develop Indigenous rules and agreements. Again, this partly depends on your definition of liberty, but this is on the one hand a constraint on liberty. Or it may be that liberty is seen as being assisted by universal rules. But then there's a serious limit on the speed with which those systems can respond to new information about fairness or justice. And it presents a trade-off. There will always be times when the system is out of sync with what it has conceded to be right. It introduces a kind of cognitive dissonance with cascading implications for questions of trust and legitimacy. So the second kind of category of implications are records. Records, as I mentioned, might be real property, contracts, accounting, all kinds of things. But just to pause on the example of real property rights, for example, for a minute, traditionally, real property, land, is a major service of the government. Land registries today are backed by the coercive power of states. Alternatively, distributed ledger technologies are emerging as solutions to land registries as well. Ideally, what you would want are the decisions or records regarding an asset to be close to the asset itself. You can imagine a kind of coherence field around the physical asset, and where the farther away you get, the less certainty there is. This suggests that the way decisions are recorded and the way that rules and laws are set would be different. And it raises questions for what happens when the laws according to which decisions must proceed are themselves out of sync. It also introduces a kind of unbundling. We might see the emergence of different coexisting systems, and whether these systems are pathological or productive would depend on many factors. Today, we already see a move towards the unbundling of governance from territory. We see forum shopping, living, working, paying taxes, incorporating businesses in different places. But what we see here is that there are limits to the spatial extent of the coherence of a political unit. And this could influence the topology of societal settlements in the galaxy. To the extent that institutions and laws are centralized, it would clearly be advantageous to live closer to the decision center, unless a rule was made that required everyone to perhaps wait for synchronization to complete before a law could be referenced or a decision made. So you can imagine people arguing about the meta rules, how long to allow for rules to synchronize, a sort of galactic policy debate. Now, another quote from one of the papers I was reading on colonial law is that, quote, "In the field of company law, a shelf product was readily available, which did not conflict with local traditions because it was not intended for the general population, but rather for a commercial elite and for foreign investors." So to me, this suggests that perhaps what we would see is also the emergence of different class systems, different legal systems that are available in different ways with different topologies for different actors. Situations where folks who already have power or influence can perhaps afford to wait and others who need to rely on a smaller rule set that is closer to their local environment. And I don't have a slide on the third one, but infrastructure, I just wanted to touch on briefly as the third. There's rules, and then there's records, and then there's infrastructure. I think infrastructure is an important one for us to think about as well, because infrastructure plays a critical role, of course, in reducing partitioning and increasing availability. So in the Star Trek universe, for example, we have the ever-present subspace communications. But today, the best we have is the deep space network and delay-tolerant networking. So there's obviously a big question about how that infrastructure is developed. So I wanted to take this more philosophical exploration and ask whether there are some nearer term implications for some of these abstract ideas. It's a neat thought experiment for a future where humanity will spread throughout the galaxy, but it also perhaps can apply a bit sooner. Today, we're seeing more and more automated applications of rules or decision-making based on current understandings of rule sets. So going back to the idea of partition systems, something counts as partitioned when the time it takes to get a coherent answer is large compared to the time frame in which you want to make the decision. For robots operating at the speed of bus communications on a chip, this is actually very fast. The few seconds it takes to send information back and forth, for example, to the moon, may seem small to us, but it may be a very long time, relatively speaking, for them. So it's worth thinking about situations of inconsistency and how those could play out. If a robot executing an autonomous transaction has to query rules that are back on Earth, this could be relatively as significant as questions of intergalactic human rights. In those situations, introducing the notion of eventual consistency might also help us to ensure productive autonomous activity, which is certainly likely to be the majority of early activity on the moon. And just to conclude, there are some things that I didn't have time to explore in this work, but further areas to explore would also include communications, infrastructure, the topology of specific societies, and how those might have implications for the distribution of rule sets, and finally, the gaming of the system, introduction of bad actors, and how they could subvert or undermine the functioning of the system as a whole. So that is all for that. Thank you for indulging my sort of philosophy, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you very much, Jessica. And for everyone else, as usual, if you've got questions, do please put them in the question and answer box or in the chat. While we're waiting for some questions, I guess I'll start off with one then. Are you sort of saying, are you thinking that maybe, I guess, what would you call it, sort of regional consistency, where you might have domains around, the Mars system or the Jovian system, but universal rules that apply across the solar system? I'm just trying to think of an example. Thou shalt not kill, for example, is something perhaps that we might all agree is a good thing across the solar system, and that might be a universal law. But regionally, you would have situations on Mars or the moon that might demand rules that apply in those particular environments. So you would have regional consistency, and then there would be an ability to update those rules more easily than across the whole solar system. Is that what you mean by the sort of nested approach that you were explaining?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that, probably makes sense that some of these foundational rules, such as basic human rights, are things that we wouldn't expect to change as often as local municipal laws. On the other hand, when we do want to change them, I think it's interesting to explore the implications for the fact that somebody on Jupiter would take a while to sort of get the update.
Yes. And you came up with that quote about British laws, and it made me wonder, what sort of analogies are there from history of attempts to to address this cap theorem? And can it be applied to legal systems on the Earth, this theorem? Has anyone done any quantitative analysis of seeing how one part of, say, consistency and availability is traded off in real legal systems in nation states or even previous empires that have attempted to do this? Are there things that we can learn for the extraterrestrial case, actually empirically?
Well, two thoughts on that. One is, I mean, just borders on Earth today. I mean, as I was mentioning earlier on, the kind of inconsistent system that we very much acknowledge today already is that when I go between Canada and America, there's a border and the rules change. And there's a transition moment there that's quite discrete and is kind of designed as such. And there's also there's communication systems around that transition. So I think that's one. Separately, an example I was thinking of is you know, most of us are probably familiar with the now infamous 8 minutes of terror of a Martian spacecraft landing, and what happens in those situations is, of course, just going back to the autonomous robotics example I was giving near the end, is that those spacecraft need to make decisions autonomously from Earth, because they need to make decisions on a time frame that's much shorter than what it would take to communicate back to Earth. Say, oh, I went a little bit further left than I expected to. How should this change my thrust vector? And so in that case, the decision is made to partition the system. There isn't an interaction there. Whereas if we, so, you know, it's an example of practical implication where the different decision has been made. But I don't know about, and I like your suggestion of looking at a more empirical rule set for sort of like social systems.
And following on from that general theme, Keith Abney's got an excellent question. He says, terrific framing, Jesse. Given that eventual means something different for AI, robots and humans, will eventual consistency be easier to achieve for AI? And is that a reason to foresee AI legal systems in space as opposed to meaningful human control of the legal system? Really interesting question.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I think the answer is yes, because one of the features or let's say solutions to eventually consistent systems is often that you maintain like a local log of decisions that were made. And when you get an update, that an eventual update to some rule that was set or some decision that was made remotely, you need to replay the decisions that were made locally on top of the new history that you didn't previously know about. And in the case of humans, you know, we tend to get really grumpy when the rules are changed on us, and something that we thought was true before ends up no longer being true. Whereas robots, at least as we know them so far, are not typically of the grumpy type, unless they've been programmed to be that way. So in that sense, I think it's a privileging of the like less sentimental amongst us, and all the way through to the robotic side.
Yeah. I suppose Keith's question also raises a more general question about whether you can put a legal system, particularly the customary laws, in an AI, and how you program an AI system to actually make those judgments. And maybe once you go to an AI, you do actually need more sort of well-defined civil law approaches where there's a defined output for any given legal situation that isn't open to interpretation of past precedents, unless you've got an AI that can use past precedents. Yeah, I mean, I suppose, how do you, what sort of legal system do you actually employ when you allow an AI to make legal decisions? Perhaps there are other people here probably also have views.
Just thinking about if you have, you know, for example, when we pool people for juries, you typically want a jury that is representative somehow of your population. But of course, that becomes impractical at a certain scale. And so depending on, back to this question of topology, you know, if you have concentrated pockets of shared values or interests or culture, how will that affect the ways in which we can pull from the general population to populate juries? would be another question. And then you've got to communicate between all of the participants of that jury, and that's going to be subject to the same dynamics. So, yeah.
And Ricky Wilhelmsen has almost got the opposite question, which I think is interesting, just to flip it on its head. It's basically making the case that, you know, in pre-telegraph days, because communications were slow, ambassadors of countries on foreign territories almost have full autonomy, so they couldn't communicate fast enough, so they just made their own decisions. So he's asking, in the internet age, this has been reduced drastically, the rate of communication, but is this a good thing? So I suppose the question there is, you know, maybe slow communication is a good thing because it allows for more realistic autonomy, whereas if you can communicate quite rapidly, you may actually cause more confusion because these AIs are constantly getting new information rather quickly, and therefore things might change so quickly there's no period of stability in a legal system. Is that a problem? And I guess then the question is, where do you think that balance might exist between our hypothetical AI that's doing things really quickly and the old-fashioned system where you just simply allow autonomy and actually reduce the communication?
Yeah, those are all really interesting questions. Maybe just going backwards, I mean, I think that the question of different speeds of operation conjures for me this question that I spoke about briefly, which is the emergence of different coexisting systems. So maybe the class system that emerges is between the AI or the robots and the humans, because humans are much slower at decision making. And then you've got this system that's sort of like emerging and evolving quite a lot faster than the human system. Now, I guess most of these things are all true even without the sort of eventual consistency frame that I'm providing here. So I think the question of the application of the CAP theorem is really about when we're in a situation where we have to choose between availability and consistency, which one are we choosing and why? And in that case, yeah, I mean, the reason it sort of provokes questions of liberty and autonomy for me is because there's this inherent trade-off between if we want to have sort of universal rights, for example, then we're going to have this kind of inherently pathological situation where, to the extent that the system has had some insight that those rights need to change, they will not be sort of available, broadly speaking, in the system itself for some period of time, right? There's an availability question. And I don't think we know, or how do we even come to agreement about which things we would choose to delegate to that kind of universal or harmonized level versus what we want to do locally. And if we don't have a choice over that, then there's some sacrifice of our liberty in terms of the type of system that we could live in.
Yes, I thought your comments were really fascinating about the, places where things are changing maybe so quickly, where that's a place of maximum liberty simply because you can do whatever you want, which I hadn't really thought about before. The sort of complete, almost not necessarily a collapse of the legal system, but just changes that you can't really keep up with. Something that did cross my mind when I was listening to your presentation was, is there a critical distance at which CAP law would break down? And what I was thinking of was, say you head off into the galaxy and you find a nice habitable planet 400 light years away or 500 light years away, and a civilization establishes itself there, or let's say let's say a civilization on a planet 4,000 light years away. So it's ineluctably limited by the speed of light. So you're sending out all these legal advices, and essentially takes 4,000 years. So for them, it would be like us consulting with ancient Egyptians about how we should manage our societies and what laws we should adapt to. So the spatial separation causes a temporal separation that is literally, at least in context of human history, represents changes in whole civilizations and technologies. So do you get to a distance where this whole theory actually just collapses? There's just no way that you can have any sort of reasonable, meaningful conversation, because any sort of laws you propose will likely just not even be relevant to the civilization that you're trying to bring into your galactic community or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's kind of like, the pace of local evolution could
Yeah.
be so much greater than inter sort of regional communication, which again, I think, the closest thing to a solution to that, I mean, for sure, you could say that's why, things would break down. That's why you have, basically, you end up in the partitioning direction, not in the lack of availability direction. But the sort of variant on that would be, are there sort of shared agreements or charter of some kind, or are there elements of societies that are so universal that they can kind of proceed or mature or develop on a slower time frame? Or is there even a correlation between that? I mean, just because it's universal doesn't mean it doesn't change or evolve.
Yeah.
So the idea of human rights has been around a long time, but what we consider to be basic human rights has changed, and that could be, I mean, perhaps there's something there about the synchronization of information about human rights from local regions might provide a kind of natural comparative analysis, but it also suggests that this point about there will always be a kind of, I think you used the word as well, dissonance between what is received, what we have in terms of information, what we know to be true, and the sort of operation of the legal system itself.
Yes. Is there any value then in trawling through the last 10,000 years of laws through settled human history and trying to identify those things that have actually been universal? I suspect there aren't that many, but maybe the golden rule, thou shalt not kill, and maybe a few things that are about as near universal as you can get. And then maybe there's a second tier of laws that say, 50% of civilizations have adopted either informally or formally through legal systems, then a whole series of other laws that are very local. And could one use a systematic analysis of rules and legalities throughout human history to try and define some of these things that would be universal across the galaxy, and some of these things would have to be delegated to local consistency? I just wonder whether there's any way in which you could actually come up with a systematic way of looking at that.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, given that most rule sets have been written down,
yeah,
I mean, in principle, one could audit them in that way. It also brings back the question of the sort of underlying communication or record substrate that we're dealing with here, which is obviously something I didn't have time to get into, but if you just have a point-to-point link, for example,
yes.
That's easier to sabotage or for it to fall apart, and then you're dealing with much greater time delays if the physical underlying medium isn't available.
Mm-hmm. See, we don't have any other questions. Oh, Lucas Mix is saying thou shalt not kill is not universal. Yeah, thou shalt not commit murder has very culture-specific variables, which I can understand. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. Is there really anything that is universal? I suppose there are rules that are not necessarily universal, but have some sort of modifications, but generally are accepted by a wide variety of cultures, which actually brings me on to perhaps a last question, and then we'll finish off. I don't know whether this would work at all. Could one do this experiment using computers, some sort of computer game where you have computers that represent civilizations across the galaxy, and you introduce sort of time delays and you feed in rules and laws, and you have them communicate and sift laws and create legal systems? I don't know how you would bound that in any meaningful way to produce something that would tell you anything useful. But I guess what I'm asking is there any way to simulate what you're suggesting with real laws and try and see whether you can construct systems that would work, at least perhaps in our own solar system to begin with?
Yeah, I mean, agent-based modeling strikes me as a really natural tool for that. And in particular, what it would be well suited to, I think, is exploring this question of topology. So when I was talking about, if you had a centralized decision-making structure versus a decentralized one, then you'd probably, that sort of council mechanism would probably be physically centrally located. You could imagine that, there might be a sort of justice-based design that ensures that all settlements are equally distant from that central council location, as opposed to everybody kind of crowding in and trying to get as close as they could so that they can get access to the decisions earlier.
Yeah.
But you could also, imagine something that are things that are very different geometric arrangements, and looking at the ways in which laws or decisions, records propagate through those different topologies, I think would be really interesting, and again, well suited to a kind of agent-based model because it has that spatial element to it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is all absolutely fascinating. We've got, just looking at the time, it's now 5:25, so we should stop, have a 5-minute break before the next talk. Sure. Thanks a lot, Jessica. That's just really thought-provoking and really interesting. I don't know whether Ian was online, because obviously, yes, he was. Yeah, I was just thinking this has so many applications to his ideas about federalism and how you actually practically implement solar system federalism that he was talking about earlier today.
Yeah, Ian and I have talked a bit about this, and I'm sure we'll talk much more about it in the future.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, hi, Jesse. Yeah, sorry, Charles, I was also multitasking.
No, that's fine. I was just, it just seemed like this is the real nitty gritty of how you actually do federalism.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. That was excellent.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers.
Looking forward to Martin's talk as well.
Yeah. Cheers. Good afternoon, everyone. And anyone who just turned up, welcome to the Institutions of Extraterrestrial Liberty. And our next speaker is Martin Elvis. And Martin is an astrophysicist who's published some 400 papers on supermassive black holes seen as quasars out to the edge of the universe over the course of many years. He got his PhD in X-ray astronomy and has worked at the Harvard Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics ever since on a series of space X-ray telescopes, including the Chandra X-ray Observatory. But more recently, developing out of concern about the growing cost of space telescopes, he turned to researching astronomy needed to enable asteroid mining, particularly with the idea of cutting costs in the long run. And then since then, he's moved into a wide range of thoughts about asteroid mining, the space economy, resources on the moon, and scarcity on the moon, which is what he's going to talk about today. He's also said he's unduly proud that he is probably the first professional astronomer to visit the Harvard Business School on business. Maybe you can explain to us, Martin, later what that was about. So very, very pleased to have Martin here. Very wide-ranging areas of interest in astrophysics, but of course, as I've just said, applied to these more policy, legal, and philosophical aspects of space exploration. So today he's going to talk about scarcity in space, challenges for liberty. Thanks a lot for coming, Martin.
Thank you, Charles, and thank to everybody for hanging in there late in the day, or late in the sessions anyway. It's still only lunchtime for me. Okay, I'm going to talk about scarcity in space, which is a bit of a difference from the abundance we've been hearing about, but I think you'll see that scarcity even happens in overall abundance. So, more generally, how will space resources affect liberty in space? And I have a very simple outline. I'm going to talk about in the long term, we have abundance, but in the short term, we have scarcity, and I put them in inverse time order because what we do in near term will affect what we do in the long term, and so I'm going to end with some points about that. Okay, so just quickly, we've heard that the space resources are vast. We've seen this plot of the solar system with the green main belt asteroids and the red near-Earth asteroids before. But to put some quantitative nature into that, roughly the asteroids contain 10 million times the Earth's proven iron reserves. So that's a lot. How much? Well, it's enough to build a ring world. I think many people are probably familiar with this. And as Thomas Moynihan was pointing out, this is one way we could use the waste energy from the sun that isn't impinging on planets by increasing that area. It is, of course, a bad idea there. A ring world is highly unstable, so do not try this. Anyway, most of this mass of iron reserves, of wealth out there, lies in between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter in the main belt asteroids. However, most of the resources of those main belt asteroids are in the few biggest asteroids of whatever kind you want to look at. Technically, it's because they have a flat distribution in the number versus diameter relation. So it puts most of the mass in the biggest objects. And as a parenthetical remark, vast is not the same as infinite. And Tony Milligan and I have pointed out this is given the Malthusian tendency to grow, and as economies do, that in a few centuries we could actually use up all of this material. So watch out for that, but that's not the subject of this talk. The idea is that once we have all this material, we will enter the age of a post-scarcity society, enough for billions of us to be wildly rich by today's standards. The illustration is meant to show we can all have beachfront real estate. That may not be accurate, but on the other hand, will the concentration of resources in these few large asteroids let space trillionaires keep all the benefit? I do, again, somewhat parenthetically ask, if anyone can have everything they want, why would you bother to try to monopolize this supply? But that's another question. Historically, people certainly have, but that may have been an artifact of scarcity. Anyway, it clearly matters to get the result that we feel is desirable, what kind of legal or governance regime we set up. So again, to put some numbers on this, Jeff Bezos threw out the idea that he wants a trillion people, trillion humans living and working in space. So that's amusing, interesting thought experiment again. That's only 6 or 7 doublings in population from where we are now. So it's not, which is nearly 10 billion by the end of the century. So that's not actually so far off. One thing to note is that if you want to put people on planetary surfaces, you can't put 1 trillion people there. Terraforming both Mars and Venus and throw the moon in for good measure, you only get 4 times the Earth's land area. So at Earth densities, you could only have 40 billion people living there. That leaves 960 billion who would have to live somewhere else in large free space habitats. And if they were the largest kind of O'Neill habitat that people have O'Neill studied with 1 million inhabitants each, there would be nearly 1 million of them. So 1 million space cities, and this is one of those illustrations. This is from Bezos's team of what one of those idyllic places would look like. Maybe we would get wonderful diversity out of this collection of free space colonies or cities. We always think that our favorite city-states would be the ones in the bloom, would be the ones we see. We see a Duomo of Florence there, a French cafe, all the nice bits of old Europe. We think of Periclean Athens or Medici Florence as the likely places. Or would it be less idyllic, like this illustration, which I can't remember where it came from, where it looks like everyone's living in the Bronx, in rather dull apartment buildings. And I circled this, the illustrator put this rather fascist looking gargoyle in there, and maybe that's a commentary on this whole idea. There would be, because you're in this confined environment, you would have all those famous Charles's Cockell style threats to liberty. So, okay. What we're trying to do here is project forward into what the environment would do to create culture. This is called environmental determinism. It's what Jared Diamond was doing in Guns, Germs and Steel. It seems very similar to what Mukesh talked about Marxist historical determinism. And the thing about this environmental determinism is it's not deterministic. It's not absolute. All the environment can do is impose boundaries on the possible forms of government. It doesn't require any particular one. And even worse, we're trying to engage in predictive environmental determinism. Jared Diamond had the advantage, he was looking back, so he knew what the answer was. We don't. It's really rather more like psychohistory from the Asimov's Foundation series. In other words, it's impossible. This is not an exercise where we can find the right answer. But we try anyway, because we must. So my method the thing I try to bring to this is that the numbers matter. And I began to show that by pointing out that most of the trillion people, or even 50 billion people, would have to live in space, free space colonies. Let's look at some of the issues that would arise from those free space cities. So first, they're very big, and that allows decentralization. They don't have to be run as a single a global entity, global in the not really cylindrical entity, but they would not be. This design shown here, where it's a big open space with a beautiful view into the distance, is completely wrong and impractical. And yet they all do this because it looks lovely, but it wouldn't be the way you would build it. You would have to have airtight sectors in case there was a hull breach by some random asteroid. It'd be rather like the Titanic's concept of being built, but of course we hope executed rather better, so that the airtight compartments would go all the way up, unlike the Titanic. Similarly, you would be, again, against hull breach, you would segment your oxygen production into each of these sectors. You'd have to have at least 10 or 20 of them to make it a minor problem if you had one of them breached. To avoid a single farm disease taking out all your food, you would do the same with your food production, your farming. That's the picture is of a statue of commemorating the Irish potato famine in Cambridge, Massachusetts, on my hometown. And similarly, against the possibility of a major hull breach that would destroy the functioning of the city, you would have to have lifeboats that were capable of reaching another space city. So all of this would be great. Freedom engineering, I think Charles mentioned every one of these in his talk. And so that's very good. And it certainly might inhibit autocracy and favor democratic forms of government. On the other hand, it might not. Recall that feudal systems are decentralized, even and locally autocratic, and barons often acted completely independently of, in their castles, independently of the king. So it's not a guarantee, but it does help. And quite likely, a million cities will find many different solutions to how to govern themselves. They would perhaps be, the ones that survive might indeed be sort of Darwinian experiments in social construction. Second point, for these space cities will not be utterly independent of all their surroundings, or full autarky is not possible. For instance, you'll need raw materials because 100% efficient recycling is not possible. Even the structure of the city itself will eventually fail in places and will need replacing. And that's where the largest asteroids having most of the value, most of the valuable resources comes in. The biggest iron asteroid is 16 Psyche. That has enough iron to build 1 billion space cities, so that's no problem. The next 5 biggest asteroids, this is a prediction, will have similar mass. And then if you have to go, even if you take the next 50, you still only get up to 15% of that mass. So there's a huge weighting towards the biggest asteroids in that of the given type. And that will tend to drive down costs because you can keep reusing the same processing material. You don't have to move your mining equipment from one place to another as you run out of asteroid. And so it's easy to imagine that with low costs, you could have something like a cartel of suppliers from the top 6 asteroids, and the rest would be have to do their bidding. And of course, once you have some kind of oligopoly, then that creates power for those oligopolists. And that means there will be control of at some level external to your space city. Similarly, full independence is also tough to attain because you'll need specialists. 1 million people is not a big enough number to cover every specialty or every, in particular, high tech, for instance. We now have 8 billion people on Earth, and we have just 3 advanced chip fab plants, 2 in Taiwan, 1 in South Korea, I believe. Or to take a more specific example, there's so many expertise specialties to keep full civilization running, at least for 8 billion people, that you can't replicate that in any individual space city. For example, there are about 200 medical specialties. I Googled and found that even an advanced country, city-state like Singapore can only support 64 of them, and that has 6 times the population of a putative O'Neill space city. So if you need one of those rarer skills, you will have to go get it or import it. So that leads to controls that could be both internal to the space city or externally imposed on key imports of skills and technologies. So a key question would be, if you have 1 trillion people, if you have many, many space cities, will there be enough suppliers to break the oligopoly or the cartel possibilities? Let's go to where we are. That's in the long term. Let's think about the near term a little. So initially, space resources will be quite scarce. They'll be coming from the near-Earth asteroids, the red dots here between the orbits of Mars and Earth. Even the largest of these is Ganymede, is only 1% of the volume of Psyche, and it's stony, so it's not anywhere near as useful as Psyche, which is made of pure ions, it seems. And there are a few tens of thousands that are bigger than 100 meters across. On the other hand, the resources are still concentrated in the largest few. And that's true on the moon too. And this is what Charles was referring to, a paper by Alana and Tony and myself just this January, I guess, came out in the Proceedings of the Royal Society about how concentrated resources on the moon will cause very soon some real issues which could lead to disputes and conflicts. The big point in all of this is that concentrated, rich ore bodies are inevitably concentrated. So this is a map of Colorado gold mines in red. You can see how clustered they are and concentrated in that strip. And well, that's similar to the case in space. In the case of asteroids, if this is all of the near-Earth asteroids, then 85% of them are stony, like Ganymede, and not terribly useful to us. Not in the short term, anyway. The places you would go to get the most obvious valuable resources would be carbonaceous asteroids, 10% of all the near-Earth asteroids that could be rich in water, and the 5% of metallic asteroids that could be rich in platinum group metals, precious metals. And so those are the places you might go first for the most obviously valuable materials. However, meteorite studies tells us that only 1/4 of the carbonaceous and 1/4 of the metallic are actually rich in the things we want. So a rough prediction is that by 2030, we may have a catalog of about 200 possible ore-bearing asteroids. Again, resources are concentrated in the largest few of those 200. So those will be the prime targets for mining and lead, of course, to the possibilities of disputes and conflicts, monopolies. We may need to incentivize the first miners to make a profit because it's not going to be easy going to get that industry started. So we might do something like create strong ownership rules for the or prospecting rules that give them a lock on the asteroids for a while. And that could lead to an easy monopolization. If you're the company that finds the biggest ore-bearing asteroid out there that it can be reached, and you get a lock on its resources for the next 20 years, that could be, you could become a monopoly supplier of that space resource. And the problem is that rules like this tend to persist well past the point of usefulness, because legal regimes are sticky, as these authors say. It's a fun book, but it's quite serious. Heller and Saltzman talk about how what ownership means, and it's a very much more complicated than you would imagine. This is mine. It takes a lot of ways in which we decide something is ours, and they even talk about ownership design, which is, what are you trying to achieve by saying somebody owns this? And this is something we should really take a lot of a note of. In terms of stickiness, they point out that they use the example of oil rights on land in Texas, or below the land in Texas. And the law is based on shallow well technology and only requires that drilling should take place at a certain separation so that you don't interfere with the oil under somebody else's property. And that worked well with the technology of the time when the law was written. But since then, there have been deep drilling, sideways drilling, much larger pumps, means that oil wells at the specified separation interfere with each other a lot. The law hasn't adapted to that new technology, and so you're in a race to pump out all the oil you can before the other guy pumps out the oil from beneath you. And that's not a very helpful situation. So it's very likely that regimes we build in scarcity will persist into the post-scarcity era, and that unless we are very careful right now about how we set them up. So we should think about it mindfully, realizing that the future that is likely to be in store. So the law is, the stickiness of the law is sort of a special example of the founder effect, which can affect culture well beyond the legal regime. We got this idea from Zelinsky, who studied, again, the early American colonies. He says, even a few score initial colonizers can mean much more for the cultural geography of a place than the contributions of tens of thousands of new immigrants a few generations later. So the scale on which we're going to be working in the next 20 or 30 years, use Alana's time scale, is probably a few score. And so what we are in this situation now where what we do will set the culture and the law for a long time to come. So what in particular Alana has been looking at, and it's been mentioned before, is common pool resources. This is what we're talking about in space, but also there are many such cases on the ground, and people routinely solve this problem. There are dozens of examples, and Eleanor Ostrom has been mentioned already in this conference. She pioneered the study of this with her team in Indiana University. This is all happening, as we heard a few times from Christopher Newman, but this is bringing out solving problems without a divine architect. It's a bottom-up process. It's legal pluralism. It's all these things. But we found that Ostrom and her team's work on this has been very helpful. This is Alana and Tony again, just to remind you. And synthesizing out of what we've read, we get a number of ways to approach problems, which can be indeed pluralistic in the sense that you can apply to one regime, then you can apply a different solution to another regime, and eventually you may need to add layers to coordinate these different regimes. But for now, this is how we think we stand the best chance of getting solutions, because we have to find solutions in a rather short time, 10 years, say, 5 to 10 years. We need some kind of work in place, at least for the moon. and perhaps a little bit later for the asteroids. And so the treaties clearly work too slowly. The law, we don't want to settle into harder a legal regime before we really know what's going on. This approach, it seems to us to be the most hopeful, and it seems others are thinking along these lines too, so that's very good. So I will just end there. Oh, no, I won't. I just point out, Tony in particular points out that the timeliness, which I was just mentioning, is important. We don't want to, once there are vested interests with these resources, it will get much harder to produce some kind of just regime. And a just regime, I like to point out, is desirable whatever your sense of justice or whether, however selfish you wish to be, because it will be most likely a more stable regime than an unjust regime, which is bound to cause attempts at changing it in some way or another. Of course, it's very hard to find something that all players consider fully just. So that, of course, is the trick and where all the work really lies. So thank you. That's enough. And along in the tradition of pushing one's own work, my book on asteroids came out actually 2 days ago. Yeah, and here it is. I have an actual copy, and a lot of these issues are in there, and a lot more besides. So I hope you enjoy it if you choose to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin, for a fantastic talk, and congratulations on the book as well. I've ordered a copy, looking forward to reading it. So yeah, I recommend that. So that's really interesting. Anyone got any questions again, please put them in the question and answer box or the chat box while we're waiting for a few questions. I suppose one of the things I wanted to raise, I was thinking about, is not, you mentioned the scarcity of resources. You know, they're not necessarily, they're not infinite, and in some cases they're not vast, like lunar ices, for example. I also wanted, they're also very localized as well. Like on the Earth, a lot of our resources are on a fairly small piece of silicate rock, you know, about 13,000 kilometers in diameter, with lots of hydrothermal systems that generate lots of different types of ores in a spatially small scale with respect to the rest of the solar system. So even if you are living in a space city or on the moon, there's not a lot of a variety of things. You're probably going to be dependent, like you said, on things coming from the outside, but even more so because there's less geological diversity in these places. We don't really know about Mars. It has ancient hydrothermal systems, presumably in volcanoes and impact craters. So there should, in theory, be ores there, but we actually don't know that. So how will that impact some of the things that you've been saying, not just the scarcity, but the fact that most places in the solar system are also incredibly depauperate with respect to the variety of things you need to build a civilization, and what do you do about that?
Yes, indeed, they are. We made a big deal about that in the Moon paper, Concentrated Resources. And it was in preparing for this talk that I already knew that only, say, 1% of all asteroids would be likely valuable for any particular resource. And so that means there's a lot of work in finding them, and they're few and far between. But then I realized that the distribution of sizes meant that most of the mass is actually more concentrated than I'd ever thought in the few largest cases of each valuable type of asteroid, right? So the true number of, and we're talking about asteroids maybe tens of kilometers across. And so that's a pretty small space to have it. And if you get many mining companies trying to work in that space, because that is where most of the money is to be made, then there's a lot of chance for interference between one and another, and obviously then for conflict over who gets to grab which piece of the asteroid. And this, of course, will lead to tears.
Yeah, I hadn't appreciated before you showed that you know, the next 5 asteroids have the equivalent of Psyche, and then you're down to 14%.
Yes.
50. I mean, that actually is astonishing.
It's a log d log n distribution.
Yeah.
Which is flat. If it's flatter than a slope of 3, then you know, you go 10 times smaller in diameter. That's 1,000th of the volume. So there needs to be 1,000 times as many to make up for the mass.
Yes.
It's much less than that.
and huge implications, obviously, as you pointed out,
right,
for the distribution of those resources. Itamar is saying, how would you sell liberty on an O'Neill world when you would have to keep population numbers and work allocation under strict control? So maybe rather than sell, maybe you're saying, you know, how would you have liberty on an O'Neill world when you'd have to keep strict population numbers and work allocation?
I totally agree. It's a big problem, and we heard about that. Who was talking about the modeling of different methods, where if you're above 2.5 children per, if you get above 80% of your capacity, then you restrict children to 0, and then if you go below some other number, you have to have 3 kids, and so on. This is obviously a problem. Partly it will depend on how distributed the space cities are. If they're a very long way apart, so travel is expensive between them, then you can't exchange population easily in large numbers, and so that would then be a real problem. If instead they were clustered, orbiting the L5 point and the L4 Lagrange points 4 and 5 around the Earth, then they might be so close together that it would be trivial to move across from one to another, and you could have exchanges of population.
Yes. Yeah. And then the other thing related to that again, I hadn't really thought about until you raised it, was this compartmentalization problem in these world ships, where, you know, you said you'd need at least 20 compartments, but of course, if you've got 1 million people in there, then you punch a one, you've still got 50,000 dead people.
Just a detail, yes.
Just a small daily inconvenience. But I did think, you know, something of that scale, I suppose this is something one could work out, but what is the chances of puncturing that to have a catastrophic depressurization? I presume the volume would be such that small meteorites, you know, would result in depressurization, but not rapid.
Yes,
so maybe it wouldn't be such a problem.
It depends on the volume of your ship, and then the size of the asteroid needed to catastrophically make a problem is going to get bigger as your settlement gets bigger.
Yes.
You have time to plug the gap.
I suppose there's a trade-off, of course, because the smaller the compartment, then the quicker you depressurize if it's separated. So there's a trade-off between. Also,
this asteroid won't just stop. Presumably it'll be like a Whipple shield. You'll hit the outer hull, and it will divide into thousands of small pieces, which will come screaming through your city and do lots of damage apart from just the hull breach. So destroy systems that you have there to survive such events. Tricky.
Yes. So David Colby-Rees just put in a question. He says, thanks for the talk, Martin. How do you think about the structure of space exploration companies light of the distribution of asteroid resources? Should we be thinking about the structure of corporate charters, delimiting the scope of activities, or the duration of the legal form as elements of competition policy?
Not something I normally think about, so I'm fascinated to hear suggestions. The idea of property rights, sort of mining rights, could well be something that could be use it or lose it within 5 years or 10 years or something like that. But of course, at the moment, we don't have an authority that's worldwide for that. So it'd be individual nations. And I've also mentioned in some of the chat that there are quite dozens of countries that have not signed these agreements, and they could be flags of convenience, and they could do whatever they like. And you could be, the Cayman Islands might decide to make it free for all.
I think one of the things that comes out of this, for me at least, I don't know whether other people think this as well, and we've seen this several times over the last couple of days, is that there are actually a remarkable number of different parameters in thinking about operating in space. It isn't just a larger space with, some more extreme conditions. Even just discussing limitations of resources on asteroids, and as we're talking about here, charters and all these things need to be rethought. And one sort of tends to come to the conclusion it's really very, very difficult to make any useful predictions actually about how you should do this well. You almost have to go out into that environment and then be highly pragmatic in modifying behaviors and laws, and there needs to be forbearance between nations and institutions to modify all of these different regulations to do this successfully. But attempts to going back to the sort of divine architect of laying out ideas across the solar system is unlikely to work very well for places where there are just so many of these unknown interacting parameters and questions.
Yes, indeed. It's not a solvable problem in advance.
That's a bit of a hand-waving statement, but it sort of seems to be generally
like
true.
Said, this is predictive. What do you call environmental determinism, right?
Yes. Yeah.
It's really not determinism at all.
No. And then just going back to the world ships, Itamar said, with compartmentalization, wouldn't you create boroughs competing with each other? And I guess the answer to that is yes, potentially.
Yes, like even if it was sports teams, that can get pretty intense.
Yeah. And again, another example of unintended consequences of effects on social interactions of liberties. You do one thing and maybe you create competition between different parts of a city colony that are detrimental, despite the fact compartmentalization helps you deal with the asteroid.
In Constantinople, in the days of the Empire, Roman Empire, there were two teams, the reds and the greens or something. I've forgotten. There was two colors anyway. Competing teams in the stadium, and the city was divided between them, and they had huge riots when the wrong team won, which was always because half of them always didn't like the outcome, and it was a real problem.
Yeah. Also, thank you for that book suggestion, or the one you showed on the cultural geography of the United States. It's really fascinating. I'm going to get hold of that and read it.
Yeah, it's out of print. It's about one of those secondhand bookstores.
Probably on Amazon somewhere.
Yeah.
It's 5 past. We should probably end there, just because we've overrun the time of the third day. Thank you very much, Martin, for that fascinating talk. And all those numbers in there, really, really interesting, different perspectives that I hadn't seen or thought about before. So it's really very interesting. And then just to conclude, everyone, thank you very much to all of our speakers today. It's been yet another fascinating day with lots of interesting interactions and questions and answers. And I'm really grateful for the time that you've given. We'll be back tomorrow for the last day, day 4. Again at 10 o'clock, but I'm just going to give the standard 15-minute introduction for anyone that's new turning up tomorrow. So for those of you who've seen that, feel free to come along at 10:15, when we'll start with Joanne Wheeler talking about free for exploration and use, liberty for commercial enterprise in outer space, which will again be more of a look at the near-term effects of things like satellite orbits and commercial enterprise in low Earth orbit. So thank you again, everyone. Have a good evening and see you tomorrow for the day 4, final 4. And thank you to all of our speakers again. Have a good evening. Cheers.